Here we are, it's day 10. The sun's out in Stockholm and it's the final day of Group B matches today. After today, we'll know exactly what our quarterfinal matchups will be for tomorrow. It's Umeå, they're first up and they are in a race to survive. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series Sweden Stockholm and it starts right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world and welcome to another big day in European cricket. It is day 10, the final day of Group B matches, and like I said before, it is the last chance to get a look at these teams in the group stages. 4 of them from Group B will go into quarterfinals Friday tomorrow against the 4 best performers from Group A. And we're starting with match number 37, and this will be a very interesting one. The Stockholm Tigers, well, they are back and they're here to take Umeå. Tigers having the day off yesterday. The Tigers, to secure qualification, they don't need to win at least one of these matches this morning. So it should be a really interesting one. Umeå, they just have the 1 win so far and they need to get a result, at least 1 win, at least to be in the frame for those quarterfinals tomorrow. Let's go over to the coin toss. Stefan Gooch is with the 2 captains. Let's see who wins the coin toss for match number 37.
Tails the call. It's tails. Okay. All the best. Good luck.
So it is Umeå, they get an early win. They've won the toss and their captain Majid Mustafa has decided that he wants to bowl first. So he wants to chase. Look, I don't mind that with Umeå because I think sometimes they can be a bit directionless when they're batting first. At least this way they'll know exactly how many they'll need. And their best batting performances have actually come when they have been chasing, even though sometimes they haven't quite got along all the way to the target. But it's interesting, they are 1-5. Like I say, they're trailing the Stockholm Mumbai Indians by 2 points. But their net run rates are pretty similar. So if they were to win one of these games, if SMI were to lose both this afternoon against Mashta, the table toppers, then I do think Umeå have what it takes to qualify. And I'm sure that their captain Majid Mustafa, he'll be hoping to get some runs himself. I think Sohail Adnan as well is a really important player for them with the bat as well as in the field, and he can contribute with the ball as well. No Zafarullah though for the Tigers. I noticed that in their lineup. They're 3-3 at this stage. Like I say, they are pretty much in the door for quarterfinals, but still they do need at least 1 win to secure that at the moment. Of course, I always like to see Humian Jyoti behind the stumps for the Tigers. He is a Swedish national team player. Has struggled a little bit with the bat. Let's see if he can get going in this one. The Tigers, their captain Farooq Ahmed, a really important player for them. He's very experienced. I think that he will engineer them this morning into the quarterfinals. Talk about the conditions today in Stockholm. But the good news is that the sun is out at the moment and I really am enjoying the sunshine. We're expecting a maximum temperature of 15. Currently it's already up to 13 degrees, but some concerns a little bit later in the day. Around the 4th match of the day time, we're expecting a little bit of rain. Hopefully it stays away and we get the full day's play in without any interruptions. Let's talk about Rico Full because he is in the commentary box. And Rico, let's get ready for some cricket here on a beautiful sunny day 10. The news from the toss in match number 37 is Umeå. They've won the toss. Majid Mustafa says he wants to bowl. Let's get ready for some cricket.
Hello, good morning. Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo there for a in-depth build up to this day. And what a day it's going to be. We will know which 4 teams from Group B will join the 4 top teams from Group A in tomorrow's quarterfinal. Yes, the sun is shining. Now, Mr. Maximo is looking pretty bright and dandy himself as well. Did you check out those red shoes? Well, they look very bright indeed. And, well, so does this ground at the moment. Beautiful setting. This Northborough cricket ground. And there's the team information for you. The Stockholm Tigers against Umeå. And a couple of big performers there, aren't there? Sohail Adnan, he's been very good for Umeå. He's got plenty of fantasy points to his name. Tatbik Raza Ullah, 253 points to him. And also Tahir Mujtaba, the spinner. And on the other side for the Tigers, we've got some big performers there as well. I think Shanawaza Rahman is up there with 285 points. And Farooq Ahmed, their captain, 224. They come into this match with 2 defeats to Mashta, the top team, 71-72, and then 97-98. And they weren't bad performances by any means, but Mashta was just a little bit too strong for them, particularly as we know, the opening batters of Master, Marcus Hayder and Sher Ali, they found both of those batters in good form, and as a result of that weren't able to pick up the victory. 87 to 76 in favour of the Stockholm Tigers. Umeå, they had a mixed day yesterday. They too were unable to topple Master. Once again, it wasn't just Sher Ali and Marcus Hayder that were in good form. Owen Ula was in fantastic form for Master yesterday, 38 for 15. And there was Umeå had trouble with the bat once more, 59 to 60. Umeå batting first, and then trying to get 106 for victory, 83 for 8. So Umeå, I think they just need to be positive in this day, and I think it's a positive mood, or move I should say, from their captain, deciding that they are going to have a bat first, try to get the runs on the board and try to get this victory. But runs on the board has been their problem. Let's see how they fare. You know, it's going to be an interesting contest with so much to play for. And in the field to start off with, Umeå. Can they keep this score to well, I think they'll be looking for not too many more than 80, to be honest, because of the issues that they have had. It's going to be Raz Imtiaz and Farouk Ahmed. They're going to be batting first. They are your openers. And the captain, Farouk Ahmed, looking to give his team a good start. It's all about where they finished here in the table. They know that finishing higher up technically gives them an easier route. First delivery. It's right into the batter. Bit of excitement around the ground as that thumps into the pad. But was always going down leg side. A very good morning to our man in black out there as well, Rohit Junajia, and also to Said Arif. And our tournament referee, as you saw at the coin toss, Stefan Gooch, also standing in as the third umpire. So Heladnan, he's been very good in this series so far. He's been one of the key, not just bowlers, I would say key players really for Umeå. See if he can get the breakthrough. See the captain just taking a bit of time to get himself sorted. I think it's a good mood to see him up in the order. Sometimes he's floated sort of around about the sort of between number 4 and 5, but I think he needs to be right up there. Gets a good partnership together with Imtiaz. They can certainly give the team a very good start. Short delivery, and he's on this like a flash, and this goes all the way. Balle, 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 kinna sona shaka. That's the first of the day, and a beautiful pickup from the skipper, Farouk Ahmed. He's not wasting any time getting started. It was too short, really. And Ahmed is very strong in that region. We do have a man back at square leg. The other fielder is at long on. Only 2 fielders allowed outside the 30-yard circle in the first 3 overs, which you call the power play. Well, hits the big shot and gets a single. Gets Imtiaz back on strike. Hasn't scored yet. Ahmed got to the other end, courtesy of a leg by. And there we go. He's not going to get off the mark either. Imtiaz straight back at Adnan, and Adnan takes the catch. And that's a big dismissal. And Adnan, well, he doesn't need to celebrate. He just says, yeah, this is what I do. Look at that. Just makes it look absolutely easy. Says, off you go. No, it was just right there for him. Was there no real power in the shot? And that is a soft dismissal for a man who's been batting really well. This one certainly is one of their top batters. He's been off the boil the last couple of knocks, and it'll continue that way, but certainly for this match. And we start the morning on the first wicket, and it's one of those ducks. Unfortunately, just 2 balls did he last. So Hiladnan once again, the man that does the damage. Here he is, new batter. And attacks the stump straight away. That's what I like to see. No easy delivery for the new man that comes in. Hussain. Arif Hussain is used to being preferred to open with Imtiaz. He doesn't have to waste too much time waiting to come in the very first over. Ball to go. Attacking shot, but sort of drags this, so it goes to that man at mid-on. That is the end of the first over. The score on 9 for 1. So interesting start. I suppose fairly even Stevens. First over, 9 on the board, but they have got that 1 wicket. The wicket of Imtiaz. And Umia will know that get a couple more wickets in here without too many runs on the board, then they have every chance of keeping this to a sort of target they would like to be chasing around about 80. Rico Full here, and joining me in the ice cube is the very colourful Mr. Vinny Sandu.
Thanks,
Good
Rico.
morning.
Yeah, good morning to you. Good morning to all of our viewers. Welcome to day 10. Yeah, big day, isn't it? Because always sad, but we will have to say goodbye to one of these teams that we'll see today, in fact. And so, ready for the second over, and it's going to be Tatbik Raza to bowl it.
Oh, it's a very good delivery. It's a very good start. Tatbik Raza has also been quite instrumental as one of the all-rounders in the side. He gets this one to swing away beautifully.
It's a really good start, isn't it? Sometimes we see bowlers struggling for control early on, but that one was spot on. Now they're going to bring Pardeep up, I think, into the circle. The 2 boundary riders are long on and third man.
I think this may get called a
I think it will
no
be.
ball here.
And I just said, well, he's going to come up. Who's going to go back? And we saw that long on and third man were back. So actually, Pardeep tries to tiptoe into the circle, hopefully with no one noticing, but it will be.
No ball called.
And you know the funny thing is Pardeep spent a lot of time with Tatbik Raza getting the field right before that first ball. And then he's gone back as the third outfielder. How annoying. Free hit.
No damage done.
All right.
The interesting thing would have been, I think, if that ball, which was clearly, it was a no ball, if it was nicked and caught and they started the celebration, nobody would have known.
Yeah.
I
Perhaps.
don't think they would have picked it up.
We don't know. And the thing is, maybe it came from off the field.
That's very, very possible, yeah.
So.
No damage done.
Well done to the officials. They get it spot on.
Well, he's dancing down the track, trying to get hold of it, is Arif Hussain.
I just find 2 things funny about that first little bit of byplay. Number one, that Pardeep spent a good 30 seconds talking to the bowler about his field and then went back as an illegal outfielder. And then secondly, the way he tried to creep up into the circle as if hopefully no one would notice that he'd moved from the ball before. He didn't creep well enough and they did see it. It was a no ball.
It's more of the same from Hussain. Hussain, really, this is not what's needed from him for the captain at the other end. The captain's probably saying to him, come on, this is not the way to bat. You've come in, you're not coming in with this 8 balls to go.
Yeah, but that's kind of what he's there to do. He's there to hit boundaries. And that's why they use him in the power play so early. Not really working out for him at the moment.
This is an awkward one, bouncing along to Mujtaba, but he does well.
I think
keeps it to the 1.
You see Mujtaba touching the ball. I think the influence of spin is going to be huge in this game. Shanazur Rahman for the Tigers in the second half of this game. But before that, we'll see the leg spinner, Wishtaba for Umyot. A few other options as well, I think, could be pretty important. Tapik now gets to have a go at Farouk Ahmed. This is a good contest, isn't it? Slip in place.
And this has been well hit. It goes all the way. Bolle, manos arriba. Arbitro, eso es 6 carreras.
People just keep bowling around the wicket to Farouk Ahmed, and he is loving it. It goes right into his swing zone. The angle is just very, very friendly for him, and he helps that one on its way. Just times it out of the ground, 6 runs.
Well, Farouk Ahmed, he's having no difficulty getting hold of the ball. An appeal here, and the umpire shakes the head, says no, and that will also be the end of the over. So the boundary certainly did help. And, score moves on to 17 with 1 wicket down of 2 overs.
Yeah, so I mean, that one's a bit too high and going down the leg side with that angle, but yeah, you're right. I think Hussain probably needs to get a bit of a move on. I'm sure he'll be trying to, but yeah, 2 overs down. Give us a chance to look at the table as well in Group B, because Umyot, you can see they're in the danger zone, aren't they? But if they can at least win one of these 2 games, or if they win 2, that's even better. They'll be equal on points with the Tigers, and then it'll come down to net run rate. But then Mumbai Indians this afternoon, Stockholm Mumbai Indians, that is, they will need to force a result, assuming Umyot can win at least one of these 2 games. First ball of the 3rd over from Sahil Adnan. Would have been a good ball to a left-hander, but it's down the leg side. Will be wide. Good keeping from the captain, Majid Mustafa, who's kind of thrown himself into that role, and he's done a pretty good job, I think, the captain.
So we're going to get the line right here to the aggressive Hussain. This time he decides that he's not going to have a wild swing. Opts to just take the single, which is not a bad thing when your captain's hitting the ball so well. I think it makes more sense to eliminate the dot balls you're giving away and just take the single.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I think he's realised the writing's on the wall now. That's not really happening for him so far. So just changing gears. Happy to take the 1. The win predictor saying 2-to-1 ratio towards the Tigers. Umyot, though, if they can remove the captain, I think that improves their chances no end. This will be interesting because now we see that Sahil Adnan going over the wicket. He's going to try and push the ball across for Ahmed.
It was there for the shot, but I think he just played this far too early, Vinny.
Yeah, and once again, you see, I think this is just a better angle of attack. No, it's not perfect. We saw Farouk execute a nice pull stroke in the first over to Sahil Adnan, but I do think that it's a better way to do it. You've got the slip in place there for an edge as well, in case you can hit the outside of that bat.
Nicely played. We'll take a single to Wishtaba. I wonder when they'll use him today. I mean, he's been hit and miss. When he gets it right, he's been very difficult to get away, but a few times he's just come on to bowl, and he started badly with just over pitching down the leg side for his leg spin, and he's gone for a few.
Yeah, and will they want to bowl him to the left-hander as well for Ahmed? They might not get a choice. Right, Hussain, let's see how he deals with this. There's 3 balls left in the power play. I know he's itching to get a boundary away. He might feel like this is his best chance for a while because the window's closing. Let's see what happens to Adnan.
He plays it away nicely. Good bit of fielding and good arm as well from the fielder. But once again, Farouk very good with the backing up. Take the single.
So just a couple to come. And I think it's been a pretty good power play for Umyot. Haven't been blown away here. I mentioned at the toss that they elected to chase, and I think that what I've noticed with them so far is sometimes when they're batting first, they just struggle to pace their innings. So they're one team that I think do benefit from chasing, at least knowing how many they need to get.
Hits this straight, and that's going to be 4 runs. It's a delightful shot. And Farouk Ahmed, who's played 2 big sixes on the onside, decides I don't have to go that way all the time. I can hit straight as well. And he shows that he's pretty good at doing so as well. That's a beautiful shot.
It's a really nice shot, isn't it? And that's just a classical cricket shot. It's well executed technically. He's pretty still. Doesn't try and overhit the ball. He knows that there's safety straight. And he nails that one. One bounce, 4 runs. Good batting from the captain. Now he tries around the wicket to him.
It's a short one, which he's disappointed Ahmed that he's missed out on this. This is that's in his zone. That's where he's so good. But this one goes through. Ends up being a dot. So if the over, or the spell, I should say, finishes for 16. He's picked that 1 wicket up though, so that's crucial. 25 for 1 at the end of the power play.
Yeah, so I think it's a pretty even power play. Well, pretty even with the scoring as well, 9, 8 and 8. But I think, yeah, as far as the game situation goes, I think it's one is even after 3 overs. And Umyot, they won't want to chase too many for sure. I mean, I don't think they'd want to chase too many more than 80, considering their batting can be a bit brittle sometimes. But still, I think it's a very fascinating contest. The Tigers, well, if they don't win either of these games today, then there'll be a net run rate situation with them. So they won't want to leave it to that. They'll want to make sure they get at least 1 win this morning. Again, there is the chance that they could push into second with a couple of good performances. So plenty to play for these teams. And now we are going to see Amir Hossaini, who's going to bowl, and he's bowling to Arif Hussain.
Just clipped away off his pads. Nicely done. Yeah, you can see that the batter, Hussain, has had a change of approach. May have been something to do with a few words from his captain. Probably just saying, look, just calm down. You've come into the match overcharged. Just reduce those energy levels a little bit. Save yourself. Just get the ball, get the feel of the ball onto the bat a few times, and then get yourself in. Take the singles. I'm seeing it pretty well. Short. Does get bat onto it, but doesn't time it so well. The field is all set to the left-hander now. On the leg side, where he's pretty strong. They take the single. So hands the strike back to Arif Hussain.
I want to say a quick hello to Okimanis Okin, who said hello to me in the chat. Good morning to you. And I see Luke Belgium's in the chat as well. Nice to have you with us, Luke. And everyone else, thanks for your contributions in the live chat so far.
He's doing a bit of a dance there inside his crease. He goes forward and back. There's a little bit of the in, out, and a bit of shaking all about as well.
I think Farouk Ahmed thought this isn't the way that I want to risk my wicket, because he saw that just kind of spun towards the bowler. I think he would have been in trouble had they gone through with that single. But once again, yeah, I mean, Hussain, there's no shortage of attacking intent with his batting. It just hasn't worked for him so far. He could start at any moment, though. At the moment, it's kind of playing into the hands of the Umya fielding side, because just struggling to even get off strike and get his captain on strike. He's already faced more balls than Farouk Ahmed, despite Farouk Ahmed opening up. And Hussain coming in at number 3.
So, Hussaini, that's well bowled, and just moves too early, doesn't he? That tries to be creative, look, goes too early, and the bowler sees it early enough to adjust his line and goes full and out of the reach of Arif Hussain. And now a slight change in the field. He's pushing the man back on the boundary in the offside and bringing square leg up. Backs himself to keep the ball outside the off.
Not sure about that field change. The reason I said that was because I would have thought the ball before, maybe he targeted that offside, but the way he went about it was all wrong. So maybe he would have tried that again by backing away. He wasn't able to reach in the previous delivery. By bringing square leg up, I thought maybe he's more likely to kind of get across and target that. But anyway, Farouk Ahmed gets 1 ball in this over. Nice ball of it.
Gets a fair bit of it, but it will only be a single. It's a marvellous over. Good start from Hossaini. Just 4 runs from that one. That's the score. At the end of 4 is 29 for 1.
And very good morning to you, no matter where you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me is Rico Full. Great to have your company on day 10. We're rapidly drawing to the conclusion of this tournament. It's been a wonderful tournament, hasn't it? And today we will find out which 4 of the 5 teams in Group B will make it through. And so, pretty nervy day, I think, for some of these players.
It's a huge day, and I think Umia, they're probably feeling it more than anyone else. They know they need to try and pick up at least the minimum of 1 result here. That then puts the pressure on the Stockholm Mumbai Indians, who are playing later today, and Umia then hoping that the results go their way. However, if they can get two wins, they'll be feeling a little easier because I don't think they'll be expecting the Stockholm Mumbai Indians to get the 2 wins later
true.
today.
But then flip the script, Tigers, important for them as well. If they can win both these games, they get up into second. And second versus third is important, especially with some weather forecast for tomorrow.
Yes.
And potentially, if you finish second, you'll go through. If your game's washed out, if you finish third, you won't. So here's Gopi Manavalan. He's one of my favourite players to watch. Here he is. And he dishes up a full toss first up. And this one is going to get over the top. Maximo! As Farouk Ahmed, he hasn't had much of the strike, but when he has had it, he's done a lot with it. Manavalan offers up a full toss outside the off stump. It's dragged to the leg side. 6 runs.
Yeah, it's another one. That's 3 sixes. And 1-4 so far to the captain. And you're right, he hasn't had a lot of the strike, but when he gets there, he certainly does punish the bad delivery. And that's a lovely shot. And it just looks to be timing the ball so well. Well, this one's ended up going the other side of the fence. So I have to wait for it to be returned. Here it comes.
Yeah, this one also you want to say, once again, if you'd like to put any questions or comments in the live chat, we'd love to see them. That's one of the unique and special things about watching cricket on ECN is you can interact with us live on air. Not many times you can do that when you're watching the TV. So here's Gopi with the comeback ball.
And he goes Fuller. This is dragged away to the leg side, and it's a good bit of fielding. It really does smother that ball, make sure it's not getting through him.
Really good piece of fielding because not only does he stop the boundary, but he also stops the 2, and it means that Hussain has to face up, who's been struggling a bit. So really nicely done by Sohail Adnan. He pops up all over the field, actually, and he's normally pretty reliable.
Yeah, he doesn't have a specific specialised position, does he? We've seen him quite often there on the square leg boundary where he's been involved in some good work and some good catching, and now he's out patrolling the offside. Manavalan now to Hussain. Hussain will desperately want to get after him. It's in the air. It's an opportunity, but, well, it goes in between 2 fielders. Then it gets laid on. Literally, that's the only way you can describe it by Pradeep Singh to Sohail.
Well, that's one way to try and beat the offside trap, isn't it? I mean, the reason I'm not often an advocate of kicking balls on the full, but Pradeep is worried there's going to be a collision here, and that's why he doesn't get off his feet. And in the end, he uses his feet and boots it all the way out to the offside sweeper. So Hussain lucky to get away with it.
They get 2, and this time it's out the middle. It goes all the way. Manos arriba, arbitro. Eso es 6 carreras. And finally, Hussain gets one out of the middle, and he gets some congrats from the captain as well, saying, there you go. I told you it would come. And that's a lovely shot.
Better shot. Stands still at the crease, doesn't he, there? He's not getting too complicated with his movements, pre-delivery, and even after the ball's released. Really nice batting from Hussain, and if he gets going, it'll be trouble for Umyot. Did have that kind of half chance, I suppose. Yeah,
it looks like once again the ball's gone the other side of the fence, the perimeter fence. Oh, there it is. It's been found. It comes back. And Tatbeek was the man who has to go over there, and now gets himself back over. So that ball's taking a bit of punishment.
Yeah.
It likes the other side. It likes the other side of the fence, doesn't it? This ball.
It does. No, what I will say about that catch that went up between the infield and the outfield, I think you need to have a basic understanding. And one thing I would be saying if I was coaching these guys is, look, if you're the outfielder, you need to call off the infielder. And if you're the infielder, as soon as you hear a call from the outfielder, you've got to get out of the way. This one will be just a bit too wide from Manavalan. And that is something, like in baseball, I think I mentioned I played a fair bit of baseball, and there's a real clear chain of command. And an outfielder always has priority over an infielder. The problem in cricket is no one's quite sure whose it is, and that's how you seem to get more collisions. You seem to get more miscommunications with those.
Goes again, hit firmly, and old Pradeep Singh, it would have been a very good catch. And they do. Do they take the one? They don't even take the single.
It's hit so hard, and I think that Hussain was so flat-footed and nervous that it was going to be caught that he doesn't move at all.
Well, it's a good effort from Pradeep Singh. He has to get down low. He has to get there quickly as well because it was hit hard, but he saves. There's no runs. Hussain this time goes on the onside. The fielder does well. And again, good throw in. One run only.
End of the over, so 47 for 1. Funny little over, wasn't it? It's, the reason, just final point on that, the reason the outfielder would be having priority on those is because the outfielder's running forward. They've got a better view of the play in their peripheral vision, whereas if you're backing back, you really have no idea what's coming. So It was a tough one, and really both of them were tough ones. That second one was hit flat at par 8. It was hit really hard. All he can do is keep it in the field of play, and at the halfway point, 46 for 1, in fact. And I think it's a very interesting game. The Stockholm Tigers just threatening to get away here, so Umyot's really important now. I think they break this partnership. Bit surprised they haven't gone to spin yet. Maybe they're a bit concerned bowling the leg spin to the left-hander. Anyway, they're going to go back to Amir Hossaini, who's going to come back for a second over. And Arif Hussain just works him away for a single first ball.
Yeah, he's starting to get into his rhythm now. And the key thing is, though, I mean, like we saw in that last over, yeah, play your shots, but also take the singles as well. I think it's very important that these two keep rotating that strike, because you can see every time they change strike, the field has to change dramatically. There's a buzz about the fielders. One fielder moving in, one this side, one running across. The bowler's got to get his line right as well. I think it's a very, very good opportunity for them to really get a good partnership together and also cause a bit of confusion for the fielding side. This one is a full toss, but amazingly, it stays within the parameters and it's not called a wide.
Yeah, and let's have a look at the height of it. I think it's obviously fine. He's out of his crease a bit as well. That's the ball. He probably doesn't need to try and hit leg side, is it?
No.
If he gets any bat on that, it's probably flying away on the offside for 4.
It's this firmly. He's bobbling around. But the fielder, that big, has no issues with it. Well fielded.
I want to say hello to Monkey in the chat, who's asking what are the rules of cricket. Well, if you have any questions, you can be specific and we can help you out with those. I normally have a very simple explanation if people are watching for the first time. It's kind of my 20-second explanation, which covers most of it. Wait for this delivery from Hossaini. So just be one. I normally just say, well, one team's going to get 60 throws at them and they're going to score as many points as they can, and then they're going to swap over. The other team will try and beat it. That's probably a 7-second explanation. And that's normally where I start. And I say, to explain how the points are scored, or we call them runs, of course, in cricket. You can either score them by changing ends, and if you can do that successfully, you get 1 run. And balls that leave the field are 4, unless they go over without bouncing, in which case they're 6.
Full toss again, and this one, I think he's going to find the gap. He does. Top shot from Farouk Ahmed. He did miss out on the one before, didn't he? This time round, he decides, I'm not going to try and hit it too hard. Just going to place this, and he does. It is a slower delivery, so he has to wait for it. But he executes that delightfully. 4 more runs.
When
Good timing.
when he's hitting them at the moment, which is often, Farouk Ahmed is hitting them really crisply, isn't he? I think most of the time he's holding his shape and he's just trying to hit the ball hard and hit it correctly. That's what I've liked about his innings so far. It's only last ball of his spell.
And this time he pulls a false shot out from the captain, Farouk Ahmed. That will be the end of the over. But they have moved on to 53 for just the 1 wicket.
The key point about my comments on Farouk Ahmed there is when he's hitting the ball. Sometimes he has just kind of lost his shape a bit, and that last one was one of those occasions. I think most of the time he's been getting into trouble when he's missing the ball, trying to drag them from outside the off stump to leg. And I don't think you need to do that when you look at this field. I mean, there's plenty of value on the offside for him. Let's have a look at the win probability graph. And yeah, interesting kind of how those two teams were almost coming together to 50-50 around the 4 over mark. Since then, this partnership's been growing, and the chances have just gone down according to the supercomputers. 6 overs down. Well, if you get 2 a ball from here, you get 101, and that's a pretty good score based on what we've seen this series. But I mean, the thing is, you're going to have to deal with this guy. This is Kayomir, who's going to have 2 overs in this last 4. He's normally a pretty good death bowler, and also still we haven't seen Mushtaba. Let's see if they do bowl him perhaps in the 8th. But I'm curious they haven't used him so far. Maybe that's because of the left-handed Farouk Ahmed at the crease. Here's Mia with his first ball.
Nice looking shot, cut away, and a lot of work to be done there for the fielder. He is not going to get there. What a delightful shot that is. And it just again shows that if you are prepared to wait, stand still, and time the ball and find the gaps, it's a far better option.
Well, that means that Arif Hussain, after a start which was pretty snail-like, he's now back above a run of ball. So he has gotten going. This partnership just had big problems breaking this, haven't they? Had their chances occasionally, Umyot.
Better ball. Doesn't give Hossein as much room.
And Mia is so interesting as a bowler because he was almost unhittable earlier in the week when he had it just right, bowling that offside channel wide, but not so wide that it was called a wide. I think lately he's been a little bit too straight. I think his initial plan was good and they set the field accordingly.
And, this one is called a wide. And Mia, he's not too sure. He looks back at the keeper to get some response, but it doesn't matter. I think that's a good call. Yeah, just catching some of it as it goes through.
Yeah, I agree to disagree on that one. I thought that one has snuck inside when it passed the crease. The other thing is they've got the 5-4 field instead of the 6-3 field to him at the moment.
Dot ball. These two have now
Bob.
put on the 50 partnership between themselves. Came together with that first wicket fell at 8. That was Razim Imtiaz. Well, he seems the one who's missed out. He was out for a 2-ball duck.
Yeah, see, they've got the 5 on the offside, 4 on the leg, as opposed to what they did before is they had an extra fielder on the offside to him earlier in the week, and it got the batters consciously thinking to hit balls to the leg side no matter what, and they were missing a lot more. I think that was a good field. They've gone away from it though.
It's been hit up in the air, and Pradeep Singh this time makes no mistake, so they get Hossein on 21 of 23 deliveries, trying to hit over the top. It was the right shot to play, but this time he doesn't get the timing right, and Pradeep Singh, this was a far easier opportunity than the one he put down earlier. It takes a comfortable catch, so with two batters, they did make a 50 partnership together, but it has been broken. A key time to get a wicket, so it's Mia, the man who comes on and gets the breakthrough.
Yeah, and look, the thing there, I think it was the correct shot to play, but he just doesn't execute it. There's a gap over Pradeep if he had got it over him, but he just mishits it and doesn't clear him. So nice catch taken. I suppose that's going to give Pradeep a bit of confidence as well after putting one down earlier that was a bit tougher. So 58 for 2. And so Farouk Ahmed still there. That's the key. And he's been joined by Qausar Ahmed now. It's coming out number 4. Pardon me, it's not Qausar Ahmed. That is Sharaf Sarkar coming out at number 4. So yeah, another good player. Another good spinner actually. So he's getting ready. We've got a third of the innings remaining. It's probably good to get Hossein when they did, because it was just starting to look dangerous, wasn't it?
Yeah, Sarkar is interesting. If I was setting the batting order for the Tigers, Sarkar would be my opener.
Okay.
Because he plays normally so correct. This is not going to be his type of innings. He's not the batter to go out and try and hit big straight away. It's not the way he plays. This one goes down to third man. He gets off the mark straight away. He plays, I think he's the best stroke player that we've seen here in Stockholm. I think the way he plays, especially outside the off stump, he has played some blistering shots on the offside. His timing's been epic, and yeah, he's good to watch. But that's why for me he's the opener. He's not a blaster. He's not a big hitter, but he will stroke the ball around beautifully.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Yeah, let's see how he bowls to the left-hander now. Been a pretty good over, all things considered. Just conceding 6.
Hit hard and gone to the boundary. The fielder, he's not that far away from it, but he knows he can't get there. And he's a little bit critical of the bowler, saying, "What are you doing bowling there? You know you shouldn't be bowling there." That's Amir Hosseini. Well, he gives the dialogue back to the bowler first, and then he's going to go get the ball.
Yeah, I don't know who he's directing that to, but no one was ever going to stop that. Again, Mia just gets it wrong to the left-hander. It needs to get it wider to him. That's the end of the over. The score 63 for 2 after 7. And this is where we are. It's our final day of group matches, Group B matches to be specific. We'll know by the end of the day exactly which of those 4 teams will join the 4 teams from Group A in the quarterfinals tomorrow. Of course, Albi Zalmi, Bachirka, Linköping, and Indiska. They are the 4 teams in that order. That's how they finished in Group A. So if you finish 4th in Group B, you play the top team in Group A and so on. If you finish 3rd, you play the 2nd team in Group A. Now we are going to see some spin. Tahir Mushtaba is coming out in the 8th. Potentially could bowl the 8th and the 10th. He's going to bowl to Sarkar first up, the right-hander.
And this one surely has to... Will it be a wide or a no ball? Which one? Well, it's been called a wide.
It drops a lot. Yeah, it actually bounces before the stumps. That tells me that it's come down a long way. Let's have a look. Yeah, that's fine. Not fine, but it's only a wide. And now this next one's a hanger as well, and it's going to go out of the ground. Maximal, 6 runs. And Mushtaba not finding his length first up. This one is a bit of a present, isn't it? And Saka says, yes, please. He baseballs that one out of the ground.
Look, he's done this now, I think, the last 3 times we've seen him come on to bowl. If I were him, I'd be saying to myself, okay, if that's the thing, if that's the pressure on my mind, the first couple of balls, just bowl them flat. Just get into a rhythm before you start flanking it up. I mean, the one before he got away with was a filthy full toss or down the leg side. This is a better length, and keeper does well.
That's a better ball, isn't it?
Yeah, that's where he's got to be.
Yeah, it's hard to... I always find it hard to get in the mindset of leg spinners because it's such a difficult art. You know, and sometimes they come out well, sometimes they don't. That's what makes bowlers that can do it consistently so valuable.
In the air, and there's nobody in that position. So we'll go to the man who's patrolling and sweeping the boundary.
It's good length again, isn't it? This will be interesting, though, because one of my theories about why Mushtaba hasn't come on yet is because they were a bit nervous bowling him to a left-hander where it's turning into him.
Yeah.
This is where, if you're a leg spinner, if you do have like a top spinner or a wrong-un that can go away from a left-hander, you become a lot more dangerous. He's going to go around the wicket, is he?
Yeah.
Okay.
So he's going to be, I suppose, he's got to be trying to angle this and fire it into the pads. Played away to one of the fielders. Pradeep Singh will do the fielding out there at long on.
It's a bit of a risky strategy around the wicket to the left-hander because it doesn't make it really easy to go into that power zone on the leg side. But if you are going to do it, you need to push the ball wider of the off stump, and that's what he does on that occasion. Gets away with just a single.
Saka will be trying to give himself room to play the offside. Well, slices it in the air and an opportunity, but that's a very good stop there from Sohail Adnan. And he keeps it to the one. Well, he does for now. There is some backing up. Good stop because he makes the dive to go for the catch. And when he knows that the dive or the catch is not on, he then makes sure the ball is not getting past. And look at that. He smothers that so well.
Really good fielding to block that. And actually, I think Farooq Ahmed's lucky that Saka noticed that he did still have the ball in his possession. He turns down the second run just a single.
And it's going to be Sohail Adnan once again in the action. And this is clever bowling. It's a good finish from Mushtaba because he knows that Ahmed is looking to hit the ball on the onside. So he bowls his fairly wide. It probably would have been called a wide if he hadn't played the shot. But he draws him into the shot, gets a single.
8 overs down, 74 for 2. Mushtaba being used as a sixth bowler. I mean, nothing against Manavalan, but I probably would have gone to Mushtaba first and seen at least how they were coming out.
Yeah.
Now you got 2 overs left. Probably Tapek Raza gets one of them. Be tempted to stick with Mushtaba as well, or
Mia. You got
Mia to come back for the last. Yeah, so maybe Mushtaba, that's the only over he'll get.
I think it was worth a try, but certainly I would have tried it earlier. You just never know how it's gonna go. There was a partnership there, wasn't there? A 50-run partnership between Farooq Ahmed and Arif Hussain. That probably would have been the time to try Mushtaba because Hussain took a while to get himself in.
And Mushtaba went essentially for 7 off his first ball, but he's just only conceded 4 of his last 5. That's why I think he's just getting into it, and now probably won't see him again.
Short, Gandhi, but this one has taken off the surface as well. Oh, that was a feisty one to deal with for Fahad Jeffrey. Have a look at this. It's hit pretty hard. He was always going to struggle to stop it. Well, watch the bounce. It just takes off.
It's a proper Tortuga, isn't it? And that one gets really big on Jaffrey. That would have hurt. The other thing is, though, Tapek is going round the wicket, and I think that Farooq's loving it. He's just stepping across with immunity. He knows he can only have 2 fielders in that zone to the top left of screen.
Times hit towards Mushtaba. He gets the throw in pretty quickly. Take the single. That's a good result at the moment to try and keep the hard-hitting captain Farooq Ahmed off strike.
They're on 95 pace now. I still think they'll fancy themselves to have a chance if they are chasing something in double digits. They don't want it over 100. Saka face up now.
They're making a change in the field, so they're bringing mid-wicket back into the circle. I think that's to have that man out on the offside. Nice shot, hit nice and straight, but Sohail Adnan is very quick, very nimble on his feet, gets there quickly. Hasn't he played a good part in the field here? Saved some runs, hasn't he?
He's a very good anticipator.
Yeah.
I think he makes these subtle movements based on the way the batter's shaping up to hit it. And that one did look like it was going straight. He was there, step ahead, and that's why he cuts it off. Farouk, though, it's time to push the go button, and over and a half to go. It's on 43 off 21. He's batted so well, hasn't he? Stepping across and whacking this over the leg side, I think.
Well, he hits it down the leg side, and it's one bounce, 4 runs. It ends up being a full toss, and it was just still too close to his body. He's trying to get this wide off him. That's the plan, but he doesn't miss out on this one. Hits it fairly well. 4 more runs. You see, they've got that man inside the circle. What they're trying to do is they've got the long on very straight to the left-hander, and that's who will Adnan, and then got Pradeep Singh in the circle. But any hits like this will go over him and to the boundary, and that is the danger. Well, watch out, Fletch. There's another one coming your way. Here he comes. He says, no worries, I'm ready for action today. And a round of applause also for the captain, Farouk Ahmed, because this boundary, well, he puts it in the shed, but not before he's got 50 to his name.
Yeah, Tapik will be disappointed with this over because he's pretty much serving them up on a platter for him, giving him those full tosses. And at the moment, Farouk Ahmed, he is eating them up, isn't he? Now we will see the mid-wicket go back. Let's see what the adjustment is.
Oh, this one. Oh, he gets away with it. He's going to have to hustle to get back. Here comes the throw, and is he looking? Well, so he'll add that, as you'd expect. He's on it straight away. They're not going to get another. And I reckon Fletch wants to change houses. He's saying this house is no good. It is in the firing line. I want a new one. And,
I do think that property, I think it would be, certainly the property value of it would be declining when the prospective buyers found out how many cricket balls sail into it. But that's been in the hot spot, hasn't it? So 89 for 2 after 9. Let's see if they can get the 11 they need off this over. So interestingly, they are going to go back to Mushtar, but there we go. That's Fletch, and he's just got some prospective buyers for the property, and he's saying, look, it's in good condition. We've been doing it up recently. We put in a new kitchen. And they're saying, look, we've seen enough. We've seen how many cricket balls are flying towards it.
We're out of it. He said the yellow tents are much better. They're safer. Red is for danger.
Problems with the noisy neighbours as well, probably, around there.
Interesting. This is this is a risk.
I don't mind it, though, because if you're just going to talk about pace versus spin, Farouk Ahmed has taken pace apart, and he's just had a bit less of a great time against the leg spinner.
Mir's one over went for 10, and it's just the one over. So, interesting. I think Ahmed knows this will be bowled wide, so I'd suspect he's going to be making a move pretty early.
Yeah.
Once again, congratulations to him. Both Badaya, Farouk Ahmed, no apni 50 Benali, 51 of 24. Here we go. It is wide, and he hits this pretty well. Balle. Well, Farouk Ahmed says, you're all right, don't worry, Fletch. I'll go for the white tent this time. And now he has the scorers scarpering all over the place. Well, he's the danger man.
That was just a good shot. It was just a really, really good shot. Back to live action.
And now he goes to try and pierce the field. Pradeep Singh does well. They don't try and take the 2.
Interesting field because they had all 5 of their outfielders back on the leg side, and all 4 on the offside were in the circle. So they're really making an effort to protect that leg side boundary, but you can't protect it if the ball goes over, which is exactly what happened first ball of the over.
I think they should have gone 2 there. I think Sarkar should have been the one who allowed the captain to go back and strike at the loss of his wicket. And this one, you see, that's the example I want to talk about with the bat at Sarkar. He is not good on the pads on his legs. He plays predominantly the offside.
So have a look at this field. You can see all 4 on the offside are coming up, and on the left of the screen, all 5 of those are on the outfield. You don't see that very often.
Well, if you're going to bowl it there, you can put as many as you want on the line because it's going to be going over them. You might as well put them on the other side of the fence because that's where this ball ends up. It's a Gundy ball, and it's been thrashed over the fence. Here we go. 1 bounce over it goes. Boom. Thank you very much. 6 more. What an innings it's been.
I think the issue now is you're so late in the innings that Farouk Ahmed just doesn't care. He doesn't care about taking on the outfielders. He's going to go for it. If you were to do this in the middle of the innings, then he's probably a bit more likely to be a bit careful and perhaps not take them on because he doesn't want to get out. But right now, he's got immunity. 103 now for 2. The 100 has come up with 2 balls remaining. It's going to be a lot of runs to chase for Umia.
You know there's danger because even Fletch is out of the tent. He said, I'm not going in there yet. Says, I want to be where I can see it. Oh, this is hit firmly straight. And once again, you saw Mujaba going for it wide.
It's a better ball, though. It's a better ball. I think the odds are the ones that are tossed up are leaving the ground less frequently.
Yeah.
So last ball coming up, Saka. Let's add a few to the total, 104 plus this.
Well, that'll be 6 of them. It's a full toss. It's Gandhi. It goes all the way. Shaba, manos arriba, Mitro. Porque eso es 6 carreras. It's another Gandhi ball, and the Gandhi ball gets put away from a Maximo. It will be 110 from the Stockholm Tigers. They've equaled the highest score that has been scored in this group so far. 110. We saw scored yesterday by Marshta. 110. And it's a game about partnerships, isn't it? It didn't start very well with Imtiaz going early, but he saw a good partnership between Farouk Ahmed and Arif Hussain. And now that other one there by Ahmed once more, who's unbeaten on 65 of 28. And a good partnership between him and Shurav Saka, who was 17 not out of 8.
Geez, that was a good innings, wasn't it? 65. It's 65 the best runs you'll ever see. As we saw early, he was on from the first over, wasn't he? The way he took Adnan out over the leg side. An early highlight, though, for the opening bowler, as he was able to grasp that one-handed to take care of Raz Imtiaz. Then Hussain came to the crease. Arif Hussain just struggled to get going, but the captain, he had no such struggles, and he looked really good. I think a couple of times you would say maybe they weren't flexible enough with their bowling lineup, as they couldn't really bowl out Mia at the end. They decided to go with the spin, and a couple of chances to get that second wicket. They just couldn't get it. They couldn't break this partnership, and before you knew it, the Tigers, they were out of the cage, and they would post 110 in his first innings of the day.
Yeah, Pradeep Singh there, not able to take that catch, but we did say that it was a risky move going for the spin at the end, the last over, and it ended up being the most expensive over of the match. So here Mujtaba, he did go magical in that one, went for 21, and I think that's just an error there from the captain. Probably should have gone with Mia. Hindsight, he hopes he does, but there was a catch taken by Pradeep Singh, but that did bring out another good batter out there, Saka. We know that he's a talented player, and if you bowl bad balls to good batters, they are going to punish you, and that's exactly what you saw happen. This was a fantastic effort from Sohail Adnan, just diving through the air. He does get a hand to it, but the most important thing was he smothers it and stops it going over the boundary. So there was some good fielding, but there was some bad bowling, you have to say. Full toss there, put in that gap, and it was twice. Well, there's a fielder getting a hand to it. He said, that's too spicy for me. And Fred saying, well, it's a little bit too spicy for me as well. Well, he didn't hurt his hands that much because he was able to applaud the 50. That was Rizzi Huck, who took an injury before he even went out to the field of play. And saw quite a few balls ending up on the other side of the fence. So they say the grass is greener on the other side of the fence. Well, this Kookaburra certainly did like it on the other side. And it spent a lot of time there, courtesy of some great hitting from the captain, Farouk Ahmed. What a lovely knock it was from him. He was in the mood to party early this morning, and they certainly wanted to let off a few fireworks, and he certainly did. 65 of 28, and that was after Imtiaz, who's normally been pretty consistent, went for a duck, and he was supported fairly well there by Hussain. I think that was the other way around. I think Ahmed supported Hussain, just got him to calm down a little. Hussain gained less than run a ball, but when you got a captain who was hitting it so well, it didn't really matter. And then Saka came in there in the end and scored 21 as well. The bowlers, well, there was pain, wasn't there, for the spinner. Mujtaba came on to bowl the last, and it went for 21. Other than that, I don't think anybody bowled too bad. To Beak Raza, he went for 22. Didn't bowl at his best, but nobody was that horrendous, really. But it was just a consistent flow of runs. And then that last over, and remember the 9th over, at the end of it was 89. You thought they would struggle maybe to get to the 100, but in the end they eased past it, 110. And the win probability is stacked now in the favour of the Stockholm Tigers, 91 to 9% for Umeå. Umeå, they know what they've got to do. They've got to be positive. One issue that Umeå's batters have had is they haven't had good power plays. I mean, off the top of my head, the power plays yesterday was probably, I think, 14 and maybe 21 in the 2 matches they played yesterday. They've got to go bigger. They've got to be looking at 30 plus. Give themselves a good start. Don't lose too many wickets. and they will believe that they can get, well, it's a massive match for them, isn't it? These two matches, they do need to find a victory in one of them. This one, though, is looking, as the win predictor says, in favour of the Stockholm Tigers. 110 on the board thanks to a great half century from Farouk Ahmed. He's the 6th man to pass that landmark in this group, and they now need to try and defend that. Umeå, they need a win. They need 111 if they're to do it. Join me, Rico Full and Mr. Maximo, as we return in about 10 minutes' time for the conclusion of match number 37.
Hello and welcome back to Stockholm. Beautiful sunny Thursday morning, and we're ready for the second half of the first match of the day. It's match 37 between the Stockholm Tigers and Umeå. In the first half of the match, it was the Tigers batting first. They were asked to do so by Umeå skipper Majid Mustafa, who won the toss in this match, and Tigers certainly made a good fist of it, scoring 110 off their 10 overs. The majority of those runs were scored by the skipper Farouk Ahmed, who rattled pretty quick fire 65 off. So we are getting ready for the second half of this game. And Umeå, well, they've got nothing to lose here, really. They've got a free shot. I think they're chasing down these runs. 111, it's a lot of runs to get, but they do have some attacking players, and they'll know exactly what they need to do. I think particularly they will probably attack in the power play. They won't want to fall too far behind. You can see the skipper is out there. And then on striker's end, Majid Mustafa. He is opening up with Sahel Adnan. Sahel Adnan will take the first ball. So yeah, it's all about partnerships, and that's what the Tigers were able to do well. If Umeå can do the same, then they absolutely can chase these runs down. It's only 111, not 211. And they'll just need to have some consistent scoring overs. They won't want too many tight ones as we get ready for the start of this one. And don't forget, no Zafar Ullah in the lineup. So it will be Ashraful Alam to bowl the first over, and the first ball coming up as Adnan gets ready for action. 111 for victory. Umeå needing the 2 points. Signal of intent from Adnan, who swings and misses. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me in the commentary. Ice Cube is Rico Full, and Rico, I think you see from that shot that Umeå, they're going to have a swing at this.
They're going to have a swing. They're going to have a go for sure. Well, they have to. They know that their tournament life depends on the way these results go. Alarm. Slightly shorter this time, and they take the single, and well, this throw, oh, they're going to get a 2 here. Oh dear, well, that's a bonus run, straight from the start there. It was a little flick back from the bowler, but it was very ill-directed, and it goes in between. Look at this, it goes in between the slip and the keeper, and they both look at each other before they realise that one of them has to go and get it.
So, well, you need to make something happen. That's what they do. They manufacture a 2 out of a little defensive push. Anyway, no real damage on the scoreboard. And we'll get the chance to face up again. Pretty attacking field with the slip. Obviously seeking these early wickets.
Firmly struck, but it's straight to the fielder who, well, puts it down. It's hit him hard. Well, maybe it's dazzled him a little, because it's almost like he's had the uppercut from a ghost fighter that's caught him. I think he might have said he just catches him under the chin a bit. Ugh. His shades come off. It could have been his gum shield.
Well, maybe boom. Yeah, and then the thing is, if he'd picked it up, I think it whacks him in the collarbone. And then if he'd picked it up, he had a chance for a run out, and he couldn't even pick up the ball, even though it had stopped.
I tell you,
there go the sunglasses.
It was a sucker blow. He went weak at the knees.
That was a real slice of luck for Adnan. Because maybe he'll now feel that it's his day. That's one of the worst throws I've ever seen. I don't know if we got that on the replay.
I don't think the camera lens is wide enough to see where this bounces.
This is the fielder's one bouncer for the over. Look at this. So,
he does apologise.
Anyway, but yeah, I mean, Adnan, he's on borrowed time now, really, isn't he? Because he should have been gone. That would have just summed it up for him. Maybe he can make the most of the life.
Nicely played. Yeah, one thing, there'd be a real sort of contrast between these two batters. I mean, so Adnan, he's looking to hit big and hit the ball hard and crash it to all parts of the ground, whereas the captain is very different, Majid Mustafa. He is a talented stroke player. He never looks in too much, what's the word I'm looking for? Never looks in too much stress and too much for worry. He's not a warrior. He just plays casual, calm shots, takes it cool, and never gets flustered. That's the right word, flustered. He doesn't look flustered at any time. End of the first over, and they do finish on 7, but it could have been worse. It could have been a wicket down.
Yeah. Oh, look, so they've got a bit of a break there. Umeå, no other way to put it. So let's see if they can get on with it. I mean, they need a power play in the mid-30s, I think. So 7, it's okay. I think that they'll want to get a few more than that. Overs 2 and 3 present a real opportunity. like I said, with no Zafa'ullah in the lineup for the Tigers as well, they're a bowler short. And so Azif Fadush, he's going to bowl over number 2 into the side.
Goes for the Yorker length delivery. They're going to have to run quick here. That nice bit of fielding. Well, it's a bit of a collision here between the batter and the wicket keeper. Just see here, I think nobody's really to blame. They just both ended up in the same area, and there's a...
Didn't seem too bad live, did it? Because the batter just spots it and slows down to try and avoid any significant contact. You see, just kind of flicks the peak of his cap, it looked like, and maybe slight contact above the shoulder. Anyway, Jyoti, he seems all right. That's good news. He's always a really exciting player to watch behind the stumps. Mustafa facing up.
This one's too wide, and Jyoti does actually very well to... Not only does he stop it, but he stops it going through him as well.
It's a good stop. I mean, these are just basics. Getting down low, and even if that evades his hands, he's got the body behind it. You have to be a bit crazy to be a wicket keeper. You have to kind of enjoy getting hit by the ball. One of the things that I've noticed. And Jyoti's always willing to put his body on the line to stop those extra runs.
Yeah, Fadush decides he's not quite ready. Stops himself.
Got a question from Kurt in the chat about the power play, so we'll just explain that. Might do that in a second here.
They take the single again here. I always find this frustrating, Vinny, if we go back to that. They've got so many numbers, so many bodies there on the offside. These should not be singles.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Somebody has to be... I mean, when you've got so many players there, one of them has to be in because they've always been backed up by the others.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I think maybe they're just deciding they're happy to concede the single and want to cover more territory, trying to stop the boundary.
Firmly struck. And the man who had a few issues with the catch, there's no issues with the ground fielding because Ahmed.
So at the moment, we're in the power play. The first 3 overs is always the power play in these T10 matches, and only 2 outfielders are allowed, up to 2 outfielders. You can see one on the very left of screen and one top left of screen, and everybody else is in the circle. That's because we're in the 3-over power play at the moment.
Nice shot, but there is a sweeper out there, so it does get through the number of infielders.
Yeah, so after the 3rd over is finished, you're allowed up to 5 outfielders. So what the power play is all about, it's about trying to encourage batters to be more aggressive early. Where typically in cricket, you're a bit more conservative early in your innings. So it's a way to try and encourage them to go for more shots because they don't have to worry about so many fielders patrolling the boundary. When there's more outfielders, then you're more likely to, if you go for a 6, if you miss hit it, you can be caught. But now you can kind of go for 6s earlier. That's the idea anyway. Doesn't always work out, but it does make for an exciting phase of the game. Because normally, of course, you've got your best batters up the top of the lineup in this format.
Yeah. Yeah, it swings and roundabouts because likewise you also have normally your best bowlers bowling at the beginning. It's played out onto the onside. It'll be another single. And even though it's not picked up cleanly. But it's singles at the moment. Boundaries, they're finding them hard to come by. No boundaries yet at the moment. This has been the issue though, hasn't it, for Umia? They just haven't been able to get good power plays in. It's always been, I mean, very rarely have they got to 20 in the power play.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I think it's been the story all the way through for Umia. I think I showed a graphic yesterday that showed that they haven't lost too many wickets in the power play, but they also haven't scored too many runs. It shows that maybe being a little bit too conservative. You can see why they need the points here, Umia. But what I will say is this as well. If they don't win this game, they need to at least try and get as many runs as they can because the net run rate will be crucial. Assuming they win the next game, which is what they'll need to do, the net run rate will be a deciding factor, assuming the Mumbai Indians lose both their games this afternoon, which is no foregone conclusion. But that is the path to qualification for Umia. Here's Nazmul Hashan, who's come into the lineup. And he gets driven down the ground first up, just a single.
Well, it's another Swede with the lovely hair. He elects not to have the ponytail. He likes it loose. Well, look at that for a look.
That is some magnificent hair, isn't it?
Hashan. Well, I was going to say there's somebody running across the pitch, but it's Sam Williams. Oh, this one could be close. They're going to go upstairs here for this. Does he get himself back? Well, the batter seems to think, the captain, that he's made it.
I actually am not super sure he has the ball here. And we'll try and slow it down for you. Well, first, let me just see if he has the ball. Umpire's kind of in the way. You see how, to me, I don't think the ball hits the stumps. See if we can slow down. The moment the stumps are broken, I haven't even seen where the batter is yet because I'm only focusing on Hashan. You see, slow it down here. To me, I don't think there. I just think the ball's out of the hand when he breaks the stumps.
You think he's trying to push it on?
Yeah, I just think he's fumbled the ball on the way to the stumps. We'll have one more look at this. But, yeah.
It's difficult to see it all the way through, isn't it? That's
benefit of the doubt has to go to the batter here. If we're not sure if he has the ball. Okay, grabs the ball fine. And he definitely knocks the stumps over with his hands.
Yeah, difficult. Is he in what we're looking to see here, of course, folks, is the hand in contact with the ball at the moment the bails come off. Yeah,
and the other thing is the batter. Yeah, the batter, is he in or out? He might even be in. So it might be a kind of a moot point.
Yeah. I think the ball does make contact first, actually. When you look at it this angle, keep an eye. There's the ball. The ball does make contact first.
Maybe, but did the bails get knocked off by the ball? I'm not so sure. I don't think you can give that out on that evidence. And the other thing is the hand's got to be holding the ball if you're going to break the stumps with the hands.
No. It doesn't. Because think about it, if the ball's hit, if he's pushed it on, the ball is hitting the stumps, but the hand doesn't have to be touching it, does it?
Yeah, no, that's true. If the ball hits the stumps first, but does the ball dislodge the bails? I don't think that the contact. To be honest, I don't agree with this decision, and I'll tell you why. See here, okay.
Yeah, look, bail's off there. Bail is off.
Don't agree with that. I don't think the
bails. It's a tough call. I understand. I'm getting with you.
Yeah.
I would say that's a very, very tough one to call. You've got to be 100% sure.
The reason I don't agree with that is because when the bail is about to come off, maybe, but he pushes the stumps with his hand as the bail is kind of about to be dislodged. So I don't know. If I was batting, I'd think that was a bit of a stiff one, to be honest.
What do our viewers think? Shall we have a poll?
Yeah, we could.
Let's have a poll on that one. Let's have a poll.
Going to lose their first wicket here, 14 for 1.
Very, very close, and the angles probably weren't the best. But for me, looking at, and I had to look at it several times, for me, I could see the ball hitting the stumps and the bail just dislodging before the destruction happened. So that, for me, is enough.
That for me, I don't think the bail had been dislodged at the moment that the hand ruined the stumps.
So here comes Hashan. And this one's going to go over the fielder, is it? Oh, no, it doesn't. But it's another one that Ahmed is not able to hold on to. He's having a bit of a mare out there in the field today with the catching. Normally so good.
Yeah, normally. Did well to kind of read that one. And, yeah, I think he makes a good route to the ball. Just can't hold on. Does keep it in the field of play, though. Yeah,
Hashan is saying, sorry. Hashan is saying to him, see these on my face, these shades, put them on. Don't put them on top of your head. Put them on your eyes so it helps you.
It's a funny one. And the other thing is there's no real clear understanding across the rules of cricket or the laws of cricket about what it means for a bail to be dislodged. This one is dislodged from the field. I think it goes up and it goes out of the ground. Maximo. Well, maybe it's a blessing because Raza has come out. He's blasted his first ball out of the ground. Maybe he's the man that can take them to a memorable victory. There's a lot of runs to chase, but there's 6 of them they don't have to worry about.
Yeah, to beat Raza. He's been in good form for him. Yesterday he scored 21 or 15 in match number 34. But I think they need these two, Sohail Adnan and Raza, really to get good partnership going.
Yeah, so some people think the bail's dislodged once it's out of the groove. Some people think it's once it's no longer making contact with the stump. Yeah, it's a very interesting one. I should just mention that that was made from off the field, that call, after looking at all the replays. Obviously, the third umpire was satisfied that the stumps were broken by the ball, and that's what dislodged the bail. So anyway, pretty interesting power play. They do get 20, but just barely. Umia, they had 21 for 1 after 3.
Yeah, and the thing about that is the wicket that goes is the one man that can and is capable of batting through the innings. We saw that the other day when he batted all the way through and ended up with about 47 runs. So they're going to miss him. 46 or 35. He was there. I think he needed to put that sort of innings in here and then supported by the likes of Adnan and Tatbiq that are in there now. Well, this is what the The win probability has to say, Vinny, 94% to 6.
Yeah, it's giving them a chance, I suppose. Yeah, it's a funny one. And this is where it comes down to opinions as well. I mean, I think you and I both had different opinions, but they were both valid opinions on that run out, and that's why the opinion that matters, I guess, when it comes down to it, is that of the officials. And yeah, certainly was a tough one, I think, for the batter, but he's going to have to wear it, and someone else is going to have to do the job. And look, two very capable batters out there for Umyont now. So we head out of the power play and we head into the middle overs with 5 outfielders allowed from this point. And that run rate required, what do they need? They need 90 off 7 overs. So tick under 13 and over required. They really need a big over here. And this is a bowler that I like, actually. Risby Honky has 4 wickets in the tournament so far.
He's a lovely guy.
Yeah.
He really is. He's good personality as well. He flights this one up, and it's been sent out of here. It's a full toss. And Sohail Adnan says, yeah, I'll have some of that to get me in the groove. And it gets put away. It goes a long way. This one, well, this almost ends up hitting those floodlights.
Yeah, and so what is it with the leg spinners today? They've just had some trouble with harnessing gravity because they've been floating them up there. That was a really nice put away from Adnan. And now you get the opportunity to really go after Hoke. I think the first time, and when you get the first ball out of the screws, you got to put the pressure back on the bowler and be eyeing off a magical over here and getting your team back in the game.
That's better direction from Hoik. Gets this one outside the off stump. It's played down the ground for a single. So he says, well, okay, I've got a 6 and a single. Now over to you. And Tapik Raza will certainly have a go.
He will.
This one gets past Jotty. Be interesting to see if the batter had sneaked out of the crease here.
Maybe slightly. You see he knocks off the bails without
the
ball.
I think if he had the ball, the foot would have been in the air.
I agree. But he snatches at it to get that extra pace. That's why he misses the ball. That was probably a valid attempt.
The flatter one, Shahs will catch it, and it will be taken this time. Well, third time lucky for Kaysar Ahmed, and this was probably the more difficult of all the three, but he's got a big smile on his face here now. And that fielder, well, he's smiling and laughing more than anyone else. That's Hafal Alam, because he knows that he's had his issues. He's trying to hit this almightily hard. It goes a long way up, but it finds the fielder, and it's a good catch from Kaysar Ahmed.
Third time's the charm, isn't it, for Kauza? He gets a little cuddle for his trouble. And Umyont, unfortunately for them, they lose Tapik, and that's the second wicket to fall, 28 for 2.
Yeah, Tapik, I think he just knew that, as you said, Vinny, this was the one you had to try and attack, get a magical over here, get that rate down a little bit. Certainly helps your cause. Hit it pretty well, but you see there, head goes up in the air. And once your head goes up, that ball follows. So, okay, gets the wicket. Well done to him.
Yeah, Hawk catches win matches. Put a couple down, but that third one doing the trick. And yeah, you can't really blame Tapik for going after it. There was a gap behind that fielder, but he just hit it too high, not far enough. Hawk with a wicket.
Oh, edge, and it gets stopped by the third man. I'm not even sure you can call him a third man. It's like a gully. Gets past Jotty. Difficult one. But, after the first loosener, that was pumped for 6. Hawk has come back well. It's well bowled. That's the quicker one. Clever delivery. Sort of darts this one in. End of the over. And well bowled. Well bowled indeed. And it ends up being, well, it stays on 28. 28 for 2. Umia have got a lot of work to do.
Yeah,
hello to everybody.
They sure
welcome.
Do. Well, not just this game, but the next game as well. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me is Rico Full. And I was just saying in the chat, differing opinions. And this is one of those things. I mean, I can understand the decision, even if I don't agree with it. We're talking about the fact that people have opinions, and the opinion of the official was that the ball does make contact with the stump, the bail comes off, and that's why the decision's made. And that's sometimes you have to just agree to disagree about things. But at least I could understand why the decision is made. I think it's more frustrating when there's a decision that you have no idea about the logic behind it. That always frustrated me as a player. But anyway, thanks everyone for giving us your opinions in the chat, because they matter to us, and we'd love to hear you guys say your piece. Here's some more spin with Shanawaz Rahman coming in.
And he's going to find his first ball out of the ground as well. Big hit, 6 runs. And, well, all the spinners today, the first ball has been sent out of here. Well, I tell you what, I wish those clouds would be out of here, because they're dark and they look threatening.
Yeah, that one might have brought rain as well, because it threatens them. And look, Adnan, to me, there's a lot on him now. He's out there with Amir Hussaini, who's another attacking player. So at least Umiyurt, they're not being too conservative in this chase. I know they've lost a couple of wickets.
It's been much better, hasn't it?
Yeah, along the way, but they have that in hand. That's why I think they benefit from knowing the target.
This time, like in the last over, well, they're going to have to hustle here. I think the opportunity was there, and you can see from the throw, they definitely would have made it.
Yeah, for sure. Look, I will say hello to Kurt once again. Thanks for joining us. Let us know where you're watching from, Kurt. And also to Maiden Waters, who's watching from Australia. Nice to see you, as always. And I see that Lincoln Beggs is watching. Let us know where you're watching from as well. We love to get a handle on who's watching us and from where. This one will just be a single ultimately. Yeah, so Umiyurt have to just try and find a way to stay at the rate or die trying here. They'd want to be 55 after this over. At least they want to push well into the 40s by the halfway point.
This is being just played out onto the off. And take another single. Once again, need somebody backing it up. Yeah, some threatening clouds starting to come over. Yeah, you can see them there. So we've got this bit of clear blue sky above us at the moment. But that's what's coming from the right, and it looks a little threatening. Once again, it's sort of a mishit from Hussaini. You can see I think he's come in there with the intent to just go and hit everything big, but sometimes that backfires a little because your timing goes out.
Yeah, true. I'll say hello to Rahel Khan. He says he's watching from Stockholm. I've just asked everyone, where are you watching from in the world?
Bit wider and work to be done by the field. Oh, that's not good. Just sticks out a foot there, and that's not the way to do it. And, well, Fletch came out of his little hole. It's like a bear who's trying to hibernate, but he keeps getting disturbed.
It's like when you have a neighbour and there's a bit of a kerfuffle in the front lawn, and Fletch just comes out and has a little bit of a peek and says, all right, let's keep it down out there. I'm trying to listen to my tunes.
I'm waiting for the for sale sign to go outside. Can we make one up, for sale?
42 for 2 at the 5th over. Well, they do get into the 40s.
Can you imagine that, for sale? Nice, quiet, peaceful area.
Well, the thing is,
no noisy neighbours.
50 weeks a year. You don't have the ECS tearing it up, but you do here a couple of weeks of the year in Stockholm. 42 for 2 halfway. They're going to need a fair few in the second half. 69.
What are we at with the rate here?
69, so 13.8.
Just under 14, yeah.
But, I mean, one big over can change everything. That wasn't a good effort, really, from Causa in the field. Now he gets the ball in his hand. That's with a wide.
Yeah, it wasn't. I mean, he's got 1 off 3 catches so far. That's a lazy effort for a talented player. Let's try and make up for it with the ball. And it's been hit toe end of the bat. It's partially stopped, but will only be a single. Once again, see Hussaini just not getting the timing into his shots, but he gets a single. So I think it's a lot now, depending on Soho and Adnan. He knows that one big over can make a difference in this match. Got to get themselves back in this. And how wide is this? Well, wide enough to be called, says the ump.
That'll help. Yeah, once again, to be at the rate they need to be 66 after this over. They won't get there probably this over, but at least they need to make a bit of ground towards it. And they'd love to be kind of high 50s, I think.
So hit nice and straight. The man with the funky shoes comes along and makes his stop. Talking of funky shoes, yours are quite funky. That's Farouk Ahmed, the captain. What a good day he's had.
There's a few of them with the yellow shoes.
Yellow.
I might need to get a pair of those, because I think we've counted 3 or 4 of them with the yellow shoes in this series, the Tigers, with a little tiger print on the bottom as well.
Good ball. That's a really good ball. And he's been bowling. I tell you why this is so good. Up until now, he's been keeping the ball wide. Okay, so the batter's now thinking, okay, I'm going to make some room for myself. And then he darts this one full straight Yorker. And he knocks him over. So that's clever bit of bowling from Ahmed. And he gets Hussaini, who really couldn't get into the rhythm today.
Yeah, no, he couldn't. And, well, I could see this one coming a mile off. When he made that much room, he was going to have trouble reaching a ball, even though it's on the stumps. And Causa, he rattles the furniture. And that is the third wicket down for Umyot. They're 46 for 3. And I just noticed that Kurt said he's watching from Virginia in the USA. Said he really needs to go to sleep because it's 4:15 in the morning. Well, that's a great time to watch cricket. Any time's a great time to watch cricket. I know there's cricket on all hours of the day these days, isn't there?
Yeah, there is. Listen, I just keep looking at you, and I kept on thinking you're reminding me of something, and it's come to me now.
I know what you're going to say.
You know what I'm going to say? It's a fast food
yes,
character
I know exactly
that used to do some TV commercials.
Yeah, I'm aware. They don't give us any money, so I'm not going to say them.
No, that's why I said fast food.
Fast food. Baron. And it's not the Colonel. Yeah, okay, I'll do this. I know some people are interested. Yes, I do look like
here's
somebody.
Here's a leg.
Because I know, because you got the.
There you go.
You got these ones on. I
Hey,
know.
watch me cables. You're getting stiffer by the day. What's the matter with you?
Enough's enough. Thought you'd appreciate it. It's kind of the Spanish colours alternated.
I do. I do like. I was saying to you yesterday, wasn't I? I have a good combination for you with your yellow shoes and the red. I think that looked really nice as well.
Yeah, you suggested it. So what are you talking about? 6 overs down.
I didn't know you were going to wear that suit.
48 for 3 at the end of 6. So, again, that run rate spiralling out of control a little bit. Or maybe more than a little bit even as Umyot. Like I said, if they don't quite pull this chase off, it's still important they get as close as they can because their route to qualifying will rely on their net run rate then for sure if they win the next game.
Yeah.
So this margin matters for them.
Yeah. Oh, here comes the man with the hair. I mean, it's the hair. He's got the headgear as well. Then the shades. He's really. I mean, look at that look. That's
80s rockers.
Yeah, he's a real hippie look about him.
Get them. I know that Imtiaz is pretty good on the guitar. I'd like to see Hashan with the guitar rocking out. Anyway, 7th overtime.
Firmly struck, and the fielder's got work to do, and he's not able to stop it. He sort of, I think, panics a bit here. Does alarm. I think he should have allowed the ball to come to him rather than him attack it. But good firm strike. Ball's bubbling around. You see here, he just needs to stay still.
Yeah, look, to be fair, he tries to do everything right. He tries to get down and block it with his body if he's not going to get it with his hands whilst travelling. So Adnan, a one-man band at the moment, he moves to 34.
John gets this one in right. He's been unlucky, actually. He could have had a wicket. Catch was dropped by Kosar Ahmed in his first over. But, yeah, look at that look.
We've got Zafarullah is in the chat at the moment. I know he's not playing today.
Yeah.
He's saying he's the Johnny Depp of our team. Well, don't know if you want to be Johnny Depp quite at the moment. But, he certainly is a bit of a rock star, isn't he?
Yeah, Nazmul. Nice to see the sun is still with us. Oh, this one is well bowled.
Got a bit of a who's who in the chat at the moment. We've got Zafarullah in there. We've also got a couple of the Romanian national team. Ramesh Satheesan in there and Taranjeet Singh. Hello to you guys. It's great to have you with us. Rahul Khan from Albies Army. I'm sure he'll be watching pretty closely because they'll be back tomorrow in the quarterfinals.
Yeah. Hello, gentlemen. Hello to everybody. Drags this out to the man at square. I think on the whole, you have to say I continue to be impressed by these Stockholm Tigers. I like what they do with the bat. They seem to have a plan of action. And with the ball, I like the field set. I mean, in this one, like I said, I would have somebody, I was saying earlier, I'd like to have somebody in just to stop that easy single. But, of course, singles don't hurt them. They're not worried about the singles. The only thing that can take this match away from them right from the beginning was boundaries. They've set a good field. And the most important thing is the bowlers in general bowl to it.
Look at this. So this is probably the replay I want to see. Look at the way he just flicks his hair like it's nothing. I'm so jealous. And the headband, everything. I like everything about it. Last ball of the over. I wish he had more overs. And it'll be a single just knocked away in the infield. So Adnan retains the strike. He moves to 36. The score is 55 for 3.
Yeah. I suppose the only thing that's missing is he's not wearing the bright yellow pumps. If he was wearing those as well, he really would look the part, wouldn't he? Yeah, he's plenty of energy as well from him. He's gonna come and field at. Looks like he's going to go long on. Well, this is what we got coming up.
Here's
next.
the good news.
Same two teams again.
Well,
We can see him again.
Yeah, Hashan is down listed at number 10, but we'll probably see him featuring with the ball. See Saim Chowdhury into the lineup in that match. And Umiot, this is going to be a must-win for them in match number 38 if they're going to have any chance of qualifying for tomorrow. So it's basically their final, because it looks like they're falling off the pace here as we see Fadush coming into bowl over number 8.
Strikes it well. But mid-wicket, Rahman, no issues. Says, I'll give it a shine for you before I give it back to you. The bowler says that's very kind. Fadush.
I want to say big hello to Phil G, who's just popped in, saying hello. We'll be in the Czech Republic, which is where Phil is from. We'll be there next week for a 2-week series.
Struck firm this time. Well, it's a kind bounce this time for the fielder.
Much more friendly, that bounce. It's Maiden Waters saying, show the hair whilst you still have it. Yeah, those days are long gone for me. Hey, you've got the kind of hair you can flick around a little bit sometimes, Rico.
Yeah, I'm growing mine. I'm gonna go Swedish look. Maybe get the old ponytail again. It's almost there.
Yeah, maybe I need to go for the ponytail look.
What, extensions? You haven't even got anything to put extensions on. Talk about extensions. This one's been extended, and it's going to be 1 bounce, 4 runs. And they're interestingly enough, the fielder that's been there all the time has moved. I don't know why he moved. Well, maybe that man in there has moved as well. Hello, hello, anybody in? You've got some buys.
Can we have our ball back? I said that a few times when I was growing up. There's Fletch. He's pumped back, but yeah, nice shot. Good batting. Just stand still, hit through the line. You can't be too concerned about dismissal now.
Yeah.
Almost goes all the way. The fielder was hunting it. Just couldn't quite get around in time. Adnan, he's batted well. He's on 41.
And clever.
Yep.
Well done from Adnan. He'll take the wide. And good work also from Georgie behind the stumps. Good stop from him.
This is why, I mean, some people will say in some other forms of cricket this isn't a wide, but I think it is. I mean, otherwise it's just going to encourage bowling that's defensive and spearing into the pads. I think if you have the risk of the batter moving across and if it misses leg stump, it's a wide, then you're less likely to have those kind of tactics, those defensive tactics as a bowler.
This one, I think it's, for me, that one was probably okay. It's been stopped. Good work from the fielder. The umpire still hasn't given any signal. Let's see what it's going to be. Oh, he does call it a wide.
I think this probably is a wide. It swings just before the line, I think. Yeah. Umpire's call on that one.
So, well, that's going to be, what's that then? That's a wide and they ran 2?
3 wides. Yeah, 3 wides.
3 wides.
Wasn't a problem with the stop, I don't think. Yeah, he seemed.
I'm not sure what they're checking. I suppose they're just checking.
Maybe they're checking the boundary stop, but it seemed very clean. I think they've said it's okay. Yeah, so that will be 3 because he kicks it clean. It was before the line. No problems there.
Fadush attacks the stumps. That's a firm shot. And slight misfield from, you see, take the cap off. You can't do the fielding with the cap on. Hashan there, Nazmal Hashan. Everybody wants to see the here. As our viewers say, show it while you got it. Yeah, agree.
So, a couple more balls for Fadush. Doesn't have a wicket yet. He's bowled pretty well.
That's well bowled. Bangs this one in a little bit shorter. He knows that the batter, Mia, is looking for the pitched up delivery that can hit straight over long on or long off.
Yeah, so last ball of this over coming up. Adnan, let's see if he can get to his half century. And you know, the Umiot, they'll be chasing once again in their final group match, which could be their final match if they don't get the result.
But, once again, he's gone down the leg side. And some more dandy footwork, this time from Mia. Says, yeah, I'll take another ball, no problems.
Yeah, he will. It is fancy footwork. Cat and a hot tin roof kind of stuff. Mia can give it a whack as well. Hasn't really shown that so far in the few deliveries that he's faced. Let's see. If he can whack one away, last ball of the 8th.
Well, he does try. I think he's just going to get it over the infielder, but not past the incoming. Looks like that's Alarm that comes in. And this time he doesn't overrun it. End of the over. So the score moves on to 68. 3 wickets down. So once again, it looks like that Umeå are going to end up around about the sort of 80 score. That's the best they've been able to do. They haven't been able to go beyond that. That's why I was saying that really that's what they're going to be trying to restrict the Tigers to. And they'll be trying to do the same in the next match. Just have a quick scan of the bowling figures there. And nobody really been too expensive. Verdouche there, the most expensive there, courtesy of those couple of boundaries in that one. A few wides as well. But yeah, they've just been, they've stuck to the task and they've won it well. Done it well. You can't really say any more than that. As it looks like it's going to be Alarm to come back in. And somebody somewhere is very optimistic. An appeal.
Swing and a miss. Where are they going to end up here? I mean, maybe early 80s. And it's not a bad effort with a bat for Umeå. They've had their struggles sometimes, but I think the fact that things really got away from them late in that first innings has really hurt them. 36 came off the last 2 overs.
And this is it. Chuck the footy style. Mia goes. And Alarm, the opening bowler, comes back on to bowl this one. Bowl the 9th. And it does all happen in the 9th, you say sometimes, but at the moment it's wickets. And that is a boogie, oogie, woogie, kookaburra fire ball as it knocks them over. And Mia, as you said, we know that he can hit the ball pretty well. But again, it's just another one off the batters of Umeå. Just quite haven't performed to what they are capable of today.
Yeah, for sure. So it's a bit too much, too late, isn't it, required? But this is where, I know it seems like the game's a bit dead, but any runs that you can get here, if you're Umeå, they do help your chances of qualifying, because their only way to qualify now relies on their net run rate, and you don't want to take too much of a hit here. So you need to win the next game and then hope you have a better net run rate than a team that you're tied with on points. So yeah, you need to just treat it a bit like you're batting first here. Don't worry about the target too much. If you can get, say, 20 runs off these last 10 balls and finish on 88, that's a good result. Well bowled though by Ashraful Alam, and gets that one right on target. New batter is Pardeep Singh.
And he gets beaten with a beauty, short of a length, just a bit of movement away. Yeah, Singh, we've seen him a few times, haven't we? And he's certainly not demonstrated that he's a big hitter, but he can bat. And he can get a little mini partnership together here. Not too many balls, but like you say, it's all about where they finish. I think they'd love to try and get into the 80s. That certainly will help their cause. Another one that gets through, and Jyoti has tried twice to try and hit them, and he's missed them.
I'll take on a 10-pin bowling bet with him anytime, because he's rolled a couple of gutter balls here. No need to throw, but he does anyway, and then he realises he's missed by heaps, so he tries to do his own backing up. Stick to catching, Jyoti.
Yeah, I mean, both feet were inside the crease there, so I'm not really sure what he's seeing. Tidy from Alarm so far. No runs off the over. And this will be, well, it should have been one, but this is all about Adnan saying, nah, just give me the last over.
But then the thing with that is, well, you might as well absolutely instruct Pardeep to swing at this.
Yeah, Pardeep is not happy. You can see that.
And also because he's on 0, and no one likes getting ducks. So when you're on 0, you feel like you would just like a run. He said, well, you probably should have done that 2 balls ago, and that'd be Adnan's
More
opinion.
often than not, the next delivery when that happens is out. Let's see. Well, it's not going to be a run.
Because he wasn't going to get a run there unless it was a boundary. So
I don't like to see that, because, again, there's no reason why Adnan couldn't have got a single himself of that ball. So you're taking away 2 runs from yourself when runs can be key.
I'd agree with not running on the last ball, but the second last ball, probably, you back yourself to just knock a run up.
It's a maiden then.
Yeah. Is it?
Yeah, it's a maiden. There was no runs of it.
It's come out of nowhere. Well, Maiden Waters will be happy with that. And so, what a good performance that is. It is the end of the over.
So is that a wicket maiden?
For 4. Yeah, it's a wicket maiden. Wicket off the second delivery. So we'll go to the last. I mean, the strategy
could look back at that over. If they win the next match, they could look back at that over. That could be the one that could cost them the net run rate.
Depends what's going on, because
the whole strategy was based around Sahel Adnan facing this last over. And let's see if he can do anything with it. He's facing Rizvi Hoke. I want to say a quick hello to Ivan, who's watching from the UK. 6 balls left to go in this one.
Hits it in the air, and the fielder comes in, takes the catch. And, well, I know that Andrews will tell you, I called this before even that ball was even bowled. Even before the bowler was picked, I said it's going to be out. It's just the way it happens. Look at that. Hits it up in the air. And it just is not good cricket. It's not smart play. I mean, you're not going to win the match, but you should be looking to get enough runs on the ball.
Yeah,
there you go.
You called that as the bowler was running in. You already had your finger up.
Yeah.
But, look, I get the strategy. I don't agree with it not running off the second last ball. The last ball, yeah. And then I suppose he was always going to try and whack boundaries, and that's the cost of doing business. But still,
he's bad.
Stay positive with Adnan. He did hit 3 4s and 2 6s, and he held up their batting. The next highest score is 6. He scored 42 off 27 balls.
Yeah. Well, but I'm going to say well batted. He did bat well, and you just say if he had some support from one of the other batters, who knows? Well, this one certainly has grips the surface and spins big.
Maiden Waters, just acknowledging the maiden. Not many people are looking for maidens in T10 cricket, but Maiden Waters, she's certainly one that's always looking out. As we see now, Pardeep will get the chance to score a run.
And he does. He's going to score 4 of them. It was just a little bit too short. He decided, well, okay, if nobody's running, I just got to hit him. And that's a nice shot, actually. It wasn't that bad a delivery, but he gets his positioning spot on, goes right back into the crease.
I'm going to have a sliding doors moment. If Pardeep hits that single, then maybe he never gets that 4. Because the whole universe would have changed. So now maybe he has more runs because of that. So maybe he should thank.
Because the next ball would have been a single as well.
No, not necessarily. Well batted. Let's see if he's got another one in him.
He'd love one. And, well, he just waits for it. He's looking to try and maybe cut this in that gap between back.
If Sohail Adnan had hit the single last ball, he would have been hitting the ball better and probably would have hit the first ball for 6. And Pardeep never would have faced again.
They're in the 70s. There's still a couple of deliveries to go. There he goes for it. It's up in the air. Has he found the gap? No, he hasn't. It will be fielded there by Rahman, who gets the big sort of bowler action throw back to Hock.
Yeah, so it's going to be do or die stuff for Umya in the next match, which is coming up in around about 25 minutes. They'll need to win to stay alive in the tournament.
And this will be the dot. And that's the end of the innings. So they stay on 74 for 5. And there was some bright sparks in there. There was some acceleration, but really I think they were always going to be up against it. I think talking point, it certainly was a talking point between us and by a lot of our viewers, was that to run out Majid Mustafa. And if that had gone differently and that partnership between Sohail Adnan and Mustafa developed, who knows? And Tatbiq Raza came in to play some nice shots, couldn't really get going. But really, again, for me, is that power play. They need to try and get a better power play. Get 35 in the power play and everything can be different.
Yeah, well, Stockholm Tigers, they'll be happy to get a win because, remember, they won their first 3 games, lost their last 3, and then got back on the winner's circle here. But this was not a great start to the innings as far as Qasar Ahmed was concerned as that catch went down. Then we saw the world's most magnificent hair into the attack, Hashan. And it was a controversial one, but it was given out. And yeah, you're right, that was certainly a moment that Umya would have liked back. And of course, the drop to second one. He would get a chance to make up for it a bit later on. And really, Sohail Adnan, he was the man who was trying to carry this chase, but he couldn't do it all on his own, could he? In the end, the first innings, the score was too high. It was accumulated by the Tigers for Umya to chase down. And ultimately, the wickets would start tumbling. And Adnan, he was the only one really to survive what happened around him. Credit to the Tigers though, once again a successful defence for them. And I think for me, there's only one man in the match, has to be Farooq Ahmed. Jeez, he batted so well, 65 runs on his own. That's almost as many as the entire Umya side scored in their second innings.
Yeah, he did. He batted so well. Well, we saw there the day did get a bit better for Qasar Ahmed. He did take a catch eventually and then he did also get a wicket as well. But that was after the misfield from him. There was a misfield there as well. It was a tough one. But it did go through the fielder. And then this one, trying to keep it in. Well, they're knocking on the door again. And Fletch came out again to see what was going on. That was a good delivery from Alarm.
Thought I told you kids to stay out of my yard. That's what Fletcher's saying. Meanwhile, we saw Hope come in. Didn't get this wicket. This is late on. The game is long gone. It was all about trying to score as many as they could. Just try and help the net run rate. And, they've essentially got their grand final coming up as the Tigers run away with this one. Match 37, final result. It was 110 to 74. And coming up in around about 20 minutes, we'll be back, Rico. We'll be back with the second match of the day. And Umeå, they'll be hoping it's not their last. They are playing for their tournament lives. And they will be chasing again. Again, I don't mind them chasing. I still think that normally they have better performances batting second than batting first. But they're going to have to try and keep the bats of the Tigers quiet, particularly Farouk Ahmed, who was sensational in that first game of the day.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. I don't mind them chasing either. I think they were maybe didn't have the luck of the draw there. You saw one, especially that wicket of their captain, Majid Mustafa. Could have gone either way. It went against them, and I think without him there, without that support at the top, then Sohan Adna had to do it solo, as you see there in the scorecard. 42 of 27. It was a good knock from him. You can't take that away from him. But like you said, he can't do it on his own. I think the likes of Mustafa and Tatbiq Raza, they will have to perform. For one man that's underperformed now, I would say in the last 3, maybe 4 innings he's had, is Umair Hussaini. He's a much better bat than that. Yeah. Maybe he's one that you can say, look, you're not performing coming in for sort of 4 and 5. Well, open with him. Maybe send him up there. Just keep up there with the captain. Yeah, maybe Adnan, just give him a little breather after that knock and get him in coming in number 3. But they've got to try something.
Hoke's got a good series. That's 6 wickets he's got in the series now. 2 for 13. Best of the bowlers for me. But Ashful Alam, well, maybe you can make a case for him as well. He bowled a maiden in there. 1 for 7. That's thanks to a couple of runs getting refused at the end of his over. But still, he did take it. And Kauser Ahmed chipped in with a wicket as well. Pretty good team performance, all things considered. Shahnawas Rahman, a little bit expensive, but I mean, everyone else in single-digit economy, and that's a good defensive effort from the Tigers. They are the master defenders, don't forget. Rico, we talked about Umeå. They like chasing, but the Tigers, they love defending. Remember, they defended 62 the other day, which was a new ECN record. They had no problems defending 110. Margin of victory, 36 runs. We'll be back in 20 minutes, and when we do, it will be Umeå playing for their tournament lives. The Tigers, once again, they'll be batting first. Hopefully we have your company then. And keep those comments and questions coming in the live chat. I'll get onto those in a second. But for now, this is Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. Hope you're having a great morning. The sun's out here in Stockholm. Back with more cricket action soon on ECN. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back to Stockholm, the Swedish capital, and we are well into day 10 now. We already had one game, still 3 to go, the last 3 group games here in Group B before we head into QFF quarterfinals Friday coming tomorrow. Now we're going to have the return clash between the Stockholm Tigers and Umeå. Well, I know that both these teams, they'll want to finish their group campaign with a win. Let's go over to Stefan Gooch, the tournament referee. He's with the 2 teams. Let's see who wins the coin toss for match 38.
Okay, Tigers the call. Tails the call. Heads.
Yeah, we will ball first.
Okay, mate, no worries. All the best.
The one toss
So it was Pardeep Singh. He was standing in for his skipper at the toss, and he's won the toss for Umeå. So once again, we will see them field first. That was their strategy in the first game. Look, Umeå, look, they've got nothing to lose here, really. They'll believe that they can do this. And look, if they do, things will be very interesting heading into quarterfinals tomorrow and heading into this afternoon's fixtures as well. No doubt about that. But the Tigers, well, they can certainly rely on their captain to contribute. He's been very good. Farouk Ahmed made a polished 65 in the first game. He'll be keen to add some runs to his total, I'm sure, as we go into the final group game for both of these teams. Rico Full, he's in the commentary box as we get ready for the start of match 38. Umeå, once again, they've won the toss. Once again, they'll be fielding. Let's get ready for the first ball of this match.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo there, out in the middle, telling us how it is. And one thing we do know that this is a huge match for Umeå. They need to get a victory here and then hope also that other results do go their way. As we have a look at the stunning view here of the Nosbury cricket ground, you see there the lake, and that is the Mehalavan lake to the left there. To the right, you can't quite see the Slut lake as well. It's a beautiful setting, and we've certainly seen plenty of livestock coming out of the woods and the forest as well. We've seen deers, we've seen rabbits. It's a beautiful setting. Today also is a red day here in Sweden, so it's a happy holiday, I suppose, to all of our Swedish viewers that are tuning in. And well, if you are free, well, come on down to this Nosbury cricket ground here today, because we're going to see plenty of action. Stockholm Tigers take on Umeå again in this match, and it's the same result. You're going to see that the Tigers are going to bat first, but Umeå will be hoping that that is not the way that it goes. Tigers 91-78 is what the bat versus ball wall has to say. Certainly Umeå will hoping it's the other way around, that they are the ones that are victors, that they are able to keep the Tigers to under 80, because they've struggled to get into the 80s. That's what they're going to be concentrating on. Bowl well, get wickets early, try and keep that score to, well, maybe between 70 and 80. And then go and knock them off in good style, good fashion, quick fashion, because the net run rate could also be key. But again, so much also depends on how the Stockholm Mumbai Indians get on in their last 2 matches later. So a real wrestling match between Umeå and the Stockholm Mumbai Indians here in the final day of group matches here in Group B. Tomorrow we will know, or by the end of today, we'll be able to tell you what the quarter-final matches are going to be tomorrow on well, Super Friday. So get ready to start. It's going to be no change with the batting. So we are going to go with Raz and Farouk to open up. Raz will be taking the first delivery. Raz Imtiaz will want to have a better start in this match. Wasn't able to get off the mark in the last one. 2-ball duck to him. And it's going to be Tariq Raza to be bowling. The cloud cover has come over, but there's still no rain, and the blue skies are starting to disappear. But the news is, I just had a quick glance at the forecast, that looks like the rain could be moving away from us, so we may be okay, certainly for this part of the day. A bit later, though, it does look like it's coming back. Well, at the moment, the only thing coming our way is the Kookaburra, as that has been hit beautifully. Lovely straight hit from Imtiaz, and he's determined to get off the mark this time. What a delightful shot that is. And we say so many times, don't we, how different one game is to the other. Well, Raz Imtiaz was out for 0 off his second ball in the first match between these two. And here, he only needs one ball to get up and running. A really nice shot. Uses his feet really well as he dances down to that and meets it on the foot. And now he edges it behind. Oh, he's got him. Second time lucky. Well, he goes for his second ball again. And, well, that could have turned out nasty. But Majid Mustafa, the captain, held on to this. I think this has come out of the gloves, onto his chest, and into his gloves again. Well, Imtiaz, he can't believe it. He's decided he's going to make a better start. And then he literally guides this, though, doesn't he? Into the keeper's hands, and he takes the catch. So Imtiaz, he's only faced 4 deliveries today, 2 and 2. In match number 1, it was 2, but no runs. In this one, it's 2 and 4 runs. So he goes early, and that's exactly what Umeå need to do. They need to get the big batters out early. Perfect start for Umeå. Remember, they need this victory. Oh, and the captain, I think his heart was in his mouth with that one. Straight in, straight out, but fortunately for him, comes off like the chest or the shoulder and then drops back gently into his gloves. So Raza gets the breakthrough, goes for 4 off the first, but comes back with the wicket in his second. Bowling in the a good channel, I suppose, but it was a soft dismissal for Imtiaz. It's nicely played. This would be 4 runs. What a delightful shot that is. And the man that took a long time to get going, this time, he doesn't try to thrash at the ball too hard, does he? Arif Hussain times it beautifully, gets it through that gap between point and third man. And 4 more runs, so it's been 4, wicket 4. Could there be another wicket? They would love to get Hussain out early as well. Remember, he did sort of went at under a run a ball 20. But he was able to put a good partnership together with Farooq Ahmed. Good delivery, this time attacks the stumps. Nicely played away. Goes to Pradeep Singh. Keeps it to 1, fielding that in the long on position. Now, this man, well, what can you say about Farooq Ahmed? He dealt mainly in boundaries, didn't he? I think his first number of shots in his first inning were all 6s. Farooq Ahmed, 65, not out he was, 28 deliveries. They couldn't get him out in the first match. Can they get him out in the second? So many times we see it's a huge difference between match 1 and match 2. And it is known that somebody who has scored a lot of runs doesn't do the same in the second, but he started exactly the same way. And he looks like he's attacking Fletch once more. Well, this one just goes to the left of that tent. Big hit, boom. Shakalaka! And he starts the same way that he did in match 1, and that is worrying, especially if you're an Umeå player or supporter, because he's one man that you need to take out of the equation pretty quickly if you want this victory. Big drops it in short. It sort of climbs on Farooq Ahmed. Here comes the throw, and I think he does get in, but it's nice to see that the fielders are having to go and they're attacking the end that Farooq Ahmed is running to. That is the end of the over. And just like that, it's 16 for 1. So it's very similar, I suppose, is what happened in the first match. The only difference is it's the same man that's out, but there's 7 more runs on the board. Good time to welcome back into our little ice cube here. The commentary position is Mr. Maximo. Welcome back.
Yeah, you don't have to wait too long to get action here, do you? In the FanCode European Cricket Series, that first ball rattled off the side screen. Second ball, a juggled caught behind. So Raz Imtiaz will be disappointed he couldn't survive too long in both matches this morning. Yeah, so Farooq Ahmed, he's been in such good form. And Hussain got one away early this time. Farooq on strike. First ball, he reaches for it. Will just be a single. Yeah, the Tigers, it's interesting. I mean, they've got something to play for as well because they're currently in third. If they were to win this game, then they go up into second place as long as they win it by, I'm going to say roughly about 18 to 20 runs minimum is what they need to win it by. If they do that, then they will have a better net run rate than Hammarby. And it's actually pretty significant if you finish second compared to third because it means you'll be higher ranked than your opponent. It also means if weather intervenes that you'll go through to finals day. We have seen that happen a couple of times before. Hopefully it doesn't happen on this occasion. Hopefully the weather holds. Here's Adnan bowling the second over. This one angles in, and it will get to the boundary as well. That new ball really skates over this surface. So Hussein, he's come out with a slightly different set of bat or something, because it's working for him at the moment. His second boundary early on.
Yeah, he's just been a bit more patient. He's relying a little bit more on his timing and placement. That one didn't sound like it was out the middle of the bat, but got the ball in the right areas and unprotected part of the ground at the moment. They do like to have that mid-wicket inside the 30-yard circle for as long as possible.
Yeah, I'd encourage them to go across the line if you're going to try and take on that mid-wicket. Adnan has been shaping it in. This one, if anything, hits the seam and goes away. It won't be a wide. Pretty much the perfect delivery, this one, because even if he gets bat to it, he's not doing a lot with it, is he? It's bouncing pretty much on the popping crease, just inside that tram line. Yeah, Umia, of course, this is essentially their final. They've got to win and ideally win well. And even then, they won't necessarily be safe because the Stockholm Mumbai Indians, they will be pretty keen to win this afternoon. And I think SMI, they will be keen to win whatever happens this afternoon against Mashta, because even if they've already qualified, say Umio don't win this game, then SMI, they don't want to go into the quarterfinals on the back of 4 straight losses.
No.
They just had those 2 wins earlier in Group B. Plays down the wrong line here. This is probably the only time we've seen Farouk Ahmed struggling a bit, is when he tries to take balls from outside the off stump and go over the leg side. Doesn't nick that one, he just misses.
Yeah, he acknowledges that he's been beaten there as well. Gives a bit of appreciation to Sohail Adnan.
Been a pretty good over from Adnan. Just the one boundary in it. Last ball coming up. Punches to point. See what happens when both batters go straight away. It's very hard to get them, isn't it? As Ahmed will retain the strike. He moves to 9. The score after 2 is 23 for 1. It might give us an opportunity to have a bit of a look at the table, and you can see exactly what I'm talking about, because the Tigers, they're currently on 8 points. If they get 2 points, if they get the win here, they will be level with Hammarby on 10 points. You can see their net run rate is just a little bit worse. That's why I said I calculated it as about 18 runs minimum they need to win by. Depends on what their first innings score is. As far as Umia, well, the equation is very simple for them. If they lose, they're certainly out of the tournament. If they win, they do have a chance. So plenty to play for both teams. And now we're going to see over number 3. And it will be Amir Hosseini to bowl it. Let's go last over the power plate. Goes leg side. Oh, this one almost carries, but doesn't. It's Abdullah Al-Mamun, who's in the circle. I mean, it's a very tough one. You could argue if he takes a step forward, he may be able to get hand stepped, but also it may whack him in the chops. So it's a difficult one. It was hit very hard.
He did well. For me, he saved a boundary because he has managed. He's taken one for the team there. That's clonked him. He's going to be feeling that in his shin. But if that went past him, it's 4 runs.
If it was anyone else, I would have said it's fine just to try and stop the boundary. But the way Farouk Ahmed's batting, I would have maybe liked to see him go for it. Probably the chances of it sticking to his hands were about the chances of me winning the Swedish lottery tonight. But still, entertaining stuff. Tigers, I think they enjoy batting first. I mean, I know Umia, they're keen to chase, but I think Tigers are happy defending a total. So both teams kind of getting what they want out of the toss. This is right off the end of the bat, and it will get away from the keeper. It will slightly get away from Jaffari, but it won't cost them any more.
Yeah, this sort of slows up. Does it hit the edge of the pitch or something? It does, doesn't it? Look.
Yeah, it hits the first cut of the grass, where there's a bit of a ridge there. And Jaffrey did his best to misfield it. He just took his eye off the ball there. It's just a real basic, but doesn't cost him. Yeah, I mean, Farouk Ahmed, he's 65. It was one of the innings of the tournament earlier today. Hits the ball really well.
What's your thought on the slip in to Farouk Ahmed? I mean, he hasn't edged one, has he?
No, but he's looked like he might a couple of times, you know, outside off. He doesn't edge this. This is going to be another one that's a real teaser. Tutbeek can't get to it. It'll be another boundary. I like that effort from the fielder. He does kind of lunge at it. And Farouk, again, he decides to swipe this one, fetches it from outside the off stump. Tutbeek can't deal with it. 4 runs.
Yeah, I mean, that's a position where Sohail Adnan has fielded so well in the first match. But Tutbeek trying to match him, but he's not able to
It was
stop
a
this
good
one
effort.
going
It was
free.
a really good effort. That wasn't an easy one at all. And you're saying, talking about the slip. Yeah, it's a fair point you make. But, I mean, you do want to get him out. It's a move intended to take a wicket, and he's a big wicket because he's going to save a lot of runs down the stretch. I was talking about the ones he's almost edged. I was talking about the ones where he's tried to go leg side from balls that were outside off. He's played and missed that a couple of times.
Yeah, it's interesting though, isn't it? Because they had the slip in, but only to Farouk Ahmed, not to the right hander, and that Farouk Ahmed, that probably just thinks, okay, I'll show you guys.
I like the energy here. Look at Hossaini. He's right up there. You're not going to run to me. It's the end of the third over, end of the power play, and the Stockholm Tigers are 30 for 1. And we'll head into middle overs now. You see these two teams, they will hope to make it to tomorrow. I mean, Tigers, we know that they have secured their spot in the quarterfinals, but who they play is up for grabs. If they finish in second, if they can win this game by enough, then they will play Linköping, who finished third in Group A. If they do finish in third, then they will take on Botkyrka, who finished second in Group A. So Haladan coming back for his second over. Full toss. Certainly has a few of those to deal with this morning. Farouk Ahmed drags this one to the leg side for a single.
Yeah, I think you're right. You think about the number of sixes that he hit in his first innings. A lot of those were over-pitch deliveries that he just turned on and smashed away. I can see they're trying to make, there's a big effort trying to get the ball wide to him. Maybe that's why they've got the slip in place for when he's on strike. They're just trying to bowl wide and short to him so he's not able to hit the ball on the onside. And if he does try, they're looking to get that miscue and the ball go up in the air.
Here's Adnan. Beats Hussain outside the off stump. So Umia, they haven't been blown away just yet. And once again, I think that they will feel like they're in the game if they're chasing something in double digits. They don't want to chase 100 plus. I mean, like I said, some of their best performances batting have come chasing, even though they haven't quite made the target. But yeah, it's now or never, isn't it, for the men from the north?
It's well bowled. It's a good shot as well. And this time, Tapik makes no mistakes.
Well, the good news is, it looked like we had some dark clouds around, but they seem to have gone around us. A fair bit of sunshine at the moment, so that's good. And we know the forecast, there was a little bit of rain, more for later on around when the last game's meant to start. Hopefully it stays away. And then round the wicket to Farouk, who drives firmly to mid-on. Well handled by Tapik this time.
Yeah, he's done well. Fielding in the position that Sohail Adnan normally patrols so well. He's not doing a bad job so far. Made a couple of good stops.
Hussain now. Tries to pull, gets the top edge. Well, Mustafa, the keeper's after it. He's called it, and he's going to take it. Excellent catch, excellent wicket keeping from Majid Mustafa. That went high in the air, and he was very assertive. He said that he wanted it, and he was battling the sun as well. It's an excellent catch to get rid of Hussain, who was looking better this time. He was just a little bit short of a length. You see, he doesn't quite get across in position to play that, so it's uncontrolled. It goes flying into the sky, comes down into the safe gloves of Majid Mustafa. His second catch of the innings. And a nice moment for Umia as they pick up their second. It's 33 for 2.
Yeah, it's a good wicket to get, and to get him early. And Hussain has to depart. Very, very good catch there from the captain, Majid Mustafa. I think he'll be pleased that it was the black clouds that were in the background there. It made him see the white ball much better. But he covered a lot of ground to take that, didn't he?
He really did. And when he called it, I said, oh, you've set yourself a bit of a task here, Majid. But he actually did it easily because this goes so high, he has time to get there. The field was cleared out. The fielder did the right thing. The other fielder had his hands in his pockets there. That might have been, couldn't see who that was. Might have been Manavalan, who was around. He's pretty keen to get out the way.
Manavalan is probably one that you want to keep away from those ones.
Anyway, it's a nice bit of keeping. Good work by the skipper. And this brings to the crease Sharaf Saka. Comes out a bit earlier this time. He'll face the last ball of the fourth over from Adnan. Nice looking start, isn't it? Of course, he is on strike because even if you cross on a catch now, certainly on ECN it's been this way for a while, you have to cross back to the original end. It's 4 overs down and 34 for 2. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is Rico Full, and we're enjoying our time here in Sweden. It's hard to believe that the 4-week Swedish adventure, the Swedish swing, if you like, is almost over. Just a couple more days after this before we head to the Czech Republic. But, I mean, you've been here the whole 4 weeks. You must have loved your time here in Sweden again.
Yeah, it's been absolutely fantastic. First time being here for the whole series. I think last time, you remember, I came just for the last week in what was at the time called the ECS Malmo, but it was in Landskrona. Yeah, but to be here for all of it and getting to see all the teams properly and all the players has been an absolute pleasure. And I must admit, you know, they've all been absolutely outstanding. I love the way they played the cricket. I love the way that they've gone about things, not just on the field of play, but off the field of play. So, look, it's a good opportunity for us both also to wish one of our team a lot of congrats, and that, of course, is Tyrone. Tyrone, of course, has proposed, and it was accepted to his girlfriend, Amy. So congratulations to Tyrone and Amy, who are now engaged.
Super big congratulations. Yeah, Tyrone, who actually will probably spend a bit of time with you in the commentary box a little bit later in the year. I know we did a bit of commentary in Romania while we were there, and does a lot of umpiring, does a lot of things for ECN. So congratulations, Tyrone and Amy. Wishing you all the best. As this one is a good result, I think, for Umio if they can hold on. Well, he couldn't get forward and couldn't deal with it, could he? Jaffrey had a bit of time to get under that. In the end, he just misjudges it. He lets it get low on him. In the end, it bounces away for a boundary.
Yeah, this is an important one to try and take. Just doesn't get to the ground, does he? And unfortunately, it sort of bounces before his hands and then escapes him as well. Unlucky there, Jaffrey. He patrols that. That's his area. He works hard, doesn't he? But not able to take the catch. And they would have loved to have seen the back of Sarkar early. He now gets a single, and it gives the strike back to his captain.
Yeah, so I mean, another let off. They're not doing themselves any favours. But yeah, you got to feel for Jaffrey a little bit down there. I mean, yeah, probably not the man they wanted the high ball to go to. Just couldn't quite get in the drop zone. Zarka has a bit of a hairy moment, but he survives. Over to the captain now, Farouk Ahmed on 17. Reaches for this one. It'll be called a wide.
Yeah, this was really the effort ball. He fires this one in quickly, but he just catches some of that line you see there. That makes it, when it's full like that, certainly makes it a bit easier for the umpires to call. Umpires, once again, been absolutely superb. That's Rohit and Saeed, our men in black, doing a wonderful job.
Yeah, they sure are. A lot to think about for the officials out there. This one tries to pull, wasn't that short. So, what a day for Ahmed's having with the bat. He's up to 82 runs without being dismissed. He's been pretty attacking, isn't he? He's good meter out of his crease there. He does seem to be able to deal with it. Sometimes if you feel that you're a bit early in your shots, that's a strategy you can use to bat out of your crease a little bit. Just going to find that rhythm he has today. Last ball of the over.
Well, that's the rhythm. This was dangerous. Watch out, watch out. There's a kookaburra about. Goes all the way once more.
Yeah, and so it's a big shot. And just waking his teammates up. I don't think they're sick of what they're seeing at the moment because the captain is going off like a frog in a sock, isn't he? At the end of the over. The 50's up. It's 52 for 2.
Well, look at that. This make way, make way. There's another thunderbolt coming our way. And they soon got out of the way pretty quickly. But he hits those. They're like effortlessly, Vinny. He just hits them so cleanly. Just 60s for fun over mid-wicket at the moment.
Yeah, just has lifted those balls over the leg side with quite a lot of regularity in this innings. And now I'm just seeing that, I think, because that wide, actually, it's 46 for 2, and we'll have one more ball in the over. So I think that's one we might have missed on the screen, but I know the scorers have got it right. So 46 for 2 is the score. And we have the last ball of the 5th over coming up. And this will allow Farouk Ahmed to retain the strike. So it'll be a single. And I can confirm for you that the score at the halfway mark will be 47 for 2.
Yeah, 47 for 2. So they're going more or less, well, just slightly behind where they were in that first match when they went on and made 110. I think by now they were, well, no, actually, Well, that's a surprise for you. That's a surprise for me. I thought they were slightly ahead, but they weren't. They were exactly the same. But instead of 47 for 2, they were 47 for 1. So they're looking on course to, once again, get around about to the 100 mark. I mean, they have lost a wicket more, but still, you've got 2 good batters out there. Of course, the captain, he's been in sensational form, Farooq Ahmed. And I think the batter who's with him at the moment, Shurav Saka, is one that could support him particularly well, because I think he's a good batter, especially out on the offside. Short, hit, hard, and it goes to the boundary once more. And he's a bit in the wars there. It's Fahad Jeffrey. Have a look at this. And it's good again. It's an effort from him. The question is whether that goes to goes over the boundary or not. I think it just drops short. That's another one that goes down. It's one that could be. See, if these chances are taken, everything can change. But it's not. So both these batters have had a bit of a life, and now Farooq cleverly decides, okay, we'll take this single here, just rotate the strike. So important that for me. So good to see.
Yeah, it sure is. Yeah, there's little teasers today. They've had a few of them, Umyot. I want to say hello to Oktar Galami, who's joined us in the chat. Hello, Oktar. Hope you're well. As well as Mesmal Man. And Sundori's in there. Maiden Waters, Luke Belgium. A bit going on in the chat, Luke. And Phil G, who's joined us from Czech Republic, where we'll be next week. And I think Phil G appreciated my use of frog in a sock. He said frog in a sock is better than ants in your pants. Well, that's true. When is National Frogs Legs Day anyway? This is well cut off by mid-wicket. And there's our man, Manavalan. He's a new man in the field today. Don't worry about him. He'll be fine. He's keeping his shoes on today as well, hopefully.
Yeah, well, it was all talk about the snails yesterday. Frogs, I don't know. There has to be.
Has to be.
It's not today. Today's a sweet day. I'll tell you more in a minute.
Well, this is in the air, but it's not going to go all the way to Pardeep, who will just take it around the 30-yard circle and put it back in. And what have you got today? You always have these funny days. What is it today?
This is a good day. It is National Blueberry Cheesecake Day.
Okay.
They say this dessert originated, or cheesecakes originated in Greece, but of course now you can find them at all corners of the globe. But the blueberry cheesecake is the most popular dessert in the US. So I know we sometimes have some US viewers, so let us know in the US, is that true?
Blueberry cheesecake would be very nice. I'm a big cheesecake fan. Probably my favourite is passion fruit cheesecake.
Yeah,
that was my birthday cake, I think.
That doesn't surprise me with you and passion.
I'm a passionate person.
You are indeed.
Manavalan won't be able to deal with this, and there's going to be a bit of a chase on. And eventually they will get there. That's Mujtaba. I wonder when he will bowl this time. Or if he will bowl this time, as that's the end of the 6th over. That's the over where the 50 did finally come up. It's 54 for 2. And Mia, despite going for the boundary first ball, wasn't really his fault. It was a pretty good over with the just a handful of runs coming off it. You can see the pulse monitor just saying that Umia are a little bit behind in the game, as you can imagine, based on their performances so far. Mesnal Man's talking about salted caramel cheesecake. Well, that'd be all right. I think that would be that would be one I could go for as well. Making me a bit hungry. Anyway, Manavalan, he's a man. I tell you what, I like the way he goes about his cricket. Gopinathan Manavalan. And he's going to come on to bowl in the 7th. Didn't have the best time at the bowling crease earlier today, but he gets another opportunity. Bowling at Saka, who's 7 at a run a ball at the moment.
Come on, Gopi. Saka just having a look around at the field. Going out run a ball at the moment. He's been looking to get some acceleration in.
Here we go. He goes for it. Could be a chance. And Tatbeek is going to hold on to this one. So Manavalan does the trick. Very first ball. Saka tries to go down the ground. It was off the outside half of the bat. And we've seen a couple of spilt that have been spilt, but this one wasn't. Tatbeek, he was able to get to the area he needed to be pretty quickly. Holds on to it. And it is the end of Saka for 7. It's 55 for 3.
Yeah, well done. He's patrolled that part of the ground very well, hasn't he? He was unlucky on a very spicy chance earlier, which he dived and couldn't get to. But he takes a catch and he helps Manavalan get a wicket off his very first ball in this match. So congrats to Manavalan. And as we said, we do like the way he plays the match. Always plays with a smile and gives 110%. So congrats to him. As we see Sam Williams doing another round. And that's his goal here, that every innings he will take a round, sprint round the field. It's all part of his Keep Fit campaign because, well, he's another one that of the ECN crew that will be getting married in September. So congratulations to him as well.
Yeah, it seems like a bit of an epidemic. Well, this one, they eventually decide to pick it up. It's just an interesting little bit of fielding. Tupbeek, he's struggling a little bit. Remember, these guys have had a big week, haven't they? 8 matches in the week. I know they're shorter matches, but they are quite intense. There's a lot of chasing balls, a lot of, a lot of bowling, I suppose. Not a lot, but I suppose intense. Intense bowling.
He has to stop.
Yep. Very courteous of him. This is in the air. It's high. And guess who? Manavarlan. Is he going to hold on to this? He does. Well, there you go. He can catch him off his own bowling. No problem at all. And he had a few obstacles to deal with. He had to have the non-striker out the way. The umpire cleared out the way. The stumps, well, they were in the way. But Manavarlan gets a second, and he's keeping Umia in the contest. You see this one just skied. And Gopi, well, he's almost like a wicket keeper at the other end. He was right behind the stumps, and he holds on to the catch. So nice moment for him. Gauzer Ahmed, he'll only make a single in this one. 2 wickets in the over, 56 for 4.
Oh, well done to Manavarlan. I do like that because, well, the reason that we were excited about this is because he has had difficulty in taking some of the catches, but not off my own bowling, says Manavarlan. I want it, and he gets it, and he's taken 2 wickets.
Funny thing about that is I'm in Manavarlan's head. As soon as that goes up, he was hoping that anyone else was going to reach that, and then he kind of had a bit of a glance around and saw nobody, and I think the cover had thoughts of it. So Adnan, but he wasn't going to get there. Nice catch. And this is Jyoti who comes in. Lets the first one go, just sneaks inside for a dot. That's turned out to be a very good over so far. It's gone wicket, 1 wicket dot.
I think this is a good opportunity for some of the lower end batters, especially like Jyoti, because I think they will definitely be called upon in the finals matches.
Yeah.
So it's a good opportunity for them to get some practice.
Just struggled with the stick a bit in this series, and this time he's going to be gone again. So Jyoti can't take a trick, as this is right off the bottom of the bat, and this time Adnan will complete the catch. Manavarlan, well, he is on fire at the moment, combusting this innings in the 7th over. 3 wickets come in it, and it's 56 for 5.
Yeah, Jyoti, he goes, and he goes for a duck. He leaves the first one, and then goes for the second, but puts it straight in the fielder's hands. It's a long walk. A lot of water around Stockholm, and he's going to find himself sitting in one of those with 1 or 2 others that have made ducks here today already, and maybe a few more to come, perhaps. So unlucky with Jyoti, just gets the toe end of it.
When your luck's out, your luck's out. He's probably seen batters all week getting away with stuff like this, but when things aren't rolling your way, it just does seem to go straight to a fielder. So 3 wickets in this over. Kiana had a question in the chat, and he's asking probably what would be tougher, playing 1 T20 match or 2 T10 matches. Well, I've done something similar, but not quite the same. I'll tell you in a second. First, we almost have... Ooh. Oh, how's that not hit the stumps? This is almost a 4 wicket over. This comes edged onto the back of the leg, and this could have gone absolutely anywhere. It does go backwards, but luckily for the batter, it does go over the stumps. And it's Akash who is the new batter, and it will be the end of the over. 56 for 5. What an over by Manavarlan. As we just let you know before we head back to that conversation that we will be going all around Europe, and we're planning to go all the way through to the start of December once again in the FanCode European Cricket Series. Next stop is the Czech Republic. I know Phil G's in the chat at the moment. He will be in Prague, I'm sure, to catch some of that series over 2 weeks, and then Hungary for a week, Austria for a week, then Italy for 5 weeks, and that's going to culminate in the Super Series. That's going to be super exciting, the Italian summer. Before we head to Germany, we'll be in Dresden for a couple of weeks, and then Krefeld, I think, is the next stop after that. We'll have August in Germany. Nice time of the year to be there. Join us for our adventures here on ECN in the FanCode European Cricket Series. What I was going to say, 1 second, as Mia comes in over number 8, as this will be 4 runs. I just had a bad feeling about that. And how does Hossaini, who's normally a pretty good fielder, gets hands to it, but just kind of bounces off them. And Farouk Ahmed, well, all the luck seems to be going his way, because this one, the expected one, he ends up with 4.
Yeah, and it's 2 fielders between them. Can't stop it. Up until then, they just scored 9 runs of 2 overs. Mir was the one who started it. Manavalan then with that last one. But now you got a different batter on strike. And it's the class of Farooq Ahmed. Well, he shows that not only can he hit it hard, well, he can be very delicate as well. This is a beautiful shot. Just, well, paddles that sort of over to that vacant area where there is nobody for more.
Mia's got to just reverse his strategy that he does to right-handers. He's trying to be clever. He's going around the wicket and angling into Farooq Ahmed. But I think he'd be a lot better bowling over the wicket and trying to get it just inside that tram line. That's what he does so effectively to right-handers. At the moment, you saw how easy that was for Farooq Ahmed, who's now gone past the 100 runs in the morning without being dismissed. But this might be the end of it because this is in the air. And guess who? It's Gopi. And he holds on to it. Well, there you go. When you're hot, you're hot. You can't keep Manavalan out of the game. He took 3 wickets in the last over, and now finally he's done what nobody else has been able to do today on day 10, and he's removed Farooq Ahmed. 104 runs off his bat before he finally falls. So a big moment in the game, and Umia, they keep fighting just as it looked like Farooq would resume normal business. He falls, and the score is 64 for 6.
Huge wicket that, Vinny. Huge wicket because after getting those 2 tied overs in, Mir's first one and that the first over from Manavalan, only 9 runs came off it, and then you saw those boundaries coming off the bat from Farooq Ahmed, the captain, and you thought, it's going to be, if this turns out to be a magical over, they're right back on course of going past 100, but tough catch. But look, he's confident now, isn't he? I mean, he picked up 3 wickets. Don't forget, he had the caught and bowled. Having taken that one, he had, well, there was no issues this time. He didn't look around for anybody. He said, this is mine, and he takes it. Well, he's going for a player of the match performance at the moment.
64 for 6 with a quarter of the innings remaining. This is what happens when we start the conversation thread. Stuff is going on so quickly. I haven't gotten back to it. Keanu was asking what would be more difficult, 2 T10 matches in a row or a T20 match. This one is a bit too wide. Gives us a chance to have a breath. And now what I would say, I've played 2 T20 matches in a day, so I can kind of compare that to playing a 50-over match in a day. For sure, the 2 shorter matches is tougher. So for sure, because of the intensity of what you're doing, this one will be okay. It won't be okay because it's going to be 4 byes, and that's no good. And, well, disappointing.
Goes through his legs, doesn't it?
Yeah, just as you felt they were getting back on top. You've got rid of Farooq Ahmed, and this one, to be fair to the keeper, he's had a pretty good time, but this is the difference here. He doesn't quite get down. He leaves the legs open. The gloves don't get down to it. 4 bonus runs. And this one's push and run. They'll get a single. Yeah, but that's to do with not just the physical energy you're spending, but the mental energy. And the shorter the game is, the more decisions you have to make, and the more decisions quickly you have to make. And so that's why I think, for sure, it'd be way more intense playing 2 T10s instead of a T20. There's just less downtime. That's probably how I'd describe it. Might be the same amount of hours, but just less downtime in a longer form match. This will be a wide.
Yeah, I think you're right. There's pressure on you straight away in a T10. If you're a bowler, you only got 12 deliveries if you bowl your spell. So you're pressure straight away. You haven't got time to get into rhythm. If you're a batter, you're expected to go out and then blast straight away. You can't play yourself in, really. So, yeah, and I think you've got to be, every ball is so important.
Worked well off the back foot. Cash will get off the mark with this one. It'll also be the end of the over, 72 for 6. And a few people looking forward to the locations. I know Phil G is talking a bit about the Czech series, and I'll be there. Danny Hudacek will be, once again, be my co-commentator for the Czech series. I know we'd love to get you to the Czech Republic at some point, Rick. I know you're really keen to go, but you know, you also deserve your break after putting in a good effort over the last 6 weeks. And then we'll be in Austria. We'll be back for that one, Rico. And I know you didn't come with me to Austria last year, but Austria's a great place to go. And Sandori saying he's super excited for Austria. Many big teams there, that's for sure. And also you'll be in Hungary for the first time, right?
I will be, yeah. Budapest and Vienna for the first time.
Here's Gopi. He's got 3 wickets. And this one almost gets away from the keeper, Mustafa, but he does gather it. And at the moment, I mean, they've got a real opportunity here to maybe keep it down to something in the 80s, Umia. If they do that, I mean, yeah, they're going to have to bat well, but you know, they're in the game, aren't they? And you saw how well, you know, they didn't get that close last time, but they were competitive, and that was without their captain Mustafa making any runs. This is a big heave attempted, which will just squeeze out on the leg side for 1.
Manavalan, he's got 3 wickets for now, 2 runs. We've only had 1 player in the group that's got 4 wickets so far. That was yesterday, Azhar Mohammed of Hammarby. So can we see the second hand? He's got plenty of balls to do it in.
Yeah, more to come. It's pretty good bowling. Manavarlan, he's turned it on. He's been saving it up maybe when they really needed a win. And they've never needed a win more than this game.
Yeah, remember Manavarlan yesterday? He was in the action. And to check out some of the pictures on Facebook when he was fielding and his shoe flew off.
The shoeless Joe
Then
Jackson about him, wasn't
got
there?
one that hit him on the nose. And he's a fighter, isn't he? He's back.
Yeah, he sure is.
Stronger and better than ever. Manavarlan.
And Keanu's saying he's looking forward to the Czech series. Hopefully the weather is a bit calmer this time. Well, I hear it is. Let's see if it stays that way for us. And that's one thing you didn't miss out on last time, Rico, was the tents getting blown to smithereens. Eventually came up with the igloo. This is really touch and go. Probably will be called, yeah. I think it just grabs a tiny bit of the line, but maybe that's not a bad thing for Manavarlan, because he'll get another delivery. He's bowled so well, hasn't he?
Yeah, I've been very impressed with his bowling. And he's concentrating, he's staying focused.
Yeah, good bowling again from Manavarlan. Swing and a miss. Well, I like this comment from Phil. He says, you know, when the ECS is coming to Prague, because Danny Hudacek's tail wags just as much as his dog's. So, yeah, I know that Danny's super excited, as am I, of
Danny's
course.
a lovely guy, Danny. It's a shame not going to see him this time round, but we will catch up. But yeah, I had a great time with Danny in Dresden
Yeah, for sure.
last time.
Last ball of the over coming up. Manavarlan 3 for 4. Can he grab a 4th? Oh, so close. Oh, this could have gone anywhere. It's such a lucky one. Off the full, it hits the bat. It bounces right next to the Jiminy Crickets and ends up going past the keeper for 4. Well, that's one way to do it. Effective, I suppose. Manavarlan, he's going to finish with 3 for 8. Excellent spell from him. And it's 79 for 6 with an over remaining.
Well, we said that what Umeå need to do is to keep the score under 3 figures. Looks, unless something crazy happens here, looks like they're going to do that. I can't see Tapik Raza being hit for too many. And if they can keep it to, I don't know, under the 90 here, which they should do, maybe 85, 86, it's a sort of score that can see them getting.
Yeah, a lot on this last over, isn't there? Yeah, they won't want it to get out of the 80s. Umeå. His first ball, not a particularly good one. It's going to cost him a boundary. And Tapik gets it wrong. Just gets a little bit too straight to Hoke. He can turn on it, and pretty handy runs coming at the end of the innings. No real set batter, but the Tigers, they're still on the prowl. They move up into the 80s.
Yeah, that's not the start you wanted. I mean, it's so disappointing. All the other bowlers, you just have a look at the last 4 overs, actually. They've bowled so well. In fact, they've been very unlucky because the runs that have come, we saw the 4 byes, we saw that little couple of times we've seen the edge that's gone for 4. So they've been lucky runs. The bowlers are bowled tight. Looks like Tapik, he is struggling a little bit. Remember, we saw him out in the outfield when he made a stop, and he just really looked like he was seizing up.
All right, got to get back on track here. This one is a bit more on target. It'll just be a single. That'll bring Montreal Akash back on to strike. He's wearing number 007, the international man of mystery number.
Well, he is the man of mystery because I want to know how he played that last shot from Manavarlan for 4. But anyway, now he's going to face Raza.
This one straightened up, and Mustafa, he won't be able to pick it up either. Still, just a single is not a bad result. I mean, you'd probably take the runner ball from here if you're Umeå. You just want to avoid getting hit for another boundary, which will likely take the score up into the 90s. Good running, though, by Hoke.
Yeah, I think he's the more likely to maybe get a bit of willow on the ball.
Raza can't get too straight. You've got to get outside the off stump. These guys haven't looked like hitting it out there. Once again, he gets it on the stumps. He'll probably get 2 here. It was just hit at a perfect pace to allow it, didn't it? Eventually, Junaid Mohsen will take the catch. Oh, it's going to be a 1 short. Oh, there we go.
That is poor, isn't it, from the batters? Because there was never any issues here. Let's have a look where this is.
Yeah, have a look down the bottom of the screen. Junaid, keep an eye on the bat. Yeah, maybe. Well, that's the thing. It's got to be grounded over the line. Come back to live action. And yeah, sometimes he's got a perfect view of that because the cat bounces, looks like it might be across the line, but if nothing touches across the line, then it will be one short. So I'll trust his judgment on that one. All right, so last ball, 86 on the board. The boundary will take them up into the 90s. Tutbeek trying to avoid any further damage. Oh, this one, it's a lucky edge, and it's going to be stopped. Nice one by Jaffrey. And now they're going to get another one, and they're going to get a second, and that wasn't really the fault of the batter. And now they're going to come for 3. He's going to be run out here, surely. Oh, wow. Watch all this. This is going to be good.
I love the way the batter was saying, I'm sorry, it hit me. But then when he saw the opportunity to take the third, he was off again.
You're right. He's got a bit multiple personality. Have a look. Look, credit to him here. He says, I'm running, and the other batter thinks you're crazy. Hoke, and he says, yeah, sorry about that. And for my next trick, I'm going to take off. But it's going to cost him in the end because he gets run out.
Yeah.
But it will be 2 and a run out. Oh, that was fantastic cricket. I don't know how you can apologise. Then try and take off for another one. Sorry for getting in the way, but them's the breaks. Anyway, it'll be a couple of snowmen. 88 the score, 88 for 7 will be the final. And so Umyot, they do have a real opportunity here as we look back at the highlights. The Tigers, well, they're playing for second spot. And Umyot, they're playing for their tournament life. You saw 4 and out to start the innings. Raz Imtiaz not getting too much luck today. But ultimately, there were some real bright moments in here. Umyot trying to climb off the bottom of the ladder in this match, match 38.
Yeah, they certainly were. And we saw that they needed to break this partnership pretty early because Hussain and, well, Farouk Ahmed, who else, were up and running again. Well, they saw a good effort there from Tutbeek. He wasn't able to stop it. This one went up in the air a long way. They had to take the catch, and it was the keeper, the captain, Majid Mustafa, who dealt with it. And that was the back of Hussain. And this was an opportunity that went down. It was a couple of opportunities, actually, that Jaffrey had, but wasn't able to take it. They had to get this man, and that's the other one you see, another one that Farouk Jaffrey couldn't take the catch, but the man that was able to take the catch was Tutbeek Raza. But you can see he was struggling, he wasn't quite able to get there. But then, how about this? Manav, well, that was 2. He certainly was enjoying himself. And actually, that ball, the fielder that was celebrating, it just missed him by that much as it landed. Then Sohail Adnan made it 3 for Manav. This was unfortunate, difficult bounce, got deflected to the boundary. There's a few sneaky runs there that came unfortunate because otherwise it could have been around 70, you know. This one goes a long way up in the air, and who? Manav says, here you go, it's nice and easy. And he gets a big hug from Mia. This one, you see, goes through, that ends up being 4. And then we saw this Chinese cut, that's another one. 4. The valuable runs there coming from nothing. It just helped them get into the 80s, really. Otherwise, it could have been around about 76 to score. This is one that was well stopped. Well done for Jaffrey there. But they took 2, and this is the moment it says, I'm sorry, guys, I'm sorry. It hit me, I'm sorry. Right, let's go! 007, well, he's got the license to thrill. And he's also got the license to get himself out because that's what he did as he makes his way back. So, I suppose it's a sort of score. They'll feel, look, when they were on 47 at the halfway point, the same as where they were in the last match. So they were hoping that acceleration came in. It didn't. And what's more, if you look at that, the scorecard, it's only really one man, Farouk Ahmed, the captain. He scored over 100 runs in the day. 39 of 19 he made. The only other player to get into double figures was Rizzi Hock. He was 10 there. Not out towards the end of 8 deliveries, and they were important runs really. Played some nice shots, especially but there was a bad ball there also, wasn't there, from Raza, his very first ball, which allowed them to get into the 80s, but he did finish well. 88 for 7. Just have a look at some of those bowling figures here. Tutbeek Raza, he'll be disappointed. He does pick up a wicket, but 25 is the most expensive. The 2 men there, Hussaini and Mia, on exactly 20, but the man of the moment, Gopinath Manav, just conceding 8 runs, picking up 3 wickets, and don't forget he tipped the catch to allow Mia to pick up his 1 wicket as well. So superb effort from Manav, and that leaves this match very evenly poised, I think. Look, the win probability has got the team that have got the runs on the board, the Stockholm Tigers, just in front, 59 to 41. but this one can go either way. Umeå, can they get the power play that they need? Can they get around about 30 to 35 on the board to start off with? Can the batters stick around? Well, if they can, they've got every possibility to go out there and knock these ones off. But for me, a lot depends on two men, and that's Majid Mustafa and Sohin Adnan. One of those two have to go big and be well supported by the likes of Hassani and Tatmik Raza. Let's wait and see. We'll come right back to this one. It's going to be an exciting one. Umeå, they need to win if they're to keep their hopes alive. So join me, Rico Full and Mr. Maximo, as we come back in around 10 minutes' time for the conclusion of match number 38.
Hello and welcome back to Stockholm. It's this edition of the FanCode European Cricket Series that you are watching at the moment. The FanCode European Cricket Series going to over 20 locations all around the continent, bringing you cricket 10 months of the year. And right now we're really enjoying our time at Sweden, which is almost coming to an end now. It's our 4th week here after 2 weeks in Landskrona in the south of the nation. We're in the nation's capital as we are into the last day of group matches. It's day 10. And certainly we are welcoming you to the broadcast, no matter where you're watching from, whether you're watching on FanCode in the Indian subcontinent or whether you are watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Certainly would encourage you to spread the word of what's happening in the world of European cricket as we get ready for what is a really interesting innings coming up. Umeå, they need 89 runs to win this game. If they do, they'll draw level on points with the Stockholm Mumbai Indians. Potentially, it will be enough for them to qualify for the quarterfinals. As for the Stockholm Tigers, they will be hoping to win and win well. If they do that, they might have enough to get into second place and a much more friendly draw in the quarterfinals as the higher ranked of the two combatants tomorrow. So we're almost ready to go. And, well, we didn't have to wait too long for the hair to get flowing, as it is Nazmul Hashan that will open the bowling. Bowling to Sohail Adnan. 89 to win for Umeå to potentially stay alive in the tournament. It's a pretty good ball first up from Hashan, who's been a bit of a wild card coming into this lineup for the first time. And this one just beats the outside edge of the batter. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me in the commentary box once again is Rico Full. Hello, Rico.
Hello, it's good to be back. So we're watching the Pirate of Stockholm with the ball.
Oh, that one really hits the seam and jumps. And Adnan didn't have an answer to that.
He's made 2 really good deliveries. Look at that one, how that sort of, I think that, I'm just going to say this cuts off the seam.
Yeah.
Not really swing, he's really bowling those cutters.
There's a very pronounced seam on these Kookaburra balls. If you can hit it, and it can be unpredictable. This time he does get some bat on it, pushes and runs and gets a run. They've decided to go with Tatpik Raza up the top this time. And yeah, interested to see what their approach is. Tatpik does like to be quite attacking. We talked about Umeå not really getting a lot of production in the power play. And I think we need some more slow-mo replays of the hair of Hashan. I think certainly that's one. We could put some music to that and have a whole different market. Tatpik Raza on strike. First one he just flirts with and misses. So it's been a really good first over so far from Hashan.
Yeah, it's, I think he needs the shades on just to stop the hair getting into his eyes. But very dark coloured shades. There you go, there's that look about him. Certainly does have that pirate feel about him, doesn't he?
It's a bit of a throwback. Hashan. It goes straight, goes pretty well. This will be 4, 1 bounce. And over the rope, so Raza said about enough's enough as he just kind of launches this one on length. It was a little bit fuller from the bowler. And so the first boundary of the Jason. Some good intent from Tatpik Raza.
Yeah, he was waiting for that one. He was waiting for one in the slot. And he gets it and he nails it. Gets it over the fielder. 4 runs.
Last ball the over. Bit shorter, turns on this, and this will be more runs. How far has this gone? It's gone for 4 more. So back-to-back boundaries finishes the first, and a good result in the end. They get the runs they need off the opening over. Umeå and 9 for no loss.
Yeah, good start, and those 2 boundaries at the end, weren't they so important? It was quite tidy up until then, unlike he's here, but then it all went all over the place like he's here. And 2 boundaries there means that it's 9 off the first. So this is what they're going to do. I like this. I was saying that I'd maybe make that little change higher up the order, just get somebody up there that can give him some more acceleration, and maybe just keep somebody like the captain for later on. And that looks like what they've done. So it's a change in the batting order. Raza going up. It just means that the captain has got a bit of time, Mustafa, to relax a little, because I don't think it's easy also, Vinny. I think when you're keeping, you're on the ball all the time. Yeah. And as soon as you come off, you've got literally, just around 10 minutes to basically swap your pads over, put the next lot on and get focused for batting.
Probably less than that when you think about the time it takes to get your gear off and on. So the actual downtime is next to nothing. Anyway, here's 007. 1 draw of cash to bowl. Pitches up, driven. should just be the one. There's Farouk Ahmed with the fancy shoes, who just keeps that to a single. Want to say hello to Helix, who's joined us in the chat, I think for the first time today. Nice to have you tuning in, Helix. He said, wow, that's a head of hair. If you missed him before, you certainly missed a show. Here's a cash. Down leg side. They will scramble through for one. That's good running. Despite the direct hit, they'll get there. And, yeah, Umio, I'm seeing a bit of hustle about them. I like this. I mean, they know how important this game is. Because if they lose it, they're definitely out. If they do win it, at least they've got a chance. They're going to have to rely on the Stockholm Mumbai Indians losing both games this afternoon. But Mashta, they're the table toppers for a reason. And they would be heavy favourites going into that clash. Also will depend on the margins. So, their best case scenario is to win it and win it well. Also maybe boost that net run rate a bit. But I think they'll just take the win at this stage. And none facing up. This one cuts into him, but he's not able to get any bat on it. Jyoti will come round and clean up, but won't prevent the run. I think maybe a bit of bat on that. No signal from the umpire.
He gets a bit lucky, doesn't he, Akash? Because it's drifted down the leg side. If he gets anything on this, it would have gone to the boundary.
There's nobody down there at all.
Instead
of a fine leg, they've got a slip. That's pretty much the strategy they've got. 6-3 field, 6 on the offside, to the left of screen, and only 3 on the right-hand side of the screen. It's very wide of the crease here, but this is driven away nicely. 4 runs, and a good shot from Raza, who's been a revelation at the top of the order. He moves to a dozen.
Yeah, he's been given some width here. The key thing he does is he waits for it. He doesn't just swing early, which meant he would have missed it because the ball would have bounced and gone past him. He waits and delivers.
That's very close to a back foot no ball, isn't it? Couldn't really see if it was grounded or whether the heel was in the air. Just has to watch that one. Time it's angling in a long way. And I think this will be down the leg side. And Tutbeck's just struggling a bit with cramp here. I think saw it affecting him when he was in the field.
Yeah.
In the fielding innings. But anyway, he's out there and he's trying his best to get his team off to a flying start. Just got to try and stay with that rate 9 and over or so throughout this inning. So they're 16. They want a couple off this to stay at the rate. We'll get 1 off it at least. He has to hustle. It was a good bit of fielding. I think this would have been out if he hits. A good one-handed pickup, but he couldn't hit one stump. It's the end of the over, 17 for no loss.
Yeah, that's a really good bit of fielding. Good bit of cricket all around. I mean, no, you've got to take this one. And you can see that he is struggling. And they're going to make him run for his runs. They know that every step that he takes, he's feeling the pain. I think he's just cramped. That's in there. 17 for 2 at the end of the second.
Yeah, so far we've had 9 and 8. So, yeah, pretty productive overs. And you can see what I'm talking about in the table. Look at Umia. If they win, there'll be 4 points, level with the Stockholm Mumbai Indians, who have 2 tough matches this afternoon against Mashta. As far as the Tigers are concerned, they can draw level with Hammarby, who are in second place currently, if they win this match. And, again, the margin will matter. I'll probably can give you an exact even on that at this stage to know what they'd need to get second spot. Of course, they won't know that. And they will want to win, and they want to win well. We're going to see Kausar Ahmed, who's going to bowl over number 3, the last over of the power play. Raza, see if he can keep this little hot streak up. Oh, just gets a bit careful with this. It was a good ball. It was climbing on him from Kausar. Just defended back. Bit lucky that doesn't come off the leading edge and go straight back to the bowler.
Yeah, well, you see that Ahmed throws the ball straight away to Rahman, saying, here, work on this for me, polish it. He's certainly giving it a good polish. Just trying to keep one side of that ball nice and shiny so he can get some swing on it.
He walks at this. Problem with his footwork, I think, takes himself away from the ball slightly. Does come down the pitch, but big swing and a miss.
So gets the ball back. Probably was hoping that it would find its way back to Rahman so he could work on it a bit more. But, well, the batters have had a little chat. So Adnan has gone up to Raza and made some suggestions. Adnan's been very quiet at the moment, not had a lot of the strike though. And, we'll get on to strike now. That will be the single, played out to the man at point.
Just doing a little bit of a question of the net run rate. if they are going to get to second, I think they need to keep Umeå to 70 or less. That's the calculations that I've done. This one is down the ground. Will just be cut off by Shanawaz Uraman. So yeah, that's the mail I've got on the Tigers. If they can keep them to 70 or less, they'll get second spot off Hammarby. For Umeå, well, they just need to win. The better they win, the better. But if they don't win, we know they're out for sure. This is a good shot, and it's going to go. Well, I think it's gone all the way. Yeah, I think it has. I think it hits the rope. Maximal 6 runs, and that's the kind of shot they need. This one angles in. We'll try to see where this one lands. It was always going to be touch and go. And yeah, just covers the rope, doesn't it? And once again, Tutbeek doing the business for his team.
Yeah, that's a really good shot. Every so often, you just got to get the boundary in. The umpire saying, hang on a minute, not quite ready.
That's the one they needed to try and stay at the rate. So, last ball of the over coming up for Kauser Ahmed. Oh, this one goes straight down the ground and it doesn't quite carry to Farouk. He was hunting it, but it didn't quite carry to him. So once again, not a bad over at all. Pretty consistent power play, 9, 8, 9. That adds up to 26 for no loss after 3. Look, a much better power play for Umeå. When you think about the way they've got into trouble, it's because they have dawdled at starts of innings, and right now they're pretty much on the rate they need to be.
Yeah, I'm going to put my neck out here and say that's probably the best power play that they've had. I don't think there's been too many where they've got more than 20, so they're going about it in the right way. They've also still got plenty of wickets in hand, yet to lose a wicket. This is positive. This is what they need to do. And the two batters, I like to see the way they keep coming together, keep talking to each other. They've just got to keep each other upbeat for this.
Yeah, I had a question from Helix. He's asking me, was I using the Duckworth-Lewis method to work out the net run rate? No, Duckworth-Lewis method is more about games that are shortened. So it's not so much that. I just was kind of simulating what the calculation would be if they scored a certain amount of runs. So some people don't know how they calculate net run rate, but basically what it is, it's your batting run rate, so your total runs divided by the overs that you faced. So that's one number, and then you subtract from that the batting run rate of the teams against you. So this is in the air, and this one's going to travel, and it's a long way over the boundary. Maximal Raza has come out and set this innings alight. It's Hoke, who's a pretty good bowler. Not too much wrong with this ball either. It's a challenge kind of a length. And Tutbeek's up to the challenge. He deposits that one over the fence. 6 runs. Yeah,
every spinner that's come on to bowl today, the first ball has been sent to the boundary and over the boundary. It's gone for 6. Hoke, he bowled very well in the first match. Sees the first one dispatched. What's his comeback going to be?
This is going to be more runs, but just the one in fact. As it is Saka down there, that will do the fielding.
There's the umpire on his knees. That's why the umpires have to be alert all the time, not just when they're at the bowler's end. 2 for 13 he took in the first match. Hock. Short again, and just getting his line all wrong. I mean, fortunately for him, the last 2 have gone into the hands of the fielders. Just got to get this up slightly. But one man who's looking to attack anything that's pitched up is Raza. 28 or 14 he's moved on to. It's cleverly bowled. I think Hock is sensing that Raza is looking to come down the track and hit straight. So it doesn't give him the pitched up delivery.
Yeah, Hook. I like him as a bowler. We've seen some really good spinners, haven't we, this week in Stockholm? Once again, pretty good delivery. Smart batting, though. Adnan, he knows he can go another gear, and he certainly batted well in the first game, didn't he? Kind of held their innings together with 42 off 27. But right now, I think he knows, okay, I'm going to give the strike to Tutbeek Raza and see if he can continue in that attacking role. And he does, and hits this one pretty well. This is going to be 6 more. Maximal! Well, Tutbeek has been incredible so far. He's got 35 out of the 41 runs. Well, some free batting practice for his teammates, but they weren't able to make too much of it. He was, and 6 more to Umyot.
Well, he's thrown everything at this, and they can't stop it. With bat, hands, or whatever. Look, he's giving it everything. That's everything, including the kitchen sink and all of the wider appliances as well.
So 42 for no loss after 4. Now, Rico, he always has these kinds of days that he is talking about. And, well, he also told me that it's National Paper Plane Day today. So, International Paper Aeroplane Day. And, well, what can you say about this man? He does his research. What does that say anyway? Vale Airways. Oh, well, there you go. Well, there just shows you putting in your research. That was a pretty accurate throw.
That was a good throw.
I think maybe you should be the fielding coach for some of these guys because we've seen some throws that weren't that accurate. Now, it's great to have your company once again. And, well, please drop us a message in the chat. We love hearing from you. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico himself, who's now an aeronautical engineer, according to him. Anyway, we're going to go to over number 5. Mondral Akash is going to bowl it. Starts with a full toss. Pretty high
Pretty
one.
high, that. And, the umpires, they're having a chat. Well,
We'll have a chat about it.
I think this is high. Well, he has come down the wicket, but I still think that's going to continue at that high. I don't think it's dipping so much.
Batter will probably lose the benefit of it because of the fact that he moved out the crease. Still, it's 1 run, and we'll go back to Raza. He's on 35 off just 16 balls. He gets full toss as well, and can't do that much with it. Down to the fielder, Rahman, on the boundary. So just a couple of singles to start this over. Yeah, so now, I mean, that really good over in the 4th of 16. They're ahead of where they need to be. Again, got to keep tracking at that 9 and over. So 45, but now I think they'd hope to be closer to 50 at the end of this over. Little chop into the ground. Adnan just doesn't quite have his timing as yet. And Phil G saying, coincidentally, it's also Lenny Kravitz's birthday today. Well, we talked about rock stars, weren't we? We're talking about Hashan and his hair. Right now, we'll look at Akash. Another full toss. Needs to be fielded. Again, that's well covered. That's how to do it, isn't it? That was an awkward little bounce, but Farooq Ahmed makes it look easy. Just gets the whole body behind that, making sure he had it covered.
Yeah, did really well there. He knew that he was going to be able to take it on the bounce, so gets the body behind it.
Tutbeek gets another full toss, and he's going to get away with this one. Long chase for the captain. And once again, he anticipates that one well, keeps it to a single. Geez, not many of these bouncing from Akash at the moment.
Well, no, I mean, this one, he's not one of the normal strike bowlers, so I suppose it's a good opportunity, this, I suppose, for the Tigers to give the ball to some of the others. And when you've got James Bond in your team, you've got to try him. And Akash, he's not the man with the golden arm quite yet.
At least Adnan is still there. That's the thing. And he hasn't had to do too much because Raza has just been on fire. So he doesn't want to throw his wicket away at this stage. He wants to give Raza that license to keep going. It's the end of the 5th over and a pretty good one from Akash results-wise. Anyway, just the 5 singles off it. And the score is 47 for no loss after 5. Heading into the second half of this game. And this will be the 5 overs that will make or break Umyot's tournament, potentially.
They're exactly on the same score that their opponents were at this point, 47 to 47, but haven't lost a wicket. So, really, there must be looking odds on here. I'd like to see the win predictor. I don't know if we're going to see it in the bottom of the screen coming up, but I'd like to see what it thinks because I don't think there's been that many times that Umyot have found themselves in the in the positive side of that.
That's true. That's true. And now we're going to see Arif Hussain bowling over number 6. So he's getting a run. Oh, this wasn't really short enough to pull. And this has gone below the height of the bails. He's a bit lucky to still be there, I think, after this. Nips back. Probably misses by a stump or two, to be fair. It's the kind of ball it's really easy to chop onto your stumps as well. Adnan just needs to get out of the way at the moment. Raza is the man that can really get them ahead in this game, it looks like, just the way he's batting at the moment. Adnan will do just that. It's funny how cricket works. Adnan was the one that was basically hogging the strike before, and now we're saying he needs to get out the way. But cricket's funny that way. You just go through runs of hitting the ball well and runs of maybe not hitting the ball so well. At the moment, It's been Raza that's dominated this partnership. What a decision to send him out there to open. Can it continue? That's the question. And this time he nicks off, so he's going to have to go. He just kind of wanders down the pitch. He went walkabout, and all he could get was a little edge through to Jyoti. He gleefully accepts the challenge, and he breaks the opening partnership, 48 for 1.
Yeah, disappointment really, because it's the first time he hasn't really played an attacking shot. And he'll look back at that and he'll be saying to himself, why did I try and do this? Why didn't I just play the normal shot that I've been playing? It's a good bit of bowling, though, you have to say, from a man. And Riff was saying, you haven't seen him do too much of the bowling. He kept bowled at a good line. He could have got a wicket straight up the very first ball. That was not well played. Gets the wicket now there. That will give them some hope. But look, this man coming in, I think he's done the right thing here, the captain, Majid Mustafa. He comes in now at a time where, for a change, the platform has been laid. So he, rather than have to do all the hard work, can just hopefully guide his team to a victory they desperately need.
Yeah, they sure do. And I think the issue there, he wanders down the pitch. He's wanting to get something to drive. But I think perhaps Arif Hussain sees him coming and goes a bit shorter, so he doesn't get something he can drive. That's why his plan B was just to kind of poke it away for a single. But that came with its own risks. And he got a little feather through to Humi and Jyoti behind the stumps. So with these two real senior players for Umyot, they'll hope to be able to get them pretty close to this target. Here comes Arif Hussain. Be a nice shot first up. They go with the hit. And Jyoti has some work to do.
Talk about hit. They went with the hit. Jyoti took the hit as well. Well, look at this. Talk about taking one for his team.
Told you got to be a bit crazy to be a keeper. You got to love throwing yourself around, potentially getting hit by the ball. Jyoti's fearless behind that.
He flew in from nowhere. Oh, you saw my paper aeroplane flying around, but Jyoti's flying around as well.
Let's see what Adnan can do now that he's lost Tut Beak. Hits this one a lot better, but he has found the fielder Rahman down at long on. That does bring up the 50 for Umyot. And yeah, no, we talked a lot about their batting, haven't we? We have talked about it a lot through the series, that maybe they have been a bit directionless early. Well, they certainly have the intent right through the first half of this innings. Now we're into the 6th over. Can they finish it off, though? Pressure-packed 4 overs ahead. This one is going nowhere, although it does get past the bowler in the end. They do prevent a run. What a good over that is from Arif Hussain, as he just only allows 3 in the 6th. It's 50 for 1.
Yeah, well done. Well bowled. And, certainly that maybe just swings the balance slightly in the favour back to the Tigers, having got the dangerous Raza out. Well, that's win probability. Oh, look, I bet you it was the other way around before that over.
They were there.
Yeah, I told you.
They've been ahead. They just have snuck behind, but it just shows you this is anybody's game at the moment.
Yeah.
That wicket of Raza just kind of throwing the graph downwards slightly. Well, Helix has got a question in the chat. He was asking about the lights at the ground here. Are they good enough to play cricket under lights? Well, the short answer is they would be. There was a bit of an issue because there was a fire here not so long ago that caused a power issue. So I think the plan is for the lights to be good enough to play under lights. The other thing I would say is that this time of the year, you probably don't need the lights because it's bright till about 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah, that's true.
If you wanted, you could play from about 4 in the morning to 10 at night. Anyway, guess who's back? It is the human mop, Nazmul Hashan. And now he might have a wicket straight away. This is in the air. The fielder comes round and he takes the catch. That's Honk, who prowled round from cover. And he does take the wicket. And a disappointment, I think, for Sohail Adnan. He just could never get going in that innings. In the end, he falls for 11. A second wicket down now. It's 50 for 2.
Yeah, that's a disappointing one, because I think with Raza going, it was the opportunity really that Sohail Adnan, he needed to be the one that took charge and started to get things going. And with his captain just coming out and joining him, that was not the thing that they needed. They needed him to stay around, because really their main batters are the ones, well, 2 of them are now gone. You've got Mustafa still out there, but this was a big wicket to go down at that time. And good catch there, because really it goes back to what you were talking about before. Really the outfield is the one that should be calling that. So that catch, rightly, it should have been all about Hussain saying, yeah, it's mine, because I'm the one that's coming into it. But
yeah.
Hock just fancied it.
I think it does depend, though, about how far away the outfielder was. I mean, that's why everything's kind of and it depends when it comes to those. That's why cricket's not as clear-cut as baseball with calling those. So a wicket for Hashan. Now he gets to bowl to Amir Hussaini. He's a pretty good guy to come out in this situation, though. And sometimes batters are better when they have a real clear purpose and they're kind of thrown into a pressure situation rather than batting at the start where they have to they have a bit longer to kind of build an innings. I think Hussaini's one of those guys that will relish the opportunity. He's off the mark immediately. Over to the captain, Mustafa, who drives this off a length. So just one ball, as a baseline isn't enough, but at least if you get at least one ball, then you are potentially able to get that. I suppose it's about 10 and over. Well, it was at the start of this over that they need. A little bit short. Once again, they go on the hit. It's good running. It's booted by the fielder, but it'll just cost him a single.
Well, it cost him a single, and whatever he's lost, that fell out of his pocket. I don't know what that was.
Well, it could be a paper airplane.
It could be.
Maybe he's down with it. I think it's just the
Were
towel.
you a paper? Did you make paper
I was
aeroplanes?
never very good at making them, I've got
No?
to be honest with you.
So not an origami type of person, that Vinny.
Don't have the dexterity. Edged, and they get lucky. They'll get 4 here. They just needed a bit of luck, didn't they? As you felt that the challenge is being stifled somewhat, and this is just something you can't do too much about as a captain. As it flies away from Jyoti, and a welcome boundary for Umia.
I didn't even see the boundary. I was just watching the hair bouncing up and down there. It was just like... You could add a bit of music to that. Yeah, they need some luck. They do. And that would help because the last 2 overs, especially that one from Hussain and this one from Hashan, have been good for, well, not been good for Umia.
Last ball for Hashan. Not a bad one. Pitches up on the stumps. Just cost them a single. Even though they look for a second, it's not quite there. 7 overs down, and Umia 58 for 2. Hashan ends up going for 17, picking up a wicket in that over. Looking ahead to the afternoon session, the Stockholm Mumbai Indians will potentially, depending on the result in this game, they may not be as secure as they would have liked. They'll be taking on the tabletoppers mashed up in the final 2 matches of Group B. And you can see that Wakas Hyder's in there and Sher Ali. Solari, he is back in the lineup. I can't see him batting 8. I think he's probably going to come up into the number 3 position. And Mashta, they'll be hoping to finish with a bang as well, heading into quarterfinals tomorrow. That is match 39. And it's coming away in about 40 minutes. Mashta winning the toss and electing to bowl first. They have chased really well in this series. So the Stockholm Mumbai Indians will have their work cut out for them in that one. But we know they've been a bit hot and cold as it is as well. Arif Hussain, good man to come back and bowl the 8th over. Starts by angling in to Mustafa. There's no fine leg, so Jyoti's after it. They should get 2 here. And well, not a bad throw at all from Jyoti. That's good hustle from him. It will be 2 leg buys. They'll take them however they can at the moment. 31 required off the last 3 overs. You really don't want single-digit overs at this point, Rico, because that's just going to push the rate up and put a lot of pressure on the last couple. So just scrambling a couple off the first ball of the 8th.
Yeah, it's very important they got 2 out of that because it would have been a wide ball. If you're going to play at those, you've got to get the boundary. There's nobody at fine leg.
Now he gets this one slightly wrong. It's in the air, but he's going to get lucky. And they think about a second, but it doesn't get that far away from Hussain, so they're happy with just with 1. Mustafa gets a bit fortunate there.
Yeah. Look at the bounce on this as Hussain's trying to take it, field it himself, and it bounces all the way over him. And thankfully, Rahman, the taller man.
I want to say a quick hello to Neville, who's watching us in the chat. Nice to see you pop in, Neville. Good time to join us because the finish is on. And it's time for Hussaini to get cracking. This one they might get 2, you know.
They should be looking for 2 here.
I think that Farouk Ahmed maybe had it covered. And a couple have been booted away late on here. You can see at this stage that the Tigers, they were 65 for 6. They were 3 runs ahead, but they'd lost 4 more wickets. Plenty of wickets in hand for Umia.
Yeah, they got wickets out. Well, this was the point where Manaval did the damage.
Yeah, that's right. So a little bit short. Needs to be fielded, and it is. So just a single. Singles at the moment, just slowly building pressure on the batting team. And you feel like it'll be relieved one way or another, probably with a boundary or a wicket. So whichever one of those happens first, I think we'll put whatever team is able to get the result ahead. What a good game. What a good over this is by Hussain. He's been outstanding with the ball. Hasn't conceded a boundary as yet. big swing and a miss, but it's called a wide.
Ooh, well, bowler doesn't like it. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, I'm not surprised he doesn't like it.
That's a wide. I reckon that's grabbed a bit of the line.
You think?
Yeah, I think.
A little bit of late swing.
Can you say that the whole ball was inside the wide line when it passes the popping crease? I don't think so. I reckon there's the edge of it's on the line. I think it's a good call.
Ball's too big.
This time it's driven away. One hand, one bounce. If he hits, he'll be close. Well, batter runs in and decided not to slide the bat. That's confidence.
It's good. He's done that a few times, hasn't he, Hawk? He's very good at picking these balls up one-handed. Good attacking fielder. Here's the throw, and yeah, he's comfortably in. But he didn't want to put his bat down there, did he?
Would have been comfortable enough to run it in without running my bat in. Anyway, they do get a run. Last ball of the over. There's been 6 off this so far. Can they get that boundary? No, they can't. And Mustafa goes down swinging. He needed that boundary, and I think Hussein's saying, well, that one was the knuckleball. Whatever it was effective. Unfortunately, the captain's going to have to go for 9. He couldn't quite turn it on, could he? Here in match 38. Umia lose their skipper at 65 for 3.
Yeah, big wicket to come at a big moment. I mean, you can see what he's thinking here. He's deciding this has to go. He sees it short, but it doesn't come up. And, well, there you go. That's what Hussein says. Did you see that? That was all about the knuckle. Well, maybe it was. It was a clever bit of bowling. Held it back. I got to say it, he does get lucky. His first ball could have gone for a boundary. It was down the leg side. Then we saw that other short one, which the batter wasn't able to get hold of, which was fielded at square leg. So there were some loose deliveries here, but the problem is when you've lost some of your danger batters, you get away with those. You certainly wouldn't have got away with those earlier on.
Yeah, now they're having a long conference about who's going to bowl the next one. It might be whether maybe they try the spinner. We haven't seen Rahman used in this innings yet. Has had a question from Helix in the chat asking about Siddiqui yesterday, the keeper from Hammarby that copped a ball to the face. How did he end up? Now, the word is it wasn't as bad as was feared, although he does have 1 stitch. I heard a single stitch. So there was some talk it might be stitches.
He waited a long time for that single stitch.
If it is good news, it was a single stitch. And yeah, I think that he's... I don't know if we'll see him tomorrow. We possibly could. Let's have a look. Anyway, right now, 9th over. 24 required off the last 2. And Hussein launches a big swing, but doesn't get anything on this, and that's going to build the pressure. He's been joined out there by Kayamia, who, again, is another player that can hit the boundaries. But will they? That's the question, as the rate climbs above 13 for the first time.
Got to hit this ball. The tournament depends on it. They need runs.
He does hit it.
Got to hustle. Take him on. They've got to.
I just don't think they're going to get a second. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, and I'll tell you why. Because Hussein's had a bit of a crack. Hasn't really worked out for him. Mia, well, maybe he can do something like Tatbik Raza did earlier. He is very, very capable. And if he gets the first one out of the middle, maybe he'll feel confident. So the change of striker, I don't mind that at all at the moment for Umio. He needs something to happen and happen quick. But this one just bounces straight over the stumps. Kauser Ahmed's been trusted with the 9th over. They stuck with pace. His first over just went for 9 when he bowled the 3rd. At the moment, Tigers looking like they've just pulled ahead in this contest. Deep point comes up, and another boundary right on the leg side. I think that's a good move. That's the area that he's aiming. And then he bowls it miles outside the off stump. It'll be a wide.
That'll help. It'll bring one of those dot balls back into play, because they'll have to be bowled again and they get a single.
Mia yet to score. Once again, just gets to the bottom of the bat on this. They may want to think about Sue here. Again, they were never really looking for it. There's nobody in the circle in that area. So it will just be a single, and that hurts. You have to start thinking ahead now. How many do you want to chase off the last? I mean, the highest scoring over we've had in this innings was 16 that came off the 4th from Rizvi Hoke. And at the moment, looks like they might need a few more than that in the last. 21 required off 8 deliveries. He goes after this, but he hasn't quite got the contact. Should be caught, and it will be caught. It's that man we just mentioned, Rizvi Hoke. Well, he will take this one. Husseini just couldn't get it going, could he? He goes for 5. Umia lose the 4th wicket, 68 for 4. And that one does make it really tough for Umia. The men from the north struggling to get the points they need to put themselves in contention for qualification.
Well, look at Hockey. It takes the catch, and then he tells everybody, did you see how that was spinning? It was going round and 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 round like this, he said. It was doing the jitterbug. Because it is World Lindy Hop Day, also known as the jitterbug, where the Kookaburra was doing a bit of the jitterbug there.
Yeah, obviously. We dealt with it well. I want to say hello to Webster as well, who's joined us in the chat. So, yeah, last ball of the over. Pardeep Singh. Well, I mean, let's see if he can find something.
He hit a boundary if he last ball.
No, but my issue is, I was
last time we saw him.
If he hits one, maybe Mia won't run. Last ball of the over. Well, no, it'll be a wide, so this will help.
Certainly does.
But I think maybe now you've got Mia, who's not established either. He's 1 off 2. I think maybe you're not trying too much to manipulate the strike. You're going to need almost a magical over. Right now you need 20.
Get a boundary now. Take it to 16 needed on the last.
Gets something on it. Again, it's been pretty good bowling. Most of it's been full and straight. It's been tough for the batters to get under the ball. You've seen plenty of balls just kind of clunked off the bottom of the bat for singles, and that's one of them. It's 9 overs down. The score's 70 for 4. And what I noticed right now is that the Hammarby people watching, they'll know that it seems like they'll cling on to second spot because of the nature of this win, because I think that the Tigers, they needed to hold Umeå to 70 or less if they were to grab second spot. And now, unless this is a maiden, I don't think they'll be able to do that. So it looks like they've booked a date with Bachirka, who were ranked second in Group A. It does look like the Tigers will finish third now. Unless we get a maiden, and who knows, maybe we'll get one. Now, it's going to be last overtime, and 19 required. I think we're going to see some left arm spin here, and yeah, I think it is. We're going to see Sayam Chowdhury, who's come into the lineup, and he's going to get an over. What a time to unleash him into the action.
Well, it's, if you need a lot of runs, you'd rather take on the spin, maybe. Chowdhury. Now, all the spinners' first ball so far in today's match has gone for 6.
That one was a hit-me ball, and he does hit it, but he's picked out the fielder, and it's been dropped. And now they're only going to get one, I think.
Oh my
That's one. You need to be legging it out, and it was a sitter, but it goes down. And what's bad for Umeå there is that they don't get back for 2. Every run matters at the moment. And wow.
They only take 1 as well, that's the one
to be hit, wasn't it? Yeah, he needs more practice, Chowdhury, after that first one.
What's happening here? Oh, he doesn't want the... It says, okay, well, both batters say take our helmets. That's just weighing us down. So, well, that's the double withdrawal off the helmets.
That was the one, though, wasn't it?
Certainly worse.
Really hurts when you need 19. And that one could have made it kind of 13 or 5 with the same batter on strike as it is. Here's Pardeep trying to make something happen. And he can't. Nice swing and a miss. 18 off 4. Much better ball from Chowdhury that time. Four balls remaining. He goes straight down the ground. He's going to get 6 here. Well, that's a big one. Maximo! Wow, keeping the game alive. They haven't lost the patience just yet. There's a faint pulse in that one. That's the 6 that Umeå needed to stay in the contest. That makes it 12 off 3.
Oh, this is such an important shot, isn't it? Oh, Mia, come on, give it to us again. Don't make this a dot, whatever you do. It's a 12.
Really good shot. Oh, he clunks this. Got to go for 2 here. Oh, they're not going to take any. Well, maybe that's, yeah, fair enough. Because I do think that Mia's the one that's going to be able to hit 6s, but he's now going to need to hit 2 of them.
2.
So it's 6 or bust. 12 required off the last 2 balls. Chowdhury in the hot seat. Oh, he hits this one. It's going. It's out of here. Maximo! Wow, Mia keeping his team alive. And now he can throw out the golden ball because I can't see a 5 happening for now anyway. They need 6 off the last ball. Umeå, they need 6 to... Well, if they don't hit a 6 here, they're definitely out of the tournament. To have any chance, they need a 6 off this ball. Can he do it? 6 for the victory. Wide. Wow, that changes things a bit because now a 4 takes him to a golden ball. 4 to tie. And a 6 will win.
Oh,
Wow, this is tense. Mia, he's just got to back himself to hit the ball and hit the ball hard and hit it correctly here.
The umpire's just calming everybody down there. Never seen that before. Umpire saying, calm down, everybody.
Just pushing the captain. He's thinking he wants to lose his fine leg and put someone else straight because he probably thinks that Mia's not trying to hit the ball behind the wicket. He's trying to hit the ball in front of the wicket. So I can understand that, but the change isn't really made. He's eyeing off the leg side here. Mia needs a boundary to keep his team in the game.
It's going to the boundary, Vinny, but what's it going to be, 4 or 6?
He goes for it. It's going, and that is out of
Yes!
here, Maximo!
They've done it! Can you believe it?
Wow, that's an unbelievable shot. That's incredible excitement as Chowdhury ends up going magical. 20 come off the last, and Umia, well, they were dead and buried, but they've been brought back to life by Mia. And how has he done that? He goes back-to-back Maximos. He refuses a run with 3 balls to go. He had to hit 2 sixes. That's exactly what he's done. And Umia, well, they have forced their way into contention. That's one of the most incredible games. One of the biggest finishes we've ever seen here on ECN.
Oh, well, how about that? Well, Mia, he backed himself to do it, and he did it. I said, well, if you're ever going to do it, you're going to have to do it against a spin. The first ball should have gone for a 6. It doesn't. But, well, what a finish. And I love the way, the reaction of Umia. They know that keeps them in this competition. Mia was doing all the dancing. Well, you might as well have taken away the bat and given him a guitar instead. That was sensational. Absolutely sensational. What a match. What a finish. I've seen nothing like it. And Umia, a team that has struggled with the bat. Well, when they needed to perform, they do. Now, here's the... Well, we go to the highlights. Well, we're going to have to see the finish on the highlight again. But it started well, didn't they? They were good right from the beginning. 9 of the first and 17 of the second. Everything was going their way. They got probably the best power play that they've had so far in the series. 26 from it. And at this moment, Vinny, everything was looking good.
Oh, I still can't believe what I've seen. I'm still getting over the finish, but yeah, you're right. I mean, let's just remember Raz's contribution and how important that was early on. But I mean, then he nicked off for, I think it was 35 or 37 in the end off 19 balls. And yeah, it was some of their kind of leading batters that struggled to get going. Sohail Adnan and Majid Mustafa couldn't really put too much together with the bat. And eventually Mustafa, he had to go. I mean, the Tigers probably doesn't affect them so much losing that game in the end because you knew they were going to finish third no matter what once Umia did reach 71. As it was late on, they needed a hero, and it just seemed to be slipping away. I mean, this is one that really should have gone the journey, but it didn't. And now you look back at that moment where that catch was dropped, and that's Arif Hussain, who's normally a pretty good fielder. Then Mia, he turned down a single, and he decided he needed to hit 2 sixes to do it himself, and that was one of them that disappeared out of the ground. And then with 6 to win, this was whacked away, and it was just enough to take them to the victory. And Umia, they live and fight another day. Well, potentially, we'll have to see what happens this afternoon between the Stockholm Mumbai Indians. I'm sure we're watching that one really closely. We'll be taking on Mashta this afternoon. But look, all in all, forget the situation, forget everything else. What a fantastic game of cricket. They take 20 off the last over to win.
What a game. Well, we know what we got coming up next is the team that now have to perform, the Stockholm Mumbai Indians. Well, they'll be devastated. They thought that they were going to be in tomorrow's quarterfinals. Now they know it's not going to happen. It all went down to the last over. 19 was required. He hit 20. And Mia, well, he is the hero. They were hugging him and kissing him and picking him up. Oh, what a hero he is for them. But who is going to be the hero for the Stockholm Mumbai Indians?
Yeah, I mean, let's see. Because the Stockholm Mumbai Indians now, I mean, potentially they could lose both probably narrowly and still get in, but they won't be planning on that. They'll want to get some points, especially after losing their last 2 games. They did win 2 games earlier in the week. They were back-to-back. But Mashta, they want to certainly put their foot down as well, and they'll feel that they have the team that's got the ability to finish with a 7-1 record going into quarterfinals tomorrow. Let's have a look at this scorecard, and geez, you got to feel for Chowdhury as well. I can understand, look, they gave him a bowl because he hasn't had an over yet, and it did seem like the game was pretty secure. Like I say, the Tigers.
What do you mean feel for Chowdhury? You got to feel for me. You've given me a dead arm.
Did I get you? 37 for Raza at the top of the order. He's the one that got the ball rolling. And Adnan just a bit sluggish this time, but he certainly held the batting together in the first game, Sohail Adnan. as we look at Mia. He was the star, wasn't he? 19 of 7 balls, including back-to-back Maximos to take them to the line. 90 in the end off their 10 overs, going right down to the wire. It's one thing in this series, we haven't had a lot of real close finishes. I don't get much closer than that. 2 for 8, Hussain was excellent, but he did roll that catch in the last over, so he had a mixed time of it. Wickets for Kauser Ahmed and Nazmul Hashan, the human hairball. But yeah, Chowdhury going for 20 in the last. And look, really, in the end, they weren't Gundy balls at all. It was just really good batting at the end. Took him out of the ground. It was Mia who soaked up the pressure and dished it back. Umio really livening up this afternoon's proceedings. 90 to 88 in the final match for these two teams in the group. We're going to have a bit of a cold shower. We'll be back in 20 minutes, and when we do, it will be SMI. They'll be out there against Mashta for the final 2 group matches. Until then, hope you can hose yourself off as well. Mr. Maximo here, Vinny Sandhu, as well as Rico Full. We'll see you shortly. A big afternoon ahead of cricket in Stockholm. We'll see you shortly for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back to Stockholm, and we're halfway through day 10, the final day of group matches here in the FanCode European Cricket Series Sweden Stockholm edition. Now we have the final double header of the tournament, and it's going to be more Group B action coming your way. It is the Stockholm Mumbai Indians. They will be here, and it's their last two matches, of course. Same for Mashta, the table toppers. Let's go to the middle where Stefan Gooch is with the two captains, and let's see what happened at the coin toss.
Mashta the call. Heads the call. Heads. With ball first. Okay, yep. Have a good game, guys. Thank you. Cheers. Good luck. Thank you.
So it is Shahid Mustafa, the Mashta captain. He wins the toss and he elects to bowl first. So they have been pretty successful chasing, haven't they, so far in this series? And they get to do that here in match number 39. And watch out, they've got a really good top order, don't they? And of course, Wakas Haider and Sher Ali have been excellent. Mustafa himself, he's pretty handy in the middle order. Soleri, he's a real wild card they can bring back into their lineup as we head towards the end of this tournament as well. Mashta, like I say, they're 5-1. They really want to have some momentum, I think, going through to the final stages, because the final stages are where they essentially were knocked out last year. They were knocked out at the semi-final stage. So they can certainly put some distance between them and the rest this afternoon. But Stockholm Mumbai Indians, well, essentially they will want to head into quarterfinals with some good results today. Of course, their captain, Sanjay Mahajan, he will have to bat first. They'll have to put the runs on the board. They might need a few against this Mashta team that do look well balanced and in good form. So let's get ready for the afternoon session. Match 39 is on the way. Rico Full is ready to go as well. The news from the toss, Mashta, they've won the toss. They want to chase. They're going to bowl first. Let's get ready for the first ball of the afternoon.
At the ground, but the first thing is first. This is an opportunity for the players as we start to focus onto the pitch here, that are just taking a moment to remember Kamba Saeed, a player from Master. His father sadly passed away, and both sets of players are just showing a moment of silence in appreciation and condolences to the family. And of course everybody here at the ECN also wants to send our regards and respects and condolences to Kamba Saeed and his family. Very touching moment there from both sets of players, the Stockholm Mumbai Indians and also Master, showing their respects to the father of Kamba Saeed of Master, who sadly passed away. And we are, of course, a growing family. We are a community, and not only do we share in the joys and celebration of the good things that happen, but also we come together for moments of sadness as well. And once more, our thoughts of everybody here, of the ECN crew and everyone at the ground, are with Kamba Saeed and his family at the moment. We turn our attention now to this match between the Stockholm Mumbai Indians versus Master. And what an important match it is for, well, more so you'd have to say for the Stockholm Mumbai Indians. They know that well, with that sensational victory in match number 38 for Umeå, remember they needed 19 of the last and they got them thanks to 3 big sixes hit by Mia. Made all the difference. This is the expected bat versus ball wall. They're saying that Master, and true to form, will put 94 to 76. Expecting Master to win this quite comfortably, but Master, having won the toss, have elected to field first. It's something that they like doing. They like to chase. So it's all about what the Stockholm Mumbai Indians do here now. They know that with that result, they're on level points with Umeå. And we'll get a chance to have a look at the net run rate as it stands at the end of the second over. But they won't be wanting to rely on things like that. I think the fate is in their hands. If they can get a victory, a single victory in any one of these two matches, then they know that they will be the team that will make up fourth place in the quarterfinals. Well, fourth place in this standings and make it into quarterfinals tomorrow. It's between them and Umeå, really. Sher Ali is the bowler. And this one doesn't really come up much. Lakhani was the opener. He's got off the mark straight away, and now it's Pratik Sankhe. He batted well yesterday, Sankhe. First time he's really got into the rhythm after coming into the side. They'll be looking for a good start from these two. They can't be hesitant. I think they have to attack. Might as well make up their mind that in both of these matches, just to play attacking cricket and try to get that victory. I mean, we know about the strength and firepower of Master. Of course, the man who's doing the bowling at the moment, Sher Ali, he is, well, such a hard hitter of the ball, as is his normal opening partner, Waqas Haider. The captain can be very useful as well. Then yesterday, we saw Hui Muller do the same. This is up in the air. I think it's going to go safe. The batter's a ball watching. Probably pretty confident that it's going to go to the boundary. So Hill can't. That's the chasing. Can't get there. And that's one thing. That's one reason I like the batting of Dutch and Lakhani. He doesn't hold back. He throws everything at it. I think that's what they've got to take a lead from him, really. So the first boundary comes up. And it's Lakhani that gets it. If only they'll be hoping, if only Lakhani can go big. If he can, say, get a 50 for his team and the other batters work around him, that certainly would put a challenging score on the board. This time, Ali is beaten outside the off. First time we saw Sher Ali, he was certainly getting a lot of swing outside the off stump. And probably bowling with probably just a bit more pace. The last few days, he's not getting as much swing, and he's cut back on the pace a bit. In fact, we've seen him bowling more slower deliveries than fast ones. Been varying his pace a fair bit. And this one, it's just been banged in short. I think he sees Lakhani coming. End of the over. That finishes with 6 on the board, which includes that one boundary from Lakhani. Not the cleanest of hits, but it did go to the boundary. End of the first. Just having a look at the field here, it's very much sort of offside heavy, especially in that area of the sort of between third man and point. A lot of bodies, a lot of blue jerseys in that area. And I think that just tells you that the bowlers are being asked by the captain just to keep the ball there or thereabout outside the off stump and try to get a bit of height on it as well. It's going to be Amjad to bowl to second. Starts well. Sankhe. It's off the mark. I'm not sure what our umpire. Look at Rohit here. He's having a look, and Rohit is saying, this is the shot I would play. I'd just be looking to uppercut it. And, well, okay, Rohit. We know he's a really decent player. Well, this is hit beautifully. It's over the infielder, over his head, and that's 4 runs. But it's not quite the uppercut. And Sankhe played. This is a really nice shot, nicely timed. He knows that the fielder is inside the circle, so he doesn't have to try and hit it too hard. And 4 more. And this time, it is a nice clean hit from Raza. Amjad Raza finds his second ball to the liking of Pratik Sankhe. Now he wants a single, and we'll get it. It's clever, sensible. Funky, of course. Recently, a father for the first time. Himself and his wife having their first child. So congratulations to them. He's probably not had too much sleep, I would have thought, the last few days. But he looks okay at the moment. He's going to have to be sharp behind the stumps as well. And this is a clever change up of pace. I'm disappointed that the keeper, the captain Shahid Mustafa, was not able to stop that. By signalled. Yeah, good change up of pace really. And you can see Ajmal was not very happy with his wicketkeeper captain there on that occasion. Places out into the yard for chase on for the fielder. I don't think he's going to get it. It just goes to show you once more the speed of this outfield. It doesn't strike it very hard, but it's all about the placement. Look, into the ground, keeps it down, keeps it low, gets it through the gap. And despite the efforts of the fielder, Awin Ullah can't chase up to it. 4 more runs. Awin Ullah ne kafi chase kitti. But lag gaya chauka. So a nice bit of batting here early on from Pratik Sankhe. Very key that these two stay there though. Got to stay focused, got to bat deep. Place this one out on the area of long on. Gets well fielded there. End of the second over. 17 on the board and no wickets down. So nice steady start. That's what they need to do. And gives me an opportunity to say first of all, hello to everybody, wherever you're tuning in from around the world. So whether you're watching via FanCode in the sub-Indian continent, namaste to you, and also a big hello to everybody that's on the chat. And also to Vinny Sandhu, as we have a look at the table. It's exciting stuff.
Oh, well, it's the table that Umia thought they'd never see. And they have pulled level, and they are in 5th, but they could sneak into 4th if the Stockholm Mumbai Indians lose both these games to Mashta and lose them by enough so that their net run rate drops below Umia's. So, I mean, what an exciting afternoon of cricket we've got in store.
It's going to be very exciting. I know that you will be probably not so much in this match, but certainly by the time we see the second match between these two, you'll be typing all sorts of things and equations in to tell us what, how, and ifs. But at the moment, I suppose you've got to say that the Stockholm Mumbai Indians, they'll just need to take it all into their own hands. They should be saying to themselves, look, we shouldn't be thinking about net run rate and all of those things. If we want it, we've got to go out there and we've got to win one of these two matches. It's as simple as that. Sher Ali is done as he tends to do, bowled himself out, bowling his second. First over went for 6. And oh, this one could quite easily have been chopped onto the stumps.
Yeah, Sher Ali, such a good bowler, isn't he? Always asking questions. Can actually swing the ball both ways.
Pratik waits for the next. Beautiful shot. It down the leg side. It comes out of the hand wrong. I think looking at this ball from Sher Ali, keep an eye on the arm. He tries to do something different now. Whether it was one he tried to get the slower, or I don't think it was a slower one, but I think he was trying to get this to swing in big from the leg side. It gets wrong, but nicely put away.
Sometimes he just gets a bit too cute trying to swing the ball. And I think he takes a bit off it and actually counteracts that movement. So, yeah, Sher Ali got a lot of tricks. But whatever he does, he needs to execute well. This SMI turning into a decent start for them.
It's a very good start. And just need to keep it going. And at the moment, they've batted sensibly. There hasn't been any rash shots. And just as I talk about batting sensibly, he finds the edge, but it's a chance that goes down. Shahid Mustafa, it was a sharp one. There's the swing. Look, there's the movement. He beats him. It's one of those, isn't it? Vinny, you know all about them. They either stick or they don't.
Yeah, exactly right. He's pretty well balanced and he gets a good glove on this, but yeah, Shahid Mustafa, he'll be disappointed. It doesn't stick. It's a tough one going down.
Yeah, that's the away swing. That's the delivery that seems to work or has worked well from Sher Ali. And this time a little bit quicker. And he's challenging the batter. Sankit saying, okay, here you go, deal with this one. It was shorter. It also gets that swing, you see. It swings quite viciously as well. And quite a fiery delivery. And what will this one be? Will he be brave enough to maybe go for the slower one? Pitch right up. Well, it's not. It's very similar. Straight at the fielder. In comes the throw. And a direct hit could have been interesting.
Yeah, I mean, would have been, I think. Interesting start to this game.
Here we go.
Probably just home.
Yeah, gets in, doesn't he? He's pretty quick. Both these batters are pretty quick. Running in between the wickets. Sher Ali. And there's that movement again. But well played, I'd have to say, Balakani. He knows what the delivery is going to be. He waits for it and then pushes it out to third, but not able to take any runs. End of the power play. So, and he does come back to finish his over well. It just goes for 11 off his 12, that is, sorry. Just running a little behind. And the score, 23 without loss. And that is the without loss. That's going to be the key because they can build on this.
Yeah, for sure. And so, yeah, SMI. Well, they'll know. They're just one win away from safety, really. Of course, it won't be ideal if they finish in fourth. They'd want to win 2 games and win them well enough to maybe knock the Tigers out of third. If they do that, then they avoid a meeting with Albi Zalmi in the quarterfinals tomorrow. But I mean, at this stage, it's all about just doing what you have to do to qualify. Mashed at the moment. They are favoured 75-25 as far as that win predictor goes. And now we're going to see Hamid Saleri. We missed him yesterday, didn't we? He's back, and he's going to bowl some of his left arm spin now and over number 4.
Yeah, Saleri, a very good all-rounder. Just waiting.
Just sorting a few things technically, but I think we're good to go. And so, yeah, Lakani will be watching on. As Sunke will get to face the first ball of the fourth over from Saleri.
Good use of the feet from Sanket as well. Remember, he did give that very difficult chance to the keeper, Sajid Mustafa, so he's wants to make the most of the chance, the opportunity he's got to still be out there. This is hit firmly. Well, he's still out there, but he was in the firing line there. This was hit pretty hard. I don't know if this catches any of Pratik Sankey here. Let's have a look. This will tell us. No.
Good dodgeball player, I think. Getting out the way of that one.
Just trying to guide this one very fine off that third man. I think he's seen that the third man is pretty wide and also inside the ring. So just trying to get a delicate little touch onto this from Saleri. And this one's short, but he hasn't quite timed it, and it's a very good catch there on the boundary. And no mistakes at all. A good catch. Does really well, Lorne. See, just a little short. He's onto it quickly. He rocks back. He thinks he's got enough of it. And but Lorne is there. And in fact, he's probably about a metre or so in from the boundary. So ends up taking it comfortably inside the boundary rope. It wasn't an easy catch, though. He does well. So Pratik Sankey, he did give a chance earlier. He wasn't able to make too much from it, though. He goes for 17 of the 15 balls that he faced.
Yeah, so they finally do break through. They've just kept that run rate down in the last couple of overs. And so you mashed it. They do get the first. And once again, spin doing the trick in the fourth over. I know you like that, Rico.
Yeah, love it. And Saleri, that was, didn't see him yesterday. It's obviously the break has done him good because he looks just as good and just as sharp as he did when we saw him last. And that's a nice start. Darts this one in sort of towards the off middle stump. So it's been a really good over so far. wicket and just 2 runs. Works this away. It's the new batter, Darjit. Will get a single, gets himself off the mark. And that is the end of the over. So 25 for 1 at the end of the power play. It gives us an opportunity to once more say hello to everybody. We've got the best viewers and the best audience in the world.
We do. We've got the best action as well. Because how about that finish to the last game where Umia, they were pretty much dead and buried. They needed 2 sixes off the last 2 balls. They got them.
Yeah.
And now that's put the pressure right back on the Stockholm Mumbai Indians. That's why this afternoon's matches, they've really come alive. I mean, Stockholm Mumbai Indians, they either have to get a win or they have to lose so narrowly that their net run rate stays above that of Umeå because they're level at the moment on 4 points.
Look, you
a
had
lot to play for.
You had a chat with Mia. What did he have to say? I bet he was just glowing, wasn't he?
It'll be on our social media. It'll be on our social media at European Cricket. But we had a really good chat. He talked a lot about how he was super proud that something he can show his family. As we see Hassanata coming on. And the first ball not handled cleanly. They'll get through for a single. Yeah, he was saying how certainly he hoped to inspire his family, showing that he was a good player. And he talked about some of the sacrifices they make. Umeå is about 800 kilometres north of here.
Huge, you know, absolutely huge. When they first told me from how far they have to come, I was like, quite amazed.
Yeah. So this is almost like a big tour for them because they had league matches. I think it was Linköping on Saturday which is about 200 kilometres away from Stockholm. And then they played here on Sunday, then rolling into the ECS. And they're just super happy that they get at least one more day here to try and force what will be an upset if they do qualify for the semis, because they'd have to get past Albi Zalmi. And they have to get there first because SMI, they'll be wanting to knock Umeå out by getting the job done this afternoon.
Goes for the big shot, and it's in the vacant space. The fielder does everything he can to try and stop it. Well, I hope he hasn't done himself an injury there, Lorne. Well, he was mowing the lawn here. Have a look at this. I mean, he's got a long way to come. Lorne is chasing it, and then look, he says, well, look, I might as well pull the cord and cut a bit of grass while I'm at it. There he goes. Lorne by name, Lorne by nature.
Well, we're talking about rock stars. That's a full-on knee slide, isn't it, that you might see at a rock concert. And that time, he's not able to keep the ball in play. Lakani gets the boundary.
Arta, what's his reply going to be? Well, he goes to attack the stumps again, and that is a fine catch. This is really well taken. What a top quality player he is. Oh, he's just sensational. He just always pulls something out. This is great. Soleri, once again, is amazing. And he's taken some catches in this series, but that one, look, that one really is so important. Lakani is a dangerous batter. I'm going to say this, I would say that quite easily 95% of all the players combined in this series would not have got to that catch. Soleri, well, he's just class, and that's a great catch.
Yeah, he's such a good player, isn't he? Such a big in for Mashta. I'll see it again here. Just clears the front leg. He goes for it. He probably thinks he's going to get away with it too, but Soleri, he gets his fingers under it and then kind of rolls, protects the ball from jumping out, lets his shoulder impact the ground. Top class fielding from Hamid, 31 for 2.
Yeah, really good catch. Soleri showing again his worth in this side. Well, he is more than definitely worth his weight in gold out there. And he's already made a huge contribution, hasn't he, into this match.
Atta, he's pretty happy about it, isn't he? And here he is coming into the new batter. It's Carle, who is able to get a bit of bat on this and get one.
Yeah, it's not for the first time. We've seen the batter hit the ball into the deck and the bounce goes over, whether it's the bowler or the fielder. Pretty full delivery, but over it goes. Nothing you can do about that. Arsenal, well, he certainly will be thanking Soleri for that catch. Gives him a wicket, probably gives him a bit of a buzz. It's been firmly struck. How many will they go for here? Well, the fielder does well, and that's good running as well. I think it was always going to be, unless he takes this cleanly in his hands, which was always going to be difficult for Ulla. There's always going to be 2 there. That's well, Ulla, a bit like Lorne there on the leg side boundary there. These are big guys, big units. So when they go down with a thud.
Yeah, Royal Rumble.
in the air and starts to catch it. But it's actually going to be not caught by anybody. Goes to the boundary, 4 runs. And Ajmal Raza was the closest to it. And he was the one they were asking to catch it. Well, he couldn't do anything about it. Gets past him. And as soon as it gets past him, the fielder that's doing the sweeping on the boundary gets past him as well. So 4 runs to end the over. It is 38 at the halfway point. 38 for 2.
Yes, and yeah, they do get 13 off that over despite losing a wicket. So reasonably productive. Dage and Kale, they'll be hoping that they can move the game forward into the second half of the innings now. And they're on 76 pace. I think they'll feel like they need a few more than that. Remember, Mashta, they love chasing, don't they? They've got a pretty strong top order. I know that Sherali's likely to open with Wakas Haida. They have listed Soleri at 8. I just can't see him batting that low. They've listed Fahad Wakas at 3 and Azif Lohan at 4. I think we'll probably see Hamid back in his customary number 3 position. Yeah. So change of helmet there. It must have just come a bit loose. So Soleri, man, we're just talking about, he's going to bowl his second over out here in the 6th.
Yeah, the Stockholm Mumbai Indians, they've opted for Dage and Kale to come in before Sukhtar Singh. I'm a bit surprised about that. Sukhtar Singh, I mean, he hasn't got going in all the matches, but he is one that can. He does accelerate. He doesn't use up too many deliveries, and they could do with a bit of acceleration here now. Though Kale's only just got out there.
Yeah, that's true. Just poking my head into the chat after trying to catch up for a little while. I want to say hello to Helix and hello to Andy House, who's in the chat. Hello, Andy. Looking forward to seeing you again soon.
Firmly struck, 4 runs, beautiful shot. And Kale, I know he's only just got in. I said, well, he's saying, okay, here we go. This is what I'm going to do. This is a really nice shot. He waits for it, rocks back, and gets it through the gap. And that fielder once more is doing the running, but he can't do any stopping.
Yeah, it wasn't that short, to be honest, from Soleri. A little bit short, maybe, but Kale makes the most of it, and he really timed that well. Good batting.
Oh, wow, and now he gets done by the straight one. He gets himself in a knot here, and Soleri takes another. He just, well, you can't fluster this man at all, can you?
Here's the thing, good bowlers, they make adjustments, and this one is certainly pitched up a bit more, and he does. Kale all ends up. So Soleri certainly wasn't going to drop short again, but it doesn't overcompensate either. It doesn't turn into a full toss. It just draws Kale forward, and Stockholm Mumbai Indians, they lose a 3rd. Disappointment for Swapnil. He goes for just 5. And now it's 42 for 3.
Yeah, that is disappointment. 5 of just 4 balls that he faced. He just played a beautiful shot out through the covers. And then, well, he seems to get himself in a bit of a muddle with that straight one. He almost did tie himself in a knot. Soleri was similarly to what he did the last time we saw him. Every time a wicket goes down, his name is involved somewhere along the line. 2 wickets to his name now, and also took the catch to help Arslan Atta get his wicket.
Hard man to keep out of the game, isn't he? Hamid Soleri. I was just saying that Helix, he was asking about some of the teams. What are the national backgrounds aligning to each of the clubs? Well, obviously, the Stockholm Mumbai Indians have a bit of an Indian flavour to them. But what I would say is there's a lot of clubs here in Sweden that are, I suppose, have a background of different cultures and nationalities. So it's not very much a simple question. You do get the occasional one, like in Disca, obviously, in Group A. There's an Indian kind of theme to it, but you know, I always like to see players of all different backgrounds coming together through cricket. So yeah, it's one of those things that differs from country to country.
Well, they've gone with Samir Hanke to come in at this point. I would imagine he's been sent in, the left-hander, to use the long handle, but at the moment it's all tiki-taka. 2 dots. Gets hold of this one. 2 fielders attack it, and wisely one goes for the ball and one backs up. And there's Ajmal. And the end of Soleri's spell, and what a good one it is. 2 wickets he takes, only concedes 8 runs, and that score at the end of 6 goes on to 43. So from here, Vinny, I mean, even if you're going at 10, gets them to the 90s, but they've got to get going at 10. The last few overs, they've really eased off.
Well, Soleri would say, in the words of Michael Jordan circa 1993, I'm back. And he certainly came back with a very good spell of bowling, 2 for 8. And so now we head into the last 4 overs. He mentioned the 10's getting to 83, but that does seem a long way off, especially considering the fact that They have lost some of those key players. Dage and Hankare will be hoping to get a final flurry of runs, as we're going to see another man that's had some success this week is Amali. He'll be bowling over number 7. Saw Andy in the chat asking, basically saying hopefully it's shorts weather in Prague next week. I was just checking the forecast and about shorts, but be okay, I think, compared to last year where we got absolutely blasted.
I think the weather's supposed to be pretty good there at the
I've
moment.
got 18, 21, 24, 27 and 28.
Well, there you go.
Oh, hello.
But sunshine. That's the
Sunshine.
other thing you got to look at, not just the temperature.
Few concerns earlier in the week, but then Thursday it's fine and 27.
Yeah.
Friday fine and 28. Well, bring it. I'm definitely packing the shorts then.
I should be on the beach. I should go back and spend a few days
course.
on the beach in Spain. It's been very warm actually in Spain already, so it's going to be a very hot and long summer.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, he's going to be gone here. Well, this is something. Now, I suppose it's one thing to be alert, but it wasn't a very good decision because the bowler, they were hoping he was napping, but he wasn't. You see, this will be a keeper to bowl a run out, so they decide to go, but the ball is travelling faster than the legs, and that is going to be a run out. Dage is going to be gone for 8. I don't think I've ever seen that. 44 for 4.
This is not good, and Dage decides to have a race with the ball. You see that again. He said, "Chalo, así थोड़ी रेस लिए, चलो, oh चलो, चलो पजो, 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 चल, चल मेरे भाई."
See, it doesn't look like the ball's travelling very fast, but look at the race between Dage and the ball. The ball's still going faster than he can, and I think he knows he's in trouble, and he just keeps running, doesn't he? So stuck him in by Indians. Yeah, didn't want to lose that one. Does mean Hankari's on strike, though. He's been joined out there by Anirudh Maya. And I think Maya hasn't had too much time in the series so far.
I think it's the first time I've seen that name.
I think you're right.
Gone. And, well, this is now the turn of Samir Hankir to go. Well, he wanted to get to the other end. He gets to the other end, but he's not able to do anything about it. It's going to be a long, lonely walk back. And surely now we're going to see Shakir Singh come out. I mean, why he's been demoted so far down the order, I don't know.
I think we're going to get Kakledge next.
What is going on here, Vinny?
Shakir just had a bit of a rough trot with the bat yesterday, so obviously they're keeping him back. But for what, I'm not exactly sure. Kakledge comes out at 44 for 5. He's going from bad to worst. Bad to worse, I should say. But I want to thank Helix for sure for his question about the different nationalities. And yeah, I think you're right. You normally do gravitate to people with similar experience. I mean, that's only natural. So it's a real mix of those kind of clubs with a principal nationality or ethnic background, as well as some that are completely kind of mixed in. We'll see that next week in Prague as well, I'm sure. Anyway, this is Islam Ali.
Well bowled. Good variations he's got, hasn't he? We've seen that delivery there from him. Yet he bowls that Yorker pretty well as well. And then he's got the slower one that he just floats up there. Him and Soleri complement each other so well, don't they, with the ball?
Yeah, for sure. Kakledge yet to get off the mark.
Firmly hit. Well fielded. They think about 2. And then decide against it. Ula doing the fielding there.
Yeah, that'll end the over as well. So Kakledge will retain the strike. Yet to see Maya on strike. 7 overs down. Score is 45 for 5. Just a reminder, you can join us on our social media. Now, if you go to @EuropeanCricket on Facebook or Instagram or Twitter, then you'll probably get to see the interview I did with Kayamia from Umeå. I did that just before the start of this match, and that was a fantastic interview. He was talking about what it felt like to hit that final 6 and just a bit about the experience of being a Swedish domestic cricket player. Also, you can get me at Mr. Maximo and Rico at Rico4 on Instagram. It's a good way to get in touch with us if you'd like to send us a message. Big thank you to all of the people that send us messages day in, day out. I'm overwhelmed by the support, Rico, and
it's
huge.
huge.
Just a chance to say thank you to all of those out there that have touched our lives and saying nice things about European cricket and that they're enjoying it. All right, here's a Gundy ball, which somehow missed out on by Kakledge. It hits him in the pad. Hello, Sohail Khan. Leg spinners have all got together today and said, first ball, we're all going to bowl a full toss, and let's see what happens.
That was a Gundy one, and how does a Gundy ball end up being a dot ball? Don't ask me. It did. This one is in the the rib cage.
Yeah, it's
Off the
climbing.
batter.
Yeah, that one's probably going over and missing off, but the adjustment was made. Sahil Khan's bowled well in this series, I think. He'll be a handful if he gets it right. Kaklich 1 off 4 now.
Oh, it's in the air, and the fielder, oh dear. This is where you got to make up your mind what you want to do. And Lorne, he's been good out there. He's taken a good catch. We've seen him make some good stops, but this time, I think he just gets caught in two minds, and then before he knows it, that ball has bounced past him.
Yeah, and he just can't get to it on the full. And once he lets it bounce, he's at the mercy of the grass gods because he wasn't quite sure what was going to happen to it. Ends up spinning around him and going for 4 runs. So SMI need a bit of help, don't they? Kaklich moves up to 5 and the score 49.
Short again. Well, will he take it this time? Oh, that is fantastic. Shaba, Shaba. Well, how do you go from villain to hero? It's just the ball, and that's what Lorne has done. That is sensational. Absolutely brilliant. What a good catch this is.
Wow, that's
And,
amazing.
Well, I think they're checking. Are they checking it? I think he takes this well.
I wasn't 100% watching it live. We'll get a better look at it, and maybe we can slow it down around the time it goes into the hands. Great camera work. You see, well, I said great camera work. It wasn't originally. That's not going to tell us much. Well, he's claimed it.
I think he's gone straight in his hands here. I'm convinced. I mean, maybe they...
He was lying on the ground when he caught it as well.
Yeah, his feet were starting to go from him, and he just dives himself forward, and he takes such a good catch. That is a great, great catch.
Yeah.
I mean, he's gone from, like I say, he was the villain, the ball before, when the ball bounced past him. But this time around, he's diving forward and takes such a good catch. And no wonder he's got a big smile on his face, because all of a sudden he's thinking, well, I know what was going to be on the highlights. But now all of a sudden there is going to be a genuine highlight there as well. What a great catch.
Wow, that was such a good catch. I mean, he kind of loses his footing. Kaklich got plenty of that as well, but he grasps it low down. See here, kind of goes down and kind of slips into it. But the fact that he grabs that, that's a minor miracle right there. And poor Kaklich, he's the unlucky one that has to go. 49 for 6 now. And, well, in the 8th over. Sahil Khan, he'll be enjoying that. Also, I want to say thanks to Helix. He had another question about how the grounds are maintained and funded. And already Benedict Chalmers from Yorgordon, he's jumped in and provided probably a better answer than I can provide. I do know some of the clubs have a limited amount of sponsorship. Of course, it's not easy. And less established cricket-playing nation, as pretty much all of continental Europe is, to get those funds. And I mean, you know from your time in Spain, I mean, you go to the government asking for money, and they say, well, what are you talking about?
Yeah, it's very difficult. I mean, a lot of it depends on whether you've got the sport federated in the country or not. I know a lot of European countries, they'd be affiliated members, but haven't quite got the sport federated. It's a long process. Here in Sweden, it's federated, and I know they get a lot of support here from the Botkyrka commune. So that's the local area here, and they supported the cricket a lot. And I know that that Azam Khalil was always talking very highly of them for the support that they give to the cricket here, and they've helped the federation put these two pitches together. And you were talking, there was a question earlier about the floodlights.
Yeah.
And I'm told that the pavilion will be rebuilt this year. So once the pavilion is built, you'll have the floodlights working again. So yeah, I mean, it varies so much in the European country that you're in.
Yeah, for sure. 51 for 6 after 8. Look at Solari's figures 2 for 8, but also Islam Ali, who I think will get another over at some point. He's got 1 for 1. And you saw Hassan Atta chipping in with a wicket, as did Sohail Khan in that last over. So now we're going to go to over number 9. Looks like Fahad Wakas is going to bowl. And yeah, Maya has his first run of the series. He'll be facing up now in over number 9. It all happens in the 9th.
It's nicely played along the ground. Well, we're so used to talking about Maya on the chat.
Yeah.
It seems strange when we're talking about Maya out there in the middle.
That's true. And he is out there. And again, he's got to watch that back foot. He can't touch that sideline with the back foot, as the laws are there, as they are currently.
Yeah, it's very close, isn't he? But I think he's just okay. This is a beautifully timed shot, and he will get 4 for it. And that's Shakar Singh, and he is out there now. I'm surprised they've left him so late. I mean, I know he's not been in the best sort of form, but he can bat.
He's coming out number 8, but you're right. He's a very good number 8 to have. Yeah, that back foot rule, you can be over the line, but you cannot be touching the ground on the line or outside with that back foot. You'll see at the bottom left of screen here.
Hit in the area of lawn. It does well. Was it this man Fahad Wakas who bowled the other day and bowled a double wicket maiden, never came on to bowl again? Was that him?
It might have been, yeah.
I'll check my notes. You take
Yeah,
over from it. I'm going to check
your
my notes.
because that was a funny one, wasn't it? Couldn't do much more than that. Here he is. 1, 2. Wow, he lifts this one up nicely. In fact, this one will go the journey. That one's out of here. Maximo. What's the Maya Maximo? Wakas. He just gets a little bit short. And SMI kicking in the 9th. We always say it all happens in the 9th. That one takes them past the 60 mark. He's another enigma, numberless. But the number of runs there, 6. And he was able to pounce on that one. That was a little bit short. Wakas again with a reply. Slightly fuller, but worked away nicely. I think I'll just get the one there. Sharali does the fielding. From here, I mean, could they still perhaps touch that 80? How are you going with your notes?
Yeah,
there?
it was.
Yeah,
look,
it was.
Match
Match
34.
34.
He
Yep.
bowled.
Yesterday
He
morning.
never got an over back.
That's right. That was actually the last time we saw Mashta as well. So he does get a bowl in here in the 9th, and he certainly won't be getting another over here because he won't be able to. Last ball of it coming up.
It's wide, so left to bowl another one. Well, at least it gives them an opportunity to get a wicket. So this over hasn't gone anything like the one we saw him last time. Singh on strike. Comes Wakas. Firmly struck. Fielders getting down and dirty for the side. Sher Ali. He's got a very good throw, and if the wicket keeper can take the bounce, it's going to be Curtains, and it is. It's another wicket, and Sher Ali is not the one to take on. He has a very good arm. You've got to know your fielders, and it's Curtains for the little man.
He had a head start, Maya, didn't he? And Shekhar Singh wasn't particularly interested. Pretty good take by Mustafa. And yeah, that will be 1 and a run out. We'll finish the over as well. 66 for 7. Heading into the last over. Shekhar Singh will be facing up in the 10th. And, yeah, a bit unfortunate there. I think he was just so far ahead of where Shekhar Singh was that he wanted to go for it.
I love the body language. When he starts running, he realises that Singh is not running. Just have a look at this. Well, there's the shot. And Sher Ali slides in. What's the front? Look at the head here when he realised. Oh, he says, forget.
Yeah, well, at least he had time to turn around, but they just made more running because then he had to run back to the dugout. That's going to happen. And Shekhar Singh, well, he did want the strike. He's got it now. It's facing up to Islam Ali. He took 1 for 1 in his first over. SMI, what can they scramble here in the 10th over? Buckle up. He goes, and this is just going to be short of the long off. Now, we're probably going to have a run out here. We will. And that's all about trying to manipulate the strike. Well, it's not that fun for the captain, because you know what? That's Sanjay Mahanjan, who's on a terrible streak of ducks. And now he's going to be run out without facing a ball. So 4 ducks in and a single in the last 5 innings. And the captain, I know it's unselfish, and he does do the right thing in the end, but still, that's going to hurt the old figures for Sanjay. And he will now be collateral damage in this last over. SMI a 67 for 8.
Yeah, look, it's the right thing to do. It's a horrible statistic because it's another 0 that's going to go. Well, it's going to be his 0 that goes on to his thing because he doesn't even face a ball. It's
Yeah,
the worst, the worst of the worst.
He probably thinks by going down to number 9 that he'll be immune from any kind of pressure. Unfortunately, yeah, like I say, he does the team thing. That was good work by the captain. 67 for 8.
Well, and then he goes and gets himself bowled, which is the worst case scenario. So the captain will have words to say to Shekhar Singh. He'll be looking up to him. I won't say he'll be looking him straight in the eye. He'll be looking up to him, up into the eye. But there'll be words here Because if this one is sent to the boundary, then the captain will say, yeah, okay, fair enough. But as it's not, Mashika Singh will probably be saying, well, you're the one who put me lower down in the order. It's your fault. If it was higher up there, would it be better?
Well, sometimes life gives you lemons. You try and make lemonade and you spill it all over yourself. And that's what's happened here in this last over, because Shekhar Singh, he did pinch the strike back. He sacrificed his captain at the other end, but then he goes very next ball, and we are so close to a timed out. You wouldn't believe it, because Shayla, who only has 1 run in the series so far, he's trying to get all the stuff on. And eventually, I think he's going to get out there. You see Shakhar's trying to do his thing, walking off as slowly as possible. Geez, I'd love to have a clock on this one. That's one thing we've never seen, is a timed out. And so Shayla, it seems like he had to be dragged out of the dugout to get out there. And so here's the problem with sacrificing that run out earlier in the over. This is why I probably wouldn't have done it, because you are running out of wickets, and now you're a realistic chance to not bat out the 10.
It's another problem as well. It's just starting to rain a little, but I'm looking up to the skies and there's still a fair bit of brightness there. So I think it might just be hopefully, a very quick passing shower.
Yeah, Amjad Hussain has the eyes peeled. Just asking, is there a light drizzle there? Yeah, very, very light. Here's Lamali. He will be bowling now to the number 11, Shayla. Eventually gets out there in the middle. 4 balls to go.
Nicely played. Well, he's very quick to say, get back there. I'm not coming. Get back. We don't want another run out.
What can you get here? Run a ball gets you to 70. You probably take that at the moment. SMI, remember, the margins matter as well for them, even if they aren't to win this game. But they don't want to get blown away, because their net run rate is just marginally ahead of Umia.
Oh no, where's this going to go? Well, I thought maybe it's going to be running.
Well, here's the thing.
Why didn't he go for bowlers then?
Do you think that he changes his line here? Have a look at this.
Okay,
Let's look at number 13, Dongare. He starts there, but then when he knows where the ball is, just have a look. I reckon that's out. 100%. If there was an appeal there.
I don't think it was appeal.
Yeah, because you're
very right.
He's definitely changed his line and he's blocked the ball, but I don't think they appeal. Because there's no doubt for me, look, that's a definite movement.
Yeah.
Well, we could have had an obstructing the field there. As it is, he does survive. And, may not make too much of a difference on the scoreboard. The next one swung and missed. That would have ended the innings at 67. As it is, 68 with the ball to go. We have seen that before.
Hard way.
That is one that for sure, because he knows where the ball is as well. There was definite intent. Subtle.
If there was an appeal,
I
gone.
think it had to be. It had to be given out. Anyway, last ball of the innings, 68 plus this. Well, make that 69.
Maybe one more.
Yep.
Yeah. 69. So bowler puts his hand up. Ali says, yeah, sorry. Well, he's hurt himself as well, because his figures were looking pretty tidy. They still are, of course. 2 for 4.
See, that's the wicket keeper in me.
What
Look at this.
What is that? Is he trying to say I've got a flight to catch or something?
I like it. All right, last ball of the innings. This time, will it be the last one? Nope.
No.
Oh, okay. And also, that's the wicket keeper in me saying that for sure.
Are we going to see it again? Here we go. Let's all do it.
Here we go.
He's not doing it this time.
I would like to see the kind of, the little. What do you call that?
It's the that's the old dance move.
Yeah.
The wave, was it?
The wave.
Yeah,
That's what I'm talking about. All right, 70 now. 71. 71 and a half. Yeah, might as well go to the keeper. And I think he's gone. Yeah, very dainty from Mustafa. I don't think he realised he had the ball in his gloves, but he does pick up the run out.
I thought he wasn't taking the bouncer for a moment.
He was about as delicate as you can get. And you see, they do get the one, and they're going to get bowled out for the last ball. See, it's a good pickup. And then it just grazes the stumps. And so, nice bit of wicket keeping to finish things off. They're all out for 71, but they do bat out their 10 overs.
Yeah.
And Mashta, well, they'll be hoping to get these pretty quickly. SMI, look, even if they don't defend this, they need to hold on, because the longer it takes for Mashta to get them, the better their net run rate will look. But they'll have visions also of defending this, but it won't be easy against the tabletoppers. Mashta, who will come out in a few minutes' time to chase 72 for victory.
Yeah, they'll come out, and they'll come out swinging, because that's the way they play. Talk about the way they play. Well, another man who plays that way is Darshan Lakhani. He certainly did come out swinging. Look, him and Sanke, they played some nice shots early on. This was there was a chance coming up. First of all, it was a beautiful shot, wasn't it? All along the ground for 4 runs. But there was a chance, which was earlier, when Sanke was put down on. But he needs to make amends of it. That was the opportunity that went down. You see, that was early on in his innings. But he didn't play a nice shot. This one, well, he was hoping it was going to go all the way over that fielder, and it wasn't, because Lorne takes a great catch. But keep an eye out for Lorne, because not only does he take a good catch, but he was mowing the lawn as well there. But we see him take a sensational catch. Soleri, you couldn't keep him out of the scorecard earlier with his bowling and his fielding. A great catch he took there from Arsenal Adams' bowling. But they needed something to happen, didn't they? They needed some sort of partnership to build, but it just didn't. And you'll see the scorecard will tell you that story. The wickets just kept on falling. No matter who came on to bowl, they were successful. They were getting wickets. It was Soleri there on that occasion. And this time, well, they decided to take a cheeky single. It was not to be. And well, that was naughty, wasn't it? Because they could have done with Darje just staying in there a little bit longer. And they sent in the big Samir. He couldn't get going. And how about this? Well, this was the mistake, and everybody was saying, what a naughty boy. And he said, don't worry about it. My best is yet to come. And then he takes an absolute gem of a catch. And certainly did redeem himself from the villain to the hero in a matter of moments, because that was one ball after the other. This one, well, this one he couldn't do too much about. It's all the way over his head. There were some nice shots there from Shakar Singh, who for me did come in a little bit too late and does get involved in a couple of run-outs. Well, in my days, every run-out you were involved in, you and the partner, whoever it was, would have to pay a fine. Shakar Singh, he's going to have to take out a loan, because not only did he run one batter out in terms of Maya, he then runs his captain out. And worst thing was, the very next ball after getting to the striker's end, he played a shocking shot and got himself bowled. Well, this one, if it was an appeal, would have been out, because he changed his direction and it gets very lucky. It does not argue it. And then there was the run out right at the end there, where the wicketkeeper, Captain Shahid Mustafa, just waits a little while and says, okay, I will take him off now. But they do get some valuable runs at the end in that over. Some couple of wides that just let down the bowling there. And that allows them to get to 70. And that was Islam Ali. Bowled very well, though. Can't take anything away from him. But that scorecard, that tells you a story. Darshan Lakhani and Pratik Sankhe, they did well. I'd say there's 3 men really that performed well. Lakhani is one, Sathe, and it's been Singh, but Singh was right down, low down the order. Don't really understand what the thinking there was there. Kale wasn't able to get going. Sometimes he can get a few runs on the board for his team. The bowlers all bowled really well. Look, 7 of them used in total. And I suppose the only one that was probably a little bit expensive was Fahad Wakas, the man who bowled an over, took 2 wickets and conceded no runs yesterday. Well, today he went for 15. 13 Atta went for, but he was successful in taking a wicket thanks to Soleri. Hamid Soleri, 2 wickets and just 8 runs conceded by him. So, but it was a good performance, really. I think once they got those early wickets in the bag, it was all control for Master. And the win probability is Master 89% to 11% to the Stockholm Mumbai Indians. Well, they have got a chance, and they know that they've got to get, for me, 3 wickets very early. You need to get, I would imagine it could be Sher Ali and also Wakas that will be doing the opening, mid Wakas, and then probably it could be any one of the captain or Awim Ullah that can come in, but they need those 3 wickets pretty quickly. We also saw Lorne come in yesterday for Master and bat pretty well as well. They're a strong unit. They don't hang around. They will be trying to finish this off quickly, but the Stockholm Mumbai Indians need to come up with a plan to try and stop that, and a plan to try and get those wickets. Well, let's see how it goes. 72 is required by Master. On form, they should knock them off pretty easily, but not everything goes to form. Join me, Rico Full and Mr. Maximo Vinisandu as we come back for the conclusion of match number 39. Volvemos en más o menos 10 minutos. Hello and welcome back to the Nosbury Cricket Ground here in Stockholm. The umpires have taken the field of play. Rohit Dungia and Sahid Arif are men in black. Led of course by Stefan Gooch, the tournament referee. And the players make their way out, and the Stockholm Mumbai Indians, they have to produce a magical performance if they are to stop Master getting to the target of 72. The innings never really got started for the Stockholm Mumbai Indians. It's remember, one of these two matches they need to really win, otherwise they're relying on a better net run rate than Umeå, who themselves, well, they pulled off what was an amazing victory in the match before this one, match number 38 against the Tigers, and that has given them hope. Nice shot there of the captain with his bowler, just giving him some advice. And Samir Hanke, can he be the one that makes the difference? Can he be the one that gets the key wickets that they need? Waqas Haider is going to be the batter on strike, and alongside him is going to be Sher Ali. And these two, they don't hang around, let's just say that. They attack, they play the shots, and we haven't seen them do anything different. So I think here is going to be exactly the same. I think whether it's a low score or high score, they go about it in one way. And what we did see yesterday, we were asking questions whether Master were just about these two batters and the captain. Well, we saw yesterday with Lorne coming out and playing some nice shots, and also an excellent innings from Awim Ullah. That is not just about 2 or 3 players. Oh, that's a really good ball. This could be out for me. This really could be out. Oh, well. I'd like to see why this isn't. I like that from Darshan Lakhani saying, look, it's been given not out, don't worry about it. He goes across, and oh, that hits him on the toe. The umpire has to decide if this is going to go on and hit or not. For me, with the first instance I saw it, I think, yeah, and watching it the second time round, I probably would stick to my decision. Certainly no bat involved, that's right on the foot. And I think just looking at the way how the batter was anxiously looking at the umpire, I think he knew he was in trouble. Well, this is up in the air. This could be trouble. And, oh, no. The catch goes down. Whew. You got to spare a thought for the bowler here and get any one of those fielders out in the off. Could have taken this one. It goes up in the air a long way. And down it goes. And that's the difference, isn't it? That is the difference. You know that we saw some magical catching from Master. Soleri took a good one. Lorne took a good one. And, well, you're not going to do yourself any favours if you don't take those. And that one goes down. Also, it gets Haider at the other end. He's off the mark. And then the next one is smashed out of here from Sher Ali. That is big. That crashes into the scaffolding. Well, who's up there? Is it Dennis or is it Andres? Well, Andres? Well, it's Andres who's up there, and he's going to be shaking like a leaf as that one thumps into the scaffolding and drops down. The umpires are going to have to check the ball, make sure there's no chunks out of it. Samir Hanke will probably be looking at that fielder with daggers at the moment. Sher Ali's first ball goes for 6. The second one, he elects not to play at it. Wide ball called. Good leave there from Sher Ali. It's one of those which if you try and play it, you can quite easily just get a little glove or something on it because it's got good bounce, good carry through. Takes the wide. He elects to leave this one. Goes across him. And he's quite happy not to play at it. Something special required from the Stockholm Mumbai Indians if they're to get a victory here. They will get 2 chances. If this is not the one, it could be the next match, but one of them it has to be. Yeah, that one is always pitching outside the leg, and the height on it was never going to go and hit the stumps. Ball to go. Hanke would love to get a wicket that he so deserved in this over. Goes for the short one, but down the legs side, and Shirali says, nah, we don't need to run here. The keeper, Patrick Hanke, tidies it up, but it's another wide. The over continues. Going to be looking to get this across. The right-hander looks like he wants to come change direction, maybe try and change the angle. Left arm round now, and it's nicely played. Beautiful timing, lovely shot. 4 runs. So when he gets the ball where he wants to get it, but he's met with a lovely top quality shot from Sher Ali. Look at that. I think the timing, the pose, the execution, all perfect, and that will be the end of the over. It finishes with 13 off the first, and I'm going to have to say it, no wickets, but they should be wickets. Fine time to welcome back into the commentary position to Mr. Vinny Sandow. Vinny,
Yeah.
what an over.
The first one was a funny one. I kind of, on the replay, I agree with you. Live, there was just a couple of things that concerned me when I saw it live. And one is that you could clearly see 2 stumps. You know, you could see the off in the middle stump when it hits him. It hits him on the toe. And maybe the umpire's feeling was that it might have been swinging down leg side. I think it probably wasn't, but I can certainly see why he came to the opinion in real time.
Yeah.
When, you know, it's pretty disconcerting as an umpire if you can see like the often even the middle stump there. But yeah, I mean, on reflection, it did seem to be hitting in line and probably couldn't see it missing. But then you can only blame yourself when the drop catch goes down, second ball.
Yeah.
And then Sher Ali bangs a 6. So it's going to be Shalar to bowl over number 2. Let's see if they can put something together here, SMI.
Gets the dot ball through. This one just out of the reach. Off the batter. Balls it well. Just misses out on that one. Hayder, well, he's lucky to be there. He knows he is. Either way, LB or caught, he could have been gone without a run to his name. And now he makes amends as this one goes over, and it's going to be manos arriba from the arbitro as he puts him up in the air like he just don't care. And this is just a little bit too short, and Hayder, he's onto it quickly, and it's 6 runs.
Really good shot, because it wasn't that short though, that's the thing, but he just leans back harder so quickly and knocks that one over the leg side for 6. And yeah, I mean, that's the thing. SMI, if they're not going to defend this, which at the moment you'd say it's unlikely, the longer they can push Mashta, the longer they can bowl at them, then the better their net run rate will be, which could be the deciding factor if they're not able to win a game this afternoon. So it's something they have to think about.
Sheller, he'd love to get a wicket after not being able to hold on to the catch. Slices this away, and it goes into that vortex where we know the ball gets swallowed into. That's 4 runs.
Yeah, a bit unlucky this time. Moral victory for the bowler, but flies away. Cuatro carreras más. Mashta move up into the 20s. Only 9 balls elapsed so far in this innings.
Yeah, ball has been retrieved. Just tries to sneak to the other side of the fence there. So what's the key here? What's the answer? And you can see how quickly the score accelerates up. They don't hang around, these two. And now both of them seem to have started to find the middle of the bat. Hayder waits. Comes Shallard. 6. Tries to play it in that area once more. Finds the fielder. Sher Ali, he's not interested in trying to take any risky singles at the moment. He's quite happy to sit at the other end and wait his turn.
Yeah, for sure. And both these two, I mean, form what I think is probably the most dangerous, most feared opening combination in this series. They certainly have had some good results in Group B so far.
Good delivery. Gets this one through a bit fuller. Doesn't give any length for the batter to try and play that cut shot again outside the off stump.
It's good bowling. Yeah, Hyder's just been a little bit off, hasn't he? He's played one really nice hook shot or pull shot, I should say, for 6, and has another boundary, but yeah, it just seemed off a couple of times.
This time takes himself away from the ball, so he's not able to get the power into the shot, but he gets a single. Yesterday in the first match, it was Hyder 33 of 19 and Sherali 22 of 10 that got to the target of 60 without losing a wicket against Umir. Second time round, they changed things around slightly, didn't they?
Yeah.
Lone going up there, and he batted really well, but the batting of Aween Ullah, who was the player of the match, 35 of 15, was sensational. And that was when they got these two out early. And we just thought, well, Umir, they've got the two big guns out. Maybe we're going to see a famous victory, but it wasn't to be. Thanks again to Lorne and Ullah, who batted sensationally. So that showed us for the first time that they have got more depth than what we think in their batting.
Yeah, true. Just because we don't see the middle order too often doesn't mean they're not there. And now we're going to go back to Hankare in the third over. This is chipped away towards the umpire, actually. And fielder will be done by Dongare. Look here. Chips it away. The umpire has to take cover. Doesn't carry all the way to the fielder.
Just moving a few fielders around, so looks like they've got the fine man in position now. The fielder goes the other side of square. Yeah, another good example there where I like to see the umpire standing on the line, and he doesn't get himself into that position where he can be in front of players. He's moved back there now. That one just stays a little bit lower. It's sort of been dug out, and now it's an opportunity for Hyder to go up to Sher Ali and have a chat with him. Both these batters do communicate with each other on a regular basis, just giving them little tips and hints.
Yeah, that's a good point you make about positioning.
Up in the air and nobody out there. That'll be one bounce and 4. And in the power play with two big aggressive batters like this, it's very difficult to know where you want your fielders. But the thing is, if you don't bowl a consistent line, it just makes it harder.
Yeah, this one gets the batter reaching, but yeah, nobody out there. If you can bowl that line, if that's a deliberate tactic, then you probably want a bit more protection over with a deep point or even a third man. That was well struck by Sher Ali. And so yeah, these two, once again, getting the job done in pretty quick time. Just shy of 12 and over that they're going at the moment. And I'm sure Hankare, he's hoping he can remove at least one of them before the end of this over.
This is gone a long, long way up. Good luck. Is this, well, that's hurt. I think that's hurt because he goes down. I don't know if he's hurt himself excessively or just very disappointed he's put the catch down.
I think it's a really brave bit of fielding from Dargate because he decides that he's the man to hold on to it. He thinks he's a better chance. So I don't mind this at all. You see, when he gets there, he's got the angle on it, but he's not able to quite get set, and he's not able to get his hands quite in the right position. And I'll feel for him there, and that one would have stung. Another chance goes down on the high ball that SMI can't hold on to.
Yeah, I was worried for a moment. I thought maybe he'd hurt himself. But he's back. He probably did. I think he's quickly nipped off and had some repairs done and nipped back on. And this one is up in the air. And, well, somebody surely got to make an effort on this one. I'm really surprised. I thought it was high enough.
No, I think the fielder was back on the boundary. I'm just going to show you this. Mashta, they are flying away. 108 per 10 overs they're scoring at. And you can see that's miles ahead of any other team in Group B. And you can see the SMI, they've struggled with the bat. They're the lowest scoring team throughout this tournament so far. And he's scoring 68 per 10 overs and conceding 81. So You can see how Mashta do have their spot at the top of the table, and this is going to help their cause as well. It's another thickish edge, running away to the boundary. Shah Ali, sometimes off the middle, sometimes not quite, but regardless, he is scoring quickly. Maybe giving the benefit of the doubt there, maybe slicing, maybe opening the wrists on that one, but it will be the end of the power play. 35 for no loss at the moment. Mashta pretty much halfway there after the first 3 overs.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing here to focus on for the Stockholm Mumbai Indians, I mean, even if, I mean, you're looking at this the way it started, even if you know you're going to lose this match, it's not the question of, are we going to lose a match? Okay, so be it. But it's a question of, well, how can we lose it but make it go as long as we can? That's what they've got to be thinking about, because the net run rate, this will hurt them. If this is done quickly, which the way it's going at the moment, you could feel that this match could be over sort of somewhere between the 6th and the 7th over. That's going to hurt the net run rate.
Yeah.
They've got to try and take it deep.
Looking at the table, so both SMI and Umia on 4 points at the moment. And you've got just another one, little Michael Jackson.
It's another one.
I know you like that.
Yeah.
So minus 1.3 for Stockholm Mumbai Indians and minus 1.6 for Umia.
Yeah.
So I mean, that can move pretty quickly. If they were to go down in flames here, they could actually drop below Umia, which would mean they would have to win the last game. It means they cannot lose it. So yeah, it's a very interesting finish to this Group B. We still don't know exactly what the makeup of the quarterfinals will be. Here's Carle in over number 4, slowing things down.
And it's been picked off easily. And it goes to the boundary. Shaba, manos arriba, Vitro. Once more, another slow bowler comes into the attack. And the first ball goes all the way from Maximo.
And once again, it's not that short, but it's just well picked up by Hyder. And he certainly made the most of that. Hitting with the spin, and he gets 6.
And the ball finally does come back. It goes a long way. And the umpire says, I got it. I'll stop it for you. And it gives him an opportunity to give it a quick check as well.
He hasn't been really at his best, but despite that, he's 20 off 11. I wish that was the case when I wasn't batting well. But, yeah, it's a very skillful player. Picks up the length really quickly. Lucas Hyder.
Oh, and he goes right across for the sweep shot. Will he go this time? The umpire is unmoved. Let's see where this one is pitching.
I think this is more about where it impacts him. I thought it was just outside the line when I saw it live, and I stick to that. I think it's a good decision.
Just outside the line. I agree with you.
If the ball doesn't strike in line with the wickets, he can't be out.
Yeah.
Yeah, good umpiring. That was going to hit the wickets for sure, but it just hit him outside the line. So it's one of those rules. Some people think that law should be changed. Some people say, well, what's the difference? Yeah, the LBW law has been changed something like 17 times. Did you know that?
Yeah. But you know when it can be out, right?
Yeah, when the umpire puts his finger up.
When no shot is played.
Oh, yeah, that's true. I mean, that was the most recent change to the LBW law. I think it was around the late 80s that they changed that. Yeah, that's true. Not often you see that in T10 cricket, mind you, because you don't have people padding up that often.
You have it a lot in Test cricket, don't you? Where batters just want to try and stay there, till tea or whatever, or the next day they'll play a shot and get themselves sent back. Well, this is a clever little shot. It's a little dink, but it may be little, but it's effective. It goes all the way. Balle. Ginnasona Shaka Lagya.
Good timing to get enough power on this, take it over the offside, all the way over the rope. Now Hyder, he's finding his form again. Once again, gets something he doesn't have to really leave his crease. He just kind of sweats on it, lets it come to him, and sends it away. He has the confidence to go anywhere around the field. Now this only partnership worth 49. These two doing it again for Mashed Up.
And, this one's whipped away. Fielder is out there. Does well as the ball bobbles along to him. And gets the throw back in. Well, that's not our fielder, don't worry. It's just a spectator that's enjoying.
I was going to say, who's that? I thought Mashta were batting. I thought he was wearing a Mashta shirt, but anyway, he's just sitting enjoying himself.
Yeah, why not? At the moment, I must admit the clouds at the back there are absolutely spectacular. Just wonder if he can get a shot of the clouds. They just look amazing back there.
Yeah, you're right. 50 partnership up now as well.
Yeah, I reckon Diana's got a good picture of the clouds. Did Diana got a good picture of the clouds? Shaking her head. In the air, and once more, just dropping short of the fielder. Get the single. So Sher Ali not going anywhere near the sort of pace Hyder is. Hyder's the one who's been hitting big at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, his strike rate's actually better, funnily enough. But he
Yeah,
hasn't had
the
much of
number
the
of balls,
strike.
yeah.
And now it's something we haven't talked about today, but really looking forward to the ECC being back in September. We're only about 3.5 months away from making a start. Some new teams in there as well this year. We've got Malta in for the first time. We've got France in for the first time as well as Ireland. And I know that Scotland are also sending a team. Switzerland are in there. And, yeah, of course, a fair few familiar teams as well from last year. There are 4 group weeks and then a championship week, so 5 weeks all up through September and October. Join us for the second ever European Cricket Championship. And England, as the defending champions, they will go through to the finals week, championship week. They will be the first team, and we know we'll be there. They'll be joined by the group winners of the 4 group weeks. Here's Darshan Lakhani to bowl over number 5. And this one is going to be sliced away. It's going to be 4 more, and it's raining runs at the moment. We said he wasn't going that quickly. Sher Ali still doing decently, as I think that makes him 25 off 11. And it's a sign of a good player when it doesn't seem like they're quite in top gear. They're still motoring.
Yeah. 2 batters just once again, just take the opportunity as the ball comes back into the field of play to just have a discussion. They've these two bat really well together. And that's the other thing, isn't it? There's so much about having confidence in your partner, feeling comfortable with who you're batting with, and these two, we've seen it on a number of occasions, they enjoy being out there in the middle together. Lakhani gives him more width, and he's going to find it's going to go to the boundary once more. Too short, too wide, and too easy for the man, the ability of Sher Ali. No protection out there, 4 more.
Yeah, very, very good batting. If they were on a highway, they'd be booked for speeding at the moment, these two. His partnership is now worth 60.
And this goes in the same direction, and it's raining runs around this ground in Northbury at the moment. Pataki Chalpe, the bat of the pitch. And it looks like they're going to try and finish this off even quicker than what I expected. I said maybe between the end of the 6th and the 7th. They are going at some rate here at the moment. The 2 batters have another conversation in the middle. And Captain John having a chat there with Lakhani, but he just it's been too short. He doesn't seem to be bowling at the same sort of zip that we saw earlier. Let's see what he does here now. Does he try and go full, or does he try and go short? Here we go, Lakhani. He goes the same area. This will be called a wide, and he's been called for a run by his batting partner, because Hyder probably wouldn't have liked that call too much here, Ali. Normally, they tend not to take those, but Hyder probably said, hey, you've had a few already in this over. It's my turn. And this will be wide as well. Well, that's one way you can stop them hitting it. But unfortunately, you've got to bowl it again. You can't hide the ball. 15, just off 3 deliveries. And this is another one. It gets even wider, and this is a good stop from the keeper. Pratik Sankhe.
Yeah, nice stop. Well, this game doesn't look like it's got too much longer to go. I can remind you that we will have one more match this afternoon, starting very shortly. Come back to that in a second.
Slower ball, but it's been whipped away. It's 4 more as this one goes towards the banner there. The European Cricket Network and the Swedish Federation. We grow together. Well, we certainly do. And we grow stronger together as well.
Yeah, so look, they are going to get across the line. Just going back to that quickly before we get to the post-match celebrations. It'll start in 35 minutes. Mashta have won the toss. They've elected to bat first in that one. So stay tuned. We're back in just over half an hour with that. But right now, it is Mashta. They are the happier of the 2 teams. They do get home with plenty of time to spare. Again, And if we go back to the highlights, you can see he had a really, really tight one. Well, as Rico always likes to say, the umpire, he is the only man in the universe that is standing stump to stump. And he felt that one perhaps wasn't going to find the timber. They only had themselves to blame, really. That second ball went through the hands. This one almost went into Andres. And we know that he's a bit of a ball magnet, isn't he? Thanks again to our partners at Spring Productions. But really, these two, they are quite the force. And a lot of people thinking if there's one team that can challenge Albi's Army, it's Mashta. And it's really hard to argue with that, especially when you see these two go about their work.
Yeah, they're a force, aren't they, to be reckoned with, these two. I mean, they will give you chances. You know, it has to be said. You saw this one in the air a long, long way. I think the field is very brave. He says, don't worry, Captain, I'll save you. Because we know that Sanjay Mahajan, he's had issues with his hands. And certainly that wouldn't have done his fingers any good. So the fielder comes across, but not able to take the catch. He's disappointed, but it would have been a very, very good catch. And then after that, I don't think there was any other chances. It was just pure, clean hitting off the ball. And they did it in no time at all. This victory, I think, will certainly dent the net run rate of the Stockholm Mumbai Indians. I think when we have a look at the tables again, you'll probably find that the Stockholm Mumbai Indians now, they really do have to win the last match. That's what they'll be trying to do anyway, for sure. But they're up against it because Master do look very strong. And it's those two again, Sher Ali and his opening partner, Awaka Haider, that have just been in top form.
Just looking ahead, and you mentioned that net run rate, this next game does become a must-win for the Stockholm Mumbai Indians, because I think with that net run rate, they go from minus 1.3 to about minus 1.8, and at the moment, Umeå's net run rate is minus 1.6. So in fact, they have gone below them, which means they need to catch it up, and the only way to do that is to win.
Yeah.
I think in the last game, you can see that it will be Mashta batting first after they've won the toss, and they will have to go out there and resume play in around about 35 minutes time. Hopefully you can join us for that. Last match of Group B. Let's have a look at the scorecard. Well, Rico thought Sher Ali was going slow, and he sure showed you, didn't he? Because he ended up with 33, not out of 13 balls. 6 fours and a 6. So of his 13 balls that he faced, 7 went to the boundary or over. Wakas Hyde at 31 of 15, going better than 200 himself. 2 4s and 3 6s, and that is despite not really being in the best touch first up. A bit lucky to survive the opening couple of balls of the innings, but in the end they do it in plenty of time. As you see, not too much to crow about for the Stockholm Mumbai Indians. Just 4 bowlers used, and all of them getting a bit of treatment. Once again, they will have to go out there and bowl in half an hour's time, and let's see if we see the same opening combination, or maybe it's a chance for Mashta to change it up. They are secure now at the top of the table. That is where they'll finish their 6 and 1, and it will be interesting to see what happens when we return in around about 30 minutes. We'll be back with more cricket. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. Hope you're having a great day as we get ready for match number 40. Well, they say their life begins at 40. Well, I think this tournament is going to come alive at 40. The last match before we head into quarterfinals tomorrow, and then finals day on Saturday. Hopefully we'll see you soon on ECN for the last match of the day. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Stockholm. It's time for the last match of the day, the last match of day 10, and the last group match here before we head into the quarterfinals tomorrow. Match 40 once again sees Mashta, the table toppers, taking on the Stockholm Mumbai Indians. I know that Stefan Gooch is over there with the two captains. Let's see what happens at the coin toss.
Okay, Stockholm Mumbai Indians to call. Heads. Heads to call. Tails. We'll back first. Okay. Yep. Have a good game, guys. Thank you.
Shahid Mustafa, the Mashta captain, he's been really good with the tosses today. He's won both. Well, he wanted to field earlier, but this time in match 40, he says, we're going to have a bat. So a chance for them to maybe get a bit of batting practice and making sure they'll bat the full 10 overs heading into quarterfinals tomorrow. And of course, having Hamid Soleri back in their lineup has made a big difference to them. He's a triple threat with the bat born in the field. Looking forward to seeing him again. And Wakas Haider and Sher Ali, I'm expecting to see them at the top of the order. Maybe a chance for Mashta to experiment a little bit, maybe giving some more batters a go that perhaps haven't had so much time out in the middle during this series, but I do think they won't want to mess with it too much heading into finals tomorrow. Stockholm Mumbai Indians, though, of course, or they will have visions of making it to quarterfinals tomorrow and obviously bring some sort of good form into that. They will have to beat good teams if they're going to go deep into this tournament. So let's see how they go as we get ready for the start of match 40, the last match of the day. Rico Full is in the commentary box. Mashta winning the toss and batting this time. Let's get ready for the first ball. I'm looking forward to seeing some more exciting cricket right here on the European Cricket Network.
Thank you very much to Vinny Sandhu and welcome back. Hope you enjoyed your short little break there. Maybe had a spot of lunch or well, maybe a bit of breakfast or an early breakfast depending where you are, or dinner. I hope you enjoyed it and I hope you're ready and fit for the final match here today. Stockholm Mumbai Indians, they are searching for a victory after being thumped in that last one by Master. They will know that only a victory now will see them progress into tomorrow's quarterfinals because they are on level points with Umeå. But because of the nature of that defeat from Master, especially because of the way it was ended in with those quick flurry of boundaries, they will find themselves behind in that run rate. So they have it all to do. And Master will be batting first. Now remember, they're a team full of a lot of strength and depth in their batting. I just get the feeling that it might change things up with their batting order this time round. Normally it is Wakas Haider and Sher Ali that go out there. But I think they're going to need to take this opportunity maybe just to give one or two of the other batters a chance. I'll be expecting to see the captain maybe have a bat. He hasn't had a good knock in a while. And maybe it could be something like Lorne or Ulla to come out there with him. This is what the bat versus ball wall says. Master 92 to 74. And Master, I think if they have their way, they'll be looking to try and get beyond that. Certainly, though, one thing about Master, and this is probably why I think the captain has decided they will have a bat this time, because a lot of teams will probably have seen them play and say, right, they're a team that like to chase, so let's put them in. So I think this is the opportunity for the captain to say, right, okay, this could happen to us. Let's see how we're going to fare if it does. And I think he's looking for his players anyway, his batters, to prove that they can also score big runs when they bat first as well, not just when they're chasing. The umpires have made their way out there. So Rohit Junjula and it's also Saeed Arif. Both the men have done an outstanding job today. It's not easy to be doing 4 continuous matches. So well done to our man in black and also to the tournament referee and the third umpire, Stefan Gooch. They've been a fantastic team here in Stockholm. Players have taken the field of play and the 2 batters are making their way out now, and it does look like there is a change. I will give you that in a moment. The Stockholm Mumbai Indians, well, what can they do? They've got to be at their best. It didn't work for them, did it, in that last match? That victory came up in rapid time. I think maybe they can go with perhaps something like Darshan Lakhani to bowl earlier. I think he came in pretty late, and by the time he came to bowl, the match was already gone. Maybe take the pace off earlier. Something different has to be tried. The 2 openers, it is Hamid Soleri who gets an opportunity. He's out there with his captain, Shahid Mustafa. And there he goes. Looking quite lively and bubbly. And the first ball to be bowled by Chandra Shalar. And gets this one to go through. Side the off stump. A lot of noise out there at the moment from the Stockholm Mumbai Indians. they will know what is required of them now. So now once more. Goes Fuller, and this has been hit really well. Goes all the way. Volley, volley. Ginna Sona. Ginna Vada Shaka. Well, it's Saeed Mustafa. He's not wasting any time, is he? Smashes this one big. Nice shot. Has a look around. Gets ready to go again. And this time sort of carves this away, trying to get into the gap, and he could not have placed this better. Well, that's what you call precision. And it gets it through past the first, who's running at it, goes. And the two batters, the two fielders, I should say, in danger of getting in each other's way. The ball escapes through and goes all the way to the boundary. So 6 and a 4 for the captain. I can tell you something, he is definitely hungry for more. Maybe a different batter on strike, but the outcome at the moment seems to be the same. Boundaries. Jalar disappointed that one went through. And he comes once more. Goes Fuller. Not a bad delivery. This bobbles away. And fielded by Rushraj Darji. It's a very simple task at hand, isn't it, really, if you like? Or basically, you want to be there tomorrow, you've got to win. It's as simple as that. Mumbai Indians are playing for everything here. Good looking shot, and it gets through the fielder. It was hit well, and it's 4 more. And not able to stop this one. It's, looks like that's Arslan Atta out there. Gets past him pretty quickly. They're trying to G themselves up, aren't they? And Idudath Maya sees that one go through him. Would have loved to have got something on it. Shella under attack. Wants to finish well. 15 have come off this first over. So Larry now in on the act as well. And this one may have to be bowled again. No, the umps is okay with it. Gets this one through. So just playing with the line there, but he's happy with that. So that's the end of the over. See, it goes. Yeah, maybe just sneaking inside. Borderline, but he gets it in. 15 without loss. Both batters made positive starts once more. So once again, opportunity to say a very good hello, good afternoon to everyone. Hope you've enjoyed the cricket today. We've certainly seen some exciting stuff. We saw that unbelievable finish to match number 38. Umio, well, maybe the man they've got to thank, well, the man they will be thanking at the moment for getting them where they are. That's got to be Kayum Maya. It was his big hit in. Thank God, Umio, a victory. As this was hit towards the fielder, no run. And just to remind you, Umio, they needed a victory. They needed to go level on points with the Stockholm Mumbai Indians to at least have a chance. They needed 19 off the over, and 18 of them were hit by 3 sixes, including the last 2 balls went for 6. There was jubilant scenes, but that only meant that they levelled with the Stockholm Mumbai Indians. The Indians were above them on net run rate, and then the first match of the two teams out there now, Stockholm Mumbai Indians made 71 all out the last ball, but Master knocked them off in rapid time, and what that meant is that the net run rate that the Stockholm Mumbai Indians were relying on to keep them above of Umia changed, and now it's the other way around. Firmly struck, and Had to change his position slightly. Did Darshan Lakhani. Was going one way, then had to change to the other, but does stop the ball. Care, the bowler. Good delivery. Goes for the Yorker length one, and Soleri blocks this out. Drops this down. Will these two be able to stop it this time? They do. Doesn't go past this time. That's a good stop. Yeah, the fielder coming right in front of him, but he's able to stop it and does well. Now, whichever way this goes, I mean, the Stockholm Mumbai Indians, they can take heart that this has been a much better performance from them in previous series. In 2020, they lost all their matches. And this one has been flicked away beautifully. Well, it looks effortlessly, but it goes all the way. Balle, 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 kinna sona, gea, shaka, lagya. Absolutely beautifully played, and a great way to end the over. So the runs just keep coming. Doesn't matter who's doing the batting. That'll take it to 23. The 2 overs gone. Let's have a look at the tables. Have they been updated? I'm sure they have. This is what everyone's looking to see. Who is on the 5th position? Well, there you have it. There's the confirmation. The Stockholm Mumbai Indians, the nature of that defeat from Maharashtra, are now sitting on net run rate at the bottom. The only way that they can make it into tomorrow's quarterfinals is they have to get this victory. They need to find a way to get past Maharashtra. Maharashtra are right on the top. They will finish on the top of the group. And they are going with Darshan Lakhani. Darshan hasn't, for me, been running in from his normal run-up. He's cut the run-up right down. And this is up in the air. It's gone a long, long way. It's going. Arriba, arriba, arriba. Oh, and it almost was a fantastic catch there on the boundary. It went up, 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 and it came down and down and down. And it could have been a great catch. It wasn't. And maybe that's been the story of the Stockholm Mumbai Indians. Whenever they've had the opportunity, they haven't been able to grasp it. This one would have been a great catch. Well, one thing at least he does do, Carly, there, is stop the ball from going over the boundary. But another missed opportunity. And a good chance to see that one go through. So welcome back into the commentary box, the Ice Cube. It's Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandhu.
Nice to be back. He made the most of the break. Had a bit of a run around. Lakhani gets this one past everybody. That'll be a dot. Got to say, one thing I really love about being here at this ground is the amount of kind of kids you see, especially when it comes to Friday afternoon. We'll see some juniors playing there probably a bit later on, and you know, there's a lot of enthusiasm for the game amongst the youngsters, which I think is a really good sign.
Short, hit, hard, and it goes to the boundary. I don't think this one goes all the way, just one bounce, 4 runs. It wasn't a good delivery. It was too short. It was Gundy. And that just gets helped along the way. You see there a couple of bounces as it goes for 4. Well, yeah, Vinny, I mean, I must admit, I do like it. And I like the way that the kids, they show what they can do out there to play some nice shots. Very energetic, very enthusiastic. And I see they follow you around as well. I told you, you dress up like that, they think you're going to be giving them out hamburgers.
That's a cheap shot. But, yeah, no, I do enjoy it. Everyone seems to want to bowl at me and get me out. And most of them do.
Well,
it's going to be a no ball and 4. It's no good. And, yeah, Lakhani just losing the handle on this one. Got to say, I like that Mustafa has decided to open up here and open up with Soleri. Just it seems to make sense because we know that Haider and Sherali got plenty of balls to face in that previous game. But this one's going to be a free hit. So the captain's in the right spot at the right time. And he will be able to pin his ears back on this one and go after Lakhani. Let's see what the approach is. Mustafa's raced to 26 off just 12. Pretty good delivery. Despite it being a free hit, he's not able to get more than the bottom of the bat on this. Just a single. So last ball of the power play coming up. It's been a pretty productive one. And certainly have had 1 or 2 chances to break this partnership. Makani 11 off this over plus this. And this one will be down the ground for 1. It's the end of the 3rd over. Score is 35 for no loss. And so head into the middle overs. Now, what do you think, Rico, as far as this start from Mashta? I mean, obviously, you know, they'll want to win this game because they'll make them 7-1, give them some confidence going into tomorrow, where we now know that they will play in Disca. But, you know, Mashta, they'll know from last year that you can have a really good group stage and then you know, one bad game can be all over. So they're doing everything they can to be prepared for the finals, I think. Yeah,
you know, that's going to be an interesting match tomorrow because in Disca, as we know, they're the team that, well, they've got the, only people would say the party chuckers. You've got the likes of Sharma in there. And
I don't think that's how they describe
but
themselves.
they do pick up wickets. And I just think, well, I'm looking at this master batting and I just think, how would they fare against the slower bowling?
It's a really good point that you make. They're not afraid to really throw up some moon balls. So Sharma, I'm sure he'll be watching this. Anyway, time for the 4th over. And Dongare, this one is going to be going, and it's gone. Lakani can't deal with it. Maximo! Soleri hasn't had a lot of the strikes so far. But you can see he is such a big inclusion for Mashta, isn't he? Brings a lot to the table, and this time he just has what it takes. Lakani gets hands on, but I don't think he was going to stay in the field to play anyway. 6 runs.
Yeah, I mean, Soleri, he's a top draw, isn't he? He's shown all his abilities today in the field and with the ball and now with the bat as well. He's a good player, and I think any captain would be smiling from ear to ear if they know that had a player like Soleri in their side.
Next one swings and maybe just stays inside the line. Maybe again, a little bit lucky to get away with this. We'll have a look on the replay. It does go late. Maybe he gets a bit of a bottom edge on that into the ground. So I'm not super sure about that. Dongare gets away with it anyway. So Dongare 6 and a dot so far. Bit of a mixed bag. Gets this one pretty right. And Soleri is happy enough to just take the 1. SMI. Well, we talked about Umeå before, saying that match 38 was their final. Well, essentially, this is SMI's final because it's now or never with the men in black. Goes leg side, gets a bit of bat on this. This is probably going to run away for 4. It does. They're just getting it wrong. Dongare got into the pads of Mustafa, and he continues on his merry way. And with that shot, he moves into the 30s. Captain starting really well here in match 40.
Yeah, I think this is a very good call. I think we both touched on it. You know who your key batters are. They've had plenty of batting time. Now it's an opportunity to give yourself and some of the others a chance, and he's doing that. And well, isn't he making the most of it as well?
Yeah, for sure. He normally bats 5. To me, that's a bit low. I think Mustafa probably is the man I'd have at 4. Maybe Soleri at 3 under their regular openers. This time, charges and turns this into a full toss. Will be a single. It's Mahajan who does the fielding. So, yeah, Mashta looking very good at the moment. Stockholm Mumbai Indians, I'll be a bit concerned at the moment. They need to get these wickets, and you know, they sense an opportunity as well, I think. Well, they did at the beginning without having to bowl at those openers that had whacked them all around the park in the previous game. But at the moment, they still were doing a very good job building an opening partnership of their own. Last ball of the over coming up. Dragged away to the leg side. This should just be 1, and it does take us to the end of the 4th over. The score is 48 for no loss. We talked a little bit about some of the juniors around here. I know we've got Musa and Azan here. Hello, guys. And I know you guys, you just love playing cricket out there in the middle, don't you? Every chance you get, you guys have a ball or a bat in your hands. And well, I'm going to actually ask you, who is your favourite team?
Always me.
And how about you, Azan? Well, that's no surprise there. We've even got the Albies Army on the shirts. And I know that there's a big push from the Albies Army Club, of course, our hosts here, into women's cricket, into juniors. And isn't it great? And you guys, I remember watching you when you saw ECL and you watched Albi at the ECL. You guys were super excited, weren't you, with some of those finishes? It was really exciting, wasn't it? Yeah, I mean, showing even more excitement than they're showing right now. But, do you remember this?
You frightened them.
I think Musa was bouncing on a table. You were up and dancing on a table, weren't you, Musa? I remember that. And we had that as part of our broadcast. anyway, it's great to have you guys in. You can stay for one more over because I know Rico, the Manners as well, they asked me very nicely if they could come into the office, and I said for sure.
Yeah, of course you can, any time.
And not about any time, but anyway, here's Mahajan, who is coming up to bowl in the 5th over. Oh, this one flicks the pad, I think, and goes through. Mahajan, the captain, somebody you often see at the bowling crease. When he gets the first one, really onto the pad, maybe onto the shoulder of Solari.
Yeah, it does. It sort of just loops over the stumps. I think because he's bowled from quite wide.
Oh, here's the next ball. And this one will be called wide, I think, unless it flicks the pad. They're going to go through for one. Solari doesn't look that excited about going to the other end. Will be called 2 wides. So Mustafa, who's been cracking them all over the place, he'll get the chance. And we'll get a bit of captain-on-captain action here, Rico.
Yeah, captain on captain, Mahajan. I haven't seen him bowl too often. Well, maybe he's backing himself to try and get this partnership broken.
Mustafa goes after him. This is going to be one hopper down to Dargate. Just the single. Yeah, a bit lucky, actually. Yeah, Mustafa, if he hits that better, might carry to the fielder. Once again, I want to invite everyone into the live chat. ECN European Cricket Network, last game of the day. 50 partnership coming up in this over for these two. This one just a bit wide of the off stump. And they will scramble through for a single. And sometimes, I mean, you see it here with Mahajan, taking the pace off, and that's what you're talking about in Disca. They're going to do a lot of that tomorrow to Mashta. And you see Mahajan, probably not as quick as some of the other bowlers, but he's been pretty effective so far.
He has been. See where this one goes.
He's able to kind of paddle this round the corner. Once again, batter having to make the pace. And the fielder in the right spot keeps it just to a single.
Yeah, nice pick up there from the fielder. Just Samir Hankre, just using the one hand to make the stop.
Yeah, so the captain saying, well, I've tried everyone else. I'm going to myself. Let me see if I can slow things down. He has so far, but can he get the wicket and break this partnership? This one's hit straight. It's hit pretty hard. And, well, a good stop in the end. Well, you can thank his shoes for that. And we almost have a mix-up. It was pretty good by Dargate. We almost have a second mix-up. It almost hits the glove.
Ooh.
It doesn't, though. Wow. There's a lot going on there. In the end, it's going to be 2 runs. Firstly, it was the big shoe of Dargate.
Dargate does really well.
That makes the stop. Well, I don't know how on purpose it was, but then have a look at this. When the ball comes back in, the keeper discards the glove. And, yeah, I mean, if this ball hits the glove of the keeper, I don't know why he's taking the glove off, because there's no way he's going to throw it. Anyway, this one is dropped, and now you put the glove back on, but it doesn't matter, as the keeper, Sanke, I think he's had a few late nights lately. This one just jumps on him, and he can't hold on. This was a real opportunity.
Yeah, it probably was too easy, wasn't it? I think he was surprised about the line.
He makes a really good step across there. He's in great position to react to that, but yeah, in the end, he's not able to hold on. 55 for no loss after 5. Mahajan, not a bad over at all from him. He only goes for 7, and he had that chance for a wicket. Unfortunately, his keeper couldn't hold on to the chance.
Yeah, it was a good opportunity. Wasn't able to take it. And unfortunate for the captain. I have to say, it's been a difficult time, isn't it, for the captain, Sanjay Mahajan. But, as I said, what he has done, he's managed to ensure that in this European Cricket Series, whatever happens in this match, whether they make it through or not, that they will actually at least get some victories. I think there's been a slight injury here to, I think it may be to the captain, Mustafa. He seems to have, looks like he's come off, retired. I just saw him just coming off. He's holding the top part of his hamstring.
Oh, that's no good, is it?
And, well, no, it's no good at all, because don't forget, he's also been doing a lot of keeping for them. So maybe he's just playing caution there. He doesn't want to make it too bad.
I assume he's playing it safe, but yeah, that's no good at all. So the partnership is broken due to that injury. Solari, though, he will carry on. But right now, this is Sohail Khan. Swings and misses at the first ball. And we certainly hope that Shahid Mustafa's okay, because he is such a key component of their lineup, captaining, keeping, and batting.
Yeah, he's tired hurt. So another batter gets an opportunity. Sohail Khan, normally used to see him with the ball in hand. Well, he's hit this high up in the air, and it's going to drop safe just before the fielder.
Yeah, so that will go down as retired, not out, because it is due to an injury. If it's due to injury, illness, or some other unavoidable reason, then it will be denoted as retired, not out. And so it will be a new batter that will come out. It doesn't count as a wicket lost, and Mustafa could resume his innings on another wicket if he was fit to bat. This next one's down the ground. More work for the fielders. Eventually they sort it out. Luckily there's two of them there.
Daja again, just saving the blushes off Darshan Lakhani there. Darshan, put your shades on. He's always better with his shades on. I'd like to see him with his shades on.
The sun's out at the moment.
It is out, yeah.
So probably a good time to put him on.
Well,
Anyway,
good bit of teamwork there.
he's got him on his hat. This is Dongare. He's getting a second over straight away. Swing and miss. Sahal Khan getting a bit too leg side conscious here. Trying to slam it away. He's another guy we haven't seen a lot with the bat. So yeah, be interested to see who they send in next. I mean, of course, you've still got Hyder and you've still got Sherali up your sleeve if required. Probably a few more they might want to get some batting into. Fahad Wakas is probably one of those. Amir Mullah, he played very well the other day. Asif Lon as well. Oh, this is another little edge and it's going to get away. And Sahal Khan, he hasn't convinced me so far with his batting. And this one, accidentally, just deflected over the keeper. Sankey couldn't fight gravity enough, and that's going to be 4.
Yeah, races to the boundary. It's sometimes, you know, they'll look back, the Mumbai Indians, to some of these matches, and they'll say, well, some things just did not go our way. I mean, remember that one when they made history in that the lowest score defended, and they only managed to get to 49, I think it was. You know, things just didn't go their way. A few things could have, they went differently. Who knows what could have happened in this contest? You know, that edge going for 4, the LBW in that last match. You know, little things like that. Maybe they haven't had the rub of the green. Take the 2 there. Well run. That will be the end of this. The 6th over. So 63 without loss.
Dongare going for 21 of his 2 overs. Once again, it's a great chance to, maybe we can put out a lurker. A lurker call out. Haven't done this today yet. Keep leaving it very late. But if you are lurking, if you don't normally get a chance to join us in the live chat, why don't you just go on to our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, right now. Go and find the broadcast and leave a message in the live chat. Let us know where you're watching from. I want to say hi. I want to say big thanks for supporting the European Cricket Network. We certainly do appreciate the support we have from all around the world. Little uptick for SMI after a couple of tightish overs. This one down leg side, I think it flicks the pad, so it won't be a wide. So Solari might have found a bit of a blind spot on him here. He thinks he's going to smash this, but yeah, either the bat into the ground or either flicking off the pad, so it'll be a dot ball. Mahajan, bit of a surprise packet with the bowling. This time Solari again has to make the pace. Does get it kind of into the gap. And well, this has been messed up and messed up royally. Unfortunately, it's Cuckledge out there. And this is one that he felt he had it covered. He was more concerned about stopping the 2, I think. In the end, he finds a way to kind of punch it over the line. Check this one out. Yeah, looks like he's got it covered there.
Yeah,
It wasn't a punch, it was more of a thigh kick.
yeah, he's not.
Don't think
Not
the captain
very
will be
happy.
too impressed with that. This time he runs at him. Yeah, Solari. Oh, I wonder if Indiska are watching this, because Solari, the better the bowling, the better he bats. At the moment, they've taken the pace off, and he's just struggling to get going.
Yeah, very much a case of that pace. I think it's not just the pace. He's bowling it beautiful length where the batter can't get to the pitch of it, and it's he's bowling it right across them as well. So they're not able to get anywhere near this at the moment.
Solari just waits back on this one, and this time he will find the boundary without assistance as he just leans back, and he times that well. I think it's a better strategy. He's getting the length to work with.
Yeah,
He has a bit of time to get into position, and he gets 4 runs. Nice batting.
yeah, it was more straighter, wasn't it? Didn't go across the right-hander. So Solari this time, he could wait on it and gets a good bit of timing. Goes through the shot and gets the power onto the boundary.
I saw that Julian Dawson from Hertfordshire has just posted a comment. He's been lurking. He said enjoying the coverage as ever. Thank you so much, Julian. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Hopefully the weather's nice over there in the UK. 2 to come for Mahajan. This one just kind of bottom edged into the offside for 1. And let's see how Sohail Khan deals with Mahajan. If Mahajan was watching, he'd probably know getting it outside the off stump is key to this batter. He just has 1 more ball left in his spell. He's done a good job, hasn't he? He's conceding 16, but can he get that elusive wicket? This one does get a bit close to him and grabs a bit of something on the way through. I think this has been stopped down there. Just once again, use of the feet. So that'll be 2 to finish the over. 74 for no loss. You see this one just, well, that's in the replay that I'm not enjoying watching, but I'm just glad that he doesn't go over on this Hankare. And this is one of the reasons we say stepping on the ball, it's a risky strategy. He's all right. I'm so glad he's all right. If you've ever done that, I'll never forget doing that in a warm-up once. And it's a crunch that I didn't enjoy hearing. 74 for no loss after 7. We do have some quarterfinal matchups we can bring you, starting with tomorrow, Botchirika and the Stockholm Tigers. And then Hammarby and Linköping in the second quarterfinal. Albi's Almi will play either SMI or Umeå in the third quarterfinal. Then Mashta in Diska. We just talked about that matchup, didn't we? Quarterfinal 4. All starting tomorrow. Quarterfinals Friday. We hope you can be our QFF and join us from 7 a.m. tomorrow. GMT, that's 9 o'clock in Central Europe and 12:30 p.m. in India. Geez, it'll be a great day tomorrow. 8 will become 4. It's a brutal day, but a very exciting day on ECN. Here's Kaklich. Let's see if he has a bit more luck with the ball than he did in the field. Mahajan ends up just going for 18. Good spell from him. And he drops the catch. So it will be a dot. That's the only good thing I could say about that. Once again, to see Soleri just finds himself in a bit of a funk, to be honest, against some of the slower bowling. This one almost takes out the knees. And Kaklich is saying, well, that's where I just got hit. I don't want to take another one there.
Kaklich, poor guy. You know, sometimes they say it just follows you around.
Edged away, kind of an educated edge really from Soleri, and he'll get 4 here. So drop him at your peril, and with that, Hamid is going to move into the 30s.
Have a shot.
Yeah, I've seen him bat better than this, but he's still getting the runs on the board. He's 32 off 22. Sign of good players though. They seem to be able to make runs even when they're not particularly striking the ball as sweetly as they'd like. Underground Bodega in the chat asking about a lack of diving in the field. I mean, the thing is, some of these players as well, it's not instinctive for them to dive. And a lot of it is down to where they played their cricket growing up. And some of these fields, it's almost impossible to dive on. This one's pitched up and knocked into the mid-wicket region for 1. Yeah, and the other thing I often talk about, you need to plan your dive in a sense. Kind of 2 or 3 steps out. Something that when I'm talking to fielders and even batters, if you're going to dive, by the time you realise you need to dive, sometimes it's too late. So you have to kind of look ahead and get the footwork right in the lead up to the dive.
That's right. It's so key.
Kaklich. Well, he launches this, and there's nobody out here. So it's just a matter of how far it will go. It will...
What they're doing here?
That's going to be fine.
I think there was a bit of kabaddi going on here.
I can't believe that that's not 4. But I think it's fine. Have a look at this. Comes from the cheap seats, doesn't he? Dongare was chasing it, and then... Yeah, that's fine. That's before that left foot goes over the boundary, and then he takes him into the banner. And, yeah, he just used himself, and that's fine there.
Yeah.
What a good stop. I mean, not often you save 2 runs and make a successful tackle. That's exactly what Carle does there. This is gone, and I think it's gone a little bit further. It has. Well... Carle, he's lonely out there. Nobody to tackle that time except Gravity, as this one is whacked over the top of him. 6 runs maximal. Sohail Khan, after a bit of a shaky start, he's getting moving.
I forgot he's still there. That's a good strike, actually. That one did sound good out of the middle of the bat. He uses his feet well, gets himself to the pitch of the ball, and he hits it beautifully over that fielder there. Carle is jumping up. And, jumping up for joy. Well, that man, he's not jumping for joy. He's been hit all over the place as Carle.
Yeah.
Well,
Kaklich he'll be upset, but he's only gone for 13. It's not a disaster. Let's even sneak out of the over with a dot here. See that, Sagar? It's talking about the field dimensions. What I would say is by having the boundaries like we do in the ECS, it does kind of supersize the action. It means anything's possible. You get a lot more action, a lot of kind of boundary stops, a lot more kind of boundary catches where you have to dance around the line. And also, when the run rate goes up, that's required. Almost anything's still possible. And this one is going to go the same way, I think. He steps across and launches it. Maximo back to back. So Khan, well, like I say, he was a little bit shaky in the beginning, but this time he gets it just right. That one almost does bring rain, Rico. It's the end of the over. Cost 19 in the end, so Kaklich, worst possible finish for him to that over. 8 overs down, 93 for no loss.
Yeah, he just gets himself into a good position again, doesn't he, Sohail? And then he just launches at it, gets plenty. It goes a long way. It's 6 more. And, well, have a look at some of those bowling figures. And, well, none have gone magical, but they're hurting at the moment. The question is, when you see that Shell's gone for 15 off one, Lakani went for 12 off one, you're going to have to think about when are these guys are going to come back, who's going to come back to bowl the next couple of overs.
I think for sure they'll bring back Hankare. I would have probably bowled him here and then just scratched my head about the 10th over. As it is, they are going to bring back Shalat to bowl the 9th. He didn't have the best time earlier on. I think he went for, I'm going to say, 15 in the first. But anyway, let's see what he can do here in the 9th. They keep them to maybe 10 and 10 here. 113. It'll be a lot of runs to chase, but at least it's in the zone of possibility. First one's driven. It's driven hard. It's going to be a long chase for the man on the boundary. Dongare, well, he's just gone about 100 metres one side to the other, and he's still running. Well, he's certainly getting his steps in. Shalar just gets the length slightly wrong. Beautiful square drive and 4 runs to start the 9th.
Yeah, Dongare, you see him there just coming in the picture. By that time, ball has already gone over the boundary rope, and
he's covered some ground there, Dongare, though, hasn't he? We just saw him at deep square leg on the other side just about 3 minutes ago. 11 balls left. Solari up to 37. He walks at this and hits it, but he might have hit straight to Lakani. He has. Darshan holds on. Solari had a few moments of luck, but this time he flat bats. It doesn't get the elevation, and finally SMI have a wicket. Falls in the 9th over. Shalar is the man that gets Solari. It's 97 for 1.
Yeah, you can see the frustration here. Takes a catch. He just wants to lunge it, doesn't he? And he thinks better of it. It's been one of those mornings for the Stockholm Mumbai Indians. But a good catch there from a man. Well, you've got to say, Darshan Lakani, he has been the pick of the fielders, isn't he, for the Stockholm Mumbai Indians. He's taken a number of catches in that position. So finally, the first wicket does go with the score 97.
Yeah, I mean, it was a pretty good knock from Solari. Like I say, it was kind of off the boil a bit in the middle when he didn't deal with some of the slower bowling. Shalar comes back, and this is just a correct shot to play. Lakani shapes to throw to nobody. But, yeah, he just didn't get it in the middle of the bat, so they lose the first wicket. Remember, they did have Shahid Mustafa batting earlier. He had to retire hurt. Essentially, at the moment, he's recorded as retired, not out, for 34 of 17. Solari, now the top scorer with 37, but he's gone, and it will be Fahad Wakas, who's going to come out to play with 10 balls left in the innings. I think there's an inside edge on this, and lucky there was, because otherwise he was dead, LBW.
Yeah, you heard that big bat sound there. And Chandra, he starts the appeal, and then he realises.
So let's see if that wicket of Solari can slow things down at all. Now Sohail Khan's going to take the lead. He'll just drag this one out to deep mid wicket for a single. Yeah, certainly a fair bit of bat in that first one from Wakas. He'll get another opportunity now. Interesting technique, doesn't he? David Gower in the setup. He hits it pretty well, though, and he hits it into the gap. He's going to get 4. So Wakas is keen to get going, and this shot brings up the 100 for Mashta.
Yeah, 100 on the board. Yeah, he just makes room for himself, doesn't he? And luckily, the bowler sort of puts it in the slot, gets the big swing in, and gets it through those 2 men out there on the leg side.
Shalar has got to get it up in the block hole. Last ball of his spell. Slightly slower ball. It's launched over cover. And this one, I think, has gone all the way. And it has Maximo Well, Gilard's first over went 15. Second one went for 16. So all happening in the ninth. He does take a wicket, but also gets a bit of treatment. A slower ball just not landing. It was in the slot and it disappeared. 109 for 1 after 9.
Yeah, motoring along. Remember that 110 has been the highest score. It was equalled actually today earlier. 110's the highest score that's been scored in this Group B. And the Stockholm Tigers equalled that. That was scored by the team out there at the moment, Master. And it looks like they're going to go beyond that here with 6 balls to go in the over. 6 balls to go in the innings, I should say. And in the air, opportunity, and he drops it. Almost looks like he, as he's getting ready to take the catch, he's sort of, it's like he's tripped over something. Have a look at his feet. It's almost trips. Have a look, he just loses his balance, he starts to go down, and then...
I think he was getting ready to catch about knee height, but then it just got even lower on him and had to kind of lurch forward. And so it will just be a single. 110 now with 5 balls remaining.
Lakani, once again, thinking, why can't they catch with me? I catch with them. Stops this one. I think it's probably just as well this doesn't go cleanly into Lakani's hands, because I think he was going to pin it back towards the bowler's end.
You're probably right there. Swing and a miss from Wakas. So, like I said, 113 was when I looked at the 10 and 10, hit into the last couple of overs. I mean, it's a big chase, but I mean, you need an incentive. There's none too much bigger than a place in the finals. Now, yeah, another dot ball.
Yeah. Better, this is where Dachan Lakani, when he started bowling, at the beginning of this group, this is what he was bowling, and then all of a sudden he just seems to have lost his way a bit. And now, when he's joining up the dots, and I said, well, that looks like the higher score will get beaten.
Yeah,
you never know.
Maybe not.
Maybe
and the thing is,
again.
actually, Wakas is alert here. He says to Sohail Khan, well, actually doesn't say anything. He's looking to actually run, even though it might mean he sacrifices himself when the keeper misses the stumps. But Sohail Khan wasn't watching. He turned his back on the play. So, little window of opportunity here. SMI, like I say, they are going to have to bat very, very well. But still, what a last over this is from Lakani. Don't think you can give this out. He's too far forward. Probably be a leg by. Waiting the signal. Maybe there's a bit of bat in this as well. So it will be a leg by actually to finish. Signalled by the umpire. They're going to finish on the Nelson. 1-1-1 for 1. So just the 1 wicket in the innings. Also, Mustafa retired, not out with slight injury. It'll be interesting to see if Mashta do actually have the captain behind the stumps in the second innings, or maybe they're just a bit cautious heading into the quarterfinals tomorrow. But right now, it's SMI. They'll be batting for their lives, Rico, their tournament lives. They'll need 112 in the final group match if they are to qualify in 4th place.
Yeah, what a good final over that from Lakani. When you think there's only 1 wicket down, well, you don't expect that the final over just to go for, I think it went just for 2 runs. That was quite amazing. And keeps the score to 111. But still, it's a big score on the board. And the team that haven't been able to score big scores are going to have to do it. Their survival in this European Cricket Series depends on it. We saw a lot of good shots there early on. Of course, there will be some concern for the captain, Sajid Mustafa. He did... retire out, or retire and hurt, I should say. With it looked like he had a bit of an injury to the hamstring. But while he was there, he certainly played some lovely shots.
Yeah, he sure did. And there were some nice shots played all through the innings, really. I mean, this one was a bit of a teaser for Lakani. But I did like the batting of Mustafa. He certainly showed a good turn of pace at the top of the order. This is one that Sunke couldn't quite hold on to, unfortunately, and this one he couldn't quite reach. So that was after Mustafa retired hurt for 34. And they brought Sohail Khan out. He had a bit of a rough start, but there was a bit of rough fielding as well. That was helping out Mashta along the way. And Sohail Khan would end up with 25 not out off 11. Saleri had a few moments where he didn't really get going, and a few bit of luck as well. Tried to take out Kakledge's kneecaps a couple of times. That was a nice little shot. Eventually, Saleri would be the only wicket to fall. But like I say, not before we saw a few more runs blasted around. This was an interesting moment. Bit of a catch and tackle from Carle. Yeah, but Saleri and Sahel can't. They still moved the ball forward, didn't they? That was another one that Calais couldn't deal with. But, yeah, I mean, Mashta, I think they got what they wanted out of that. They've still got a very good score on the board. They got to bat the 10 overs. They got to get some batting into some players that haven't had as much time out there in the middle. I think they'll fancy themselves to defend this total. This is Solari, who eventually was the only wicket to fall, caught by Lakani. And SMI, they did come back with a very good last over. You'd have to say after Shayla went for 16 in the ninth, Lakani only went for 1 and a leg by, so 2 off the 10th. Very good finish to the innings.
Yeah, it was certainly worse. But the thing is, I think you're absolutely right, Master. They're looking pretty good, aren't they? I mean, they should defend this score. It's another good opportunity there from Carly trying to get the catch, not able to take it. But they're just showing once more, though, that even if you are able to get some of their opening batters out pretty early, that they've still got other guys in there. And Sohail Khan just proving that there. And also, I suppose they're Fahad Wakas that can come in and score runs for you as well. And you just have a look at the batters that weren't used there. Ali, Haider, Alon, Ala, all those guys can hit the ball pretty well. The question mark will be, though, over the captain, Shahid Mustafa. Be interesting to see if he's fit enough to keep wicket.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's what we'll have to look out for. And yeah, I'm not 100% sure. Maybe he will field and not keep wicket. Maybe he won't be on the field at all. We'll have to wait and see. When we return, it's always a quick changeover. Last innings of the day. We'll be back, and it'll be Stockholm Mumbai Indians. They're fighting for their tournament survival. They'll need 112 runs if they're going to stay in the running. Heading into quarterfinals Friday tomorrow. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. We'll see you shortly for the conclusion of Day 10. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to the middle. Welcome back to this Nosbury cricket ground where it's all about survival. Well, it is for one team, the Stockholm Mumbai Indians. If they are to make it into tomorrow's quarterfinals, then they need to win. It's simple as that. Umeå, the team, is level on points with them at the moment, but have a far superior net run rate. The only way that they can topple them is to get a victory here. And to do that, they need to get 112 on the board. They're a team that have struggled with the bat. They quite often end up in around about the 60s. But they're going to go way beyond that. And if they are to get there, they need to be relying on, I think, a lot on these two men. It's going to be Darshan Lakhani to face the first ball. And Pratik Sankhe is going to be his partner. Just some news. We were concerned, of course, about the injury to the captain, Shahid Mustafa, who retired not out on 34/17. So he will not be keeping. So you've got Awim Ullah, who's behind the stumps. But he is on the field of play. I'm going to start off with no number, of course, Arslan Atta. Seems to have been improving as the week's gone on. Got a fair bit of zip about him as well. And, starts well. This is one that sort of ricochets all the way up the bat into your arms as it hits sort of around about the bottom of the bat. So, dot to start with. Just got a bit darker here now. Some darker clouds coming across. That bit of drizzle in the air. I mean, nothing serious, nothing that's going to affect the match at the moment. But it is there. This one ends up being quite a wild delivery. But I think there's a bit of bat on this. And it's well stopped by Awimullah. Let's see what he can do behind the stumps there. Well, is he a keeper or is he a stopper? We shall soon find out. Atta charges in, banks this one in short, and quick work from Ulla, gets the glove off pretty quickly. There you go. He shows the wicket keepers how to do it. No need to take both off, he says. Just take one off. There he goes, he says. Takes it off. And he's there, ready for action. I don't know. Sankhe, who deals with this well, and that will go all the way over the captain. Well, the captain's a man with the injury, Shahid Mustafa, and he tries to put himself somewhere where he doesn't have to do too much work. Well, he's got to go and get this one. I don't think he quite had that planned, but certainly he's definitely not moving freely. So there is a hamstring injury there. Exactly how serious it is, I don't know, and how quickly it will heal. That will be the question mark. That will be the concern. There's that rain just starting to pick up now. Struck well, and he's going to get it past the fielder. That is a lovely shot. Beautifully played. So back-to-back boundaries here. And Sankhe, this is nicely hit. And as soon as that passes the infielder, that races along to the boundary. A really nice shot. Good timing. This is a positive start here for the moment. Arslan Atta. It's got a few concerns. Can he finish the over well? 9 off it so far. Last ball. Goes full, and it's going to be 4 more. It's in that area. And one thing we will say is if you're going to bowl it there consistently, I mean, he's just over pitching, isn't he? Really. He's got that one man, Sher Ali it is, that's in pretty close. But as soon as it gets over him, it's going to be a boundary. So 3 boundaries of the over, all coming to Sankhe. And they finish with 13 without loss. And, well, one thing you do know, if they keep going at this rate, they will get the victory that they're searching for. That's that rain just starts to pick up. Now, the other thing here, of course, is they'll be pretty keen to get the next 3 overs in pretty quickly. Well, I think maybe the Stockholm Mumbai Indians won't be too keen, because if all of a sudden the heavens open and it got so bad that we could not carry on, they may just get a point, and that point would see them into the quarterfinals, but I don't think that's going to happen. This is hit pretty well and hit pretty straight as well. That's 4 runs, and now it's Lakhani's turn to get into the action. A nice hit. Well, the only person in danger here was the umpire. He's taking the evasive action. 4 more runs, good shot, and a good time to welcome back into the commentary box Mr. Maximo Vinisandu.
Thank you very much, Rico. Yeah, very interesting, and you're right. I don't know if SMI will be doing a rain dance, but certainly would benefit them if they weren't able to complete the 3 overs. But yeah, I do think the nature of it right now, we seem like we'll get there. Here's Sharali. Well, goes for this, and this could be trouble. Soleri, well, he's hunting it. Oh, it's the kind of one that you think a fielder like Soleri might go for. He just runs around it in the end, doesn't want to risk injury. And the ball falls safely. I think SMI, I'll be relying heavily on their top order. We know that. I mean, Sunke, he's been a good player out of luck for a lot of this series, but he certainly played some commanding drives in that first over. Lakhani as well. You know, he's a key for them, isn't he? And then, like I say, we've got some other players, including Shekhar Singh. I mean, I'd like to see him back up maybe in 3 or 4 position if required. Share. No, this one really bends, but well dug out by Sunke, who gets a single.
It's a positive start. I mean, the thing though was that in the last match, the first 2 overs went pretty well. I think the power play was pretty good. I think we remember saying that. I think they had 26 in the power play, and we thought that's probably the best power play that they've had. But then things started to go wrong.
Really struck. Yeah, well struck, but Soleri's onto it, and then he gets away. A quick throw. Oh, that's good defensive fielding, isn't it? Such a good player, Soleri.
Yeah, he's very good. He's very talented. I think we've sung his praises a few times today. He's shown all sides. He's shown that he's able to perform in all the disciplines required, from the fielding to bowling and the batting, as he did in the first innings of this match.
Makes his way down the pitch this time, Sunke. He'll get a single. It's all about just staying at the rate required. I mean, they know if they can chase this 112 SMI, that they will be into the quarterfinals. So just break it down into little chunks, 11 and over. I mean, that's pretty much where they are at the moment. It means you can't really have a bad over. But, yeah, just breaking the problem down into little chunks, that's the way to do this.
Shearadi's brought everybody in from the 2 sides and put the 2 men straight.
Slower ball. This is a stand-up sweep, and it will just be 1. It'll finish the over. So Sharali goes for 9. The score is 22 for no loss. They're bang on that 11 and over at the moment. Very interesting contest. It's one of those things, though, to get 11 and over for 1 or 2 overs is one thing, but still consistently throughout the innings against this smash lineup, it's going to be a hard task. But what I would say is that if the Mumbai Indians, if they do find their way into the finals, they'll have a very good scalp in mashed up in their last game, and that'll give them a bit of confidence that they can pull off a minor miracle and knock off Always Army tomorrow in the quarterfinals. We know anything can happen. And look, Always Army, they're the kind of a team as well.
Yeah.
You know, they have the occasional off game. See what Stockholm Mumbai Indians have to do. They need at least a point here. We're into the 3rd over now. Asanata will be the bowler. This one just cramps him for room. It's off the body, I think. Wait for any signal, maybe not. I think, well, the fact that the batter's rubbing his thigh is probably a bit of an indicator, but I don't think the umpire has seen it. I'd be saying, here we go, and he's still going to get the run.
The batter's rubbing his thigh and saying, I hit it.
Yeah,
I hit
definitely
it.
off
Give
the bat.
it to me. Give it.
So maybe he got a bit of an edge on the way to his thigh. It seemed like one of those ones that might have missed the thigh pad if he's wearing one, Lakhani. I was always very quick to say to the umpire, yeah, had a little sliver of bat on that. I mean, leg byes don't belong to anyone anyway. Does anyone care if it goes to my score? I used to say. Probably the bowler would have something to say about it. 23 without loss now.
It is an interesting one. I mean, let's just see this delivery first. I mean, I wonder why they decided that. Why didn't they just give it to the batter? What difference does it make whether it's put on as a leg bile
Yeah,
to the batter.
it's
It's
funny.
part of the batsman.
It is
isn't
funny.
Because
yeah.
the gloves are part of the batsman, but that doesn't go as a glove.
But that's the thing.
bite,
If
does it?
if it hits your pad and you get caught, you're not out. You know what I mean? So they're probably encouraging you to use your bat, because if you could score runs by kicking them away, then probably wouldn't be too much fun. The batters would enjoy that. Well, this one, it could be out, direct hit.
I think he's gone.
Oh, I think he's going to be struggling here. Well, he's already saying he's gone. I think he's given himself up here. Sankey, well, I think that's what he was saying. See, he ball watches for a little bit here, doesn't he? And when this throw comes in, this will be very interesting, but I have a feeling he's not going to make it. The ball's winning the race right now, and then it is
gone.
Gone. Yeah, you're right. Sankey, I think he kind of knew that the writing was on the wall. And so what a good piece of fielding. That's what good teams do. They find a way to break partnerships. And Sankey, he looks so good while he was out there, but he's going to go. And that one really hurts the Stockholm Mumbai Indians. They lose their opener at 23 for 1.
Look at the running of Sankey. The first half of the pitch, he just doesn't get going. He's shaking his head there. But one thing, we always say, if you're going, go quick. Watch the running here. It's so easy. Look, he just ball watching. Then he gets the acceleration in. By that time, he's already out.
Yeah, it was a bit like a 1965 Chevrolet. It just took a little bit of time. He had to warm him up before he hit top speed. And unfortunately, he doesn't make it. And he doesn't miss out by much, maybe half a metre in that. But it was an excellent throw. Wakas Haider, he's such a good fielder, isn't he? And he didn't give an opportunity for the Mumbai Indians opener to continue. Now we'll be into the action again as this one is dragged down to mid-on, and this will give us a look at Anirudh Maya, who's been put up into the number 3 position.
Maya.
So we'll have the battle of the numberless, because Maya winning the first battle against Atta. This is a full toss. Somehow he's poked this to cover and he's going to be gone. So Lakhani, he'll be so annoyed at this. He doesn't get in a great position. He ends up just kind of scooping it. It's another Wakas that's involved this time. It's Fahad Wakas that takes a simple catch. So both openers removed in the third over. We've talked about third overs and the fact that there's a lot of wickets in them. And this one is no exception. 23 for 2. Stockholm Mumbai Indians, they are stumbling in the last over of the power play.
Yeah, well done to Atta. Gets another wicket. Just concentrating, getting the ball in the right areas, waiting for the batter to make the mistake. He tries to chip this, doesn't he? Rather than get the full stride into the shot, he tries to chip it over the infielders, gets it all wrong, doesn't really come off the bat, gets the bottom part of it, and a comfortable catch taken. Then that's disappointing because both openers, once again, who made a pretty good start, have you got to say, given their wickets away.
Yeah, Sujit in the chat saying, why did he check his shot? Should have gone harder at it. Yeah, but sometimes you can just have a slight error of judgment. I think he gets in position to whack this, and then I think, probably just a bit early on it, or maybe just where it hits on the bat. He could just feel that it wasn't going to go too far. And the issue there is the fact it goes in the air, allows the fielder to get under it. And so it'll be Swapnil Kale to come out in the number 4 position. Again, no Shekhar Singh just yet. He's one I'd like to see, certainly in the number 5 position, should they lose another wicket. Atta, the successful bowler. Next one's a little bit short, and this one's well fielded by, I think, the boot of Ajmal Raza. Well, isn't it
Where's he going? Come back.
International Lindy Hop Day? You said it's International Jitterbug Day?
Yes.
I think Ajmal Raza, he's doing his little bit.
Well, there we go.
This will be good. Let's see how much of where this
Wait
hits
for
him.
it, here we go. Here you go. Jitterbug.
That's hit him on the toes. I think all of his toes.
Jitterbug. Let's do the jitterbug. Oh, he was going. He's hopping around. He's still moving. He's saying it hurts. It hurts. You can laugh. It hurts, he says.
He's running it off at least. So 24 for 2 after 3, end of the power play. Pretty good third over, wasn't it? Because Stockholm Mumbai Indians, they were off to a decent start. They took 13 off the first, took 9 off the second, but just 2 runs, and you can see that they're heading south, aren't they? They've gotten down to just 4%. They probably nudged up to almost 20% after that second over. Third over was a very, very good one for Mashta. Sherali is going to bowl over number 4. They're deciding to bowl him out. He went for a boundary and then 5 consecutive singles in the first over that he bowled. That was the second of the innings. They need to somehow get back at the rate. They need 20 off this over to get back there immediately. Sherali is going to go for another single here. So just keep an eye on that run rate required. It's up to about 12.6 or so.
You've got Maya now on strike to face his first ball.
Yeah, so let's see if he can make something happen. Nice little outswinger, and he's going to go the same way as his predecessor. This one just moves a little bit, and it takes it to the outside part of the bat. So good bit of swing bowling by Sherali. Let's give him credit. Maya probably just trying to play a little bit across that one. He looks down at the bat. He knows that one didn't hit the middle. You can see how he just kind of, the plane of the bat is heading a little bit to mid-on, and the swing does him. Fahad Wakas, another catch for him. A couple of real sodas. He'll be appreciating that. Easy fantasy points for him. As Maya, no luck here, goes first ball, 25 for 3.
Yeah, has to depart. It's disappointing. It's a golden duck to finish his last, well, it could be his last appearance in this European Cricket Series. Sherali, well, he gets a wicket, and he is a share, isn't he? Looks like a share, and he attacks like a share, and he's after another wicket. Sherali, the Lion.
Dargay coming out at number 5. He's always tried hard for the Stockholm Mumbai Indians. Let's see how he goes here. Needing to make something happen. First one just tries to go a bit too straight and loses it down the leg side. I mean, assuming that Mashta can defend this total, I mean, what a story for Umyot, who essentially hit their last 2 6 balls of the group stage to go through. I mean, we're a long way from that happening, but wow, it's a crazy narrative, isn't it?
Yeah, look, what about that? Good job from Wooler there as well.
Yeah.
Standing in behind the stumps.
This time he kind of yorks himself, Dargay, but he will get off the mark. Yeah, certainly that's the other big story of this game. You don't want Shahid Mustafa in any injury trouble. So they're just being careful with him. Mashta, we know, at least they play the very last quarterfinal tomorrow. He has the maximum time to recover. They'll play at 3 p.m. local tomorrow, which is 7:30 Indian time. 6:30 Indian time, I should say, pardon me. Yeah, just this very, very light rain. If we get lucky, it'll rain all night and stop in the morning because we know that this ground does drain very, very well. We'd hate to have a rain-affected quarterfinals Friday, especially after we haven't lost a single match to the weather so far. Oh, this is high, but I think it's not high enough. You'll see this. Because he does advance at it, you got to try to judge it at the crease. So I think that by the time it reaches the crease, it's well below the waist.
Yes. It's not the best of deliveries though, so it comes out all wrong.
Yep. This will just be one. Wakas, well, he used up all his fielding points on the catches, so he misses this. And it might cost him a run. What's this throw from Soleri?
You don't learn. There's never this will just be. There's no such thing.
Yeah.
They take
Famous
2.
last words. Anyway, so 4 overs down. And there, Rico. As you mentioned, I mentioned, it was National Lindy Hop Day, and it's National Blueberry Cheesecake Day. But what else is it? Go on, tell us everyone.
Oh, it's National Paper Airplane Day.
Yeah.
And I'm all about making paper airplanes. And
why don't you throw it straight at the camera
I'll go for Diana. Diana's right in front of me. Let's see if you can get it. Here we go. Ready?
All
Steady?
Right. That's a good shot.
That's a good one.
Here, give me a
back.
shot. Here we go.
Send it back.
Send it back.
Oh,
there we go. All right.
It's a good dart.
I'm going to go
Listen, the
straight
contest,
at the viewers. Let's get the viewers involved.
Yeah. Contest is judged on the distance and also the air time. So there you go.
Right. Okay. There you go. You learn something every day.
Hey, what happened to our dessert, though? I was still hoping we'd get some blueberry cheesecake. It is Blueberry Cheesecake Day. I know Diana likes blueberries. She's got plenty in the fridge.
Yeah, well, is that right?
Yeah, blueberries are there. But I don't know how we go about getting the cheesecake and the biscuit base.
Got to say, I'm a big cheesecake fan. Many varieties. All right.
It's getting heavier.
Yeah, rain falling a bit heavier now. Won't be easy for the leg spinner. And this won't be easy for him either as Dargay goes large. Maximo! What a good shot that is. Sahil Khan. Look, it wasn't a terrible delivery. He tosses it up. Target says enough is enough. He goes after it and he middles it. 6 runs.
Yeah, nice shot. And, well, the rain might be coming down, but this kookaburra goes up and it comes down as well, and it comes down at the other side of the rope. 6 runs. Do you think I need to close my curtains?
I don't think there's too much wind around, so I think the cube's holding up all right at the moment. But you can see here the rain falling lightly. And this is going to whack into the stumps. They still will get a single. Stumps may be saving a few runs there. But here's the thing. SMI, they won't want a stoppage right now because no doubt they're behind in the Duckworth-Lewis. And so they need to try and work their way back ahead in the game, which it's hard to see that happening in the short term. Remember, 3 overs is the minimum for a completed match. This one's short. It's top edge. It's going to fall safely, though, I think. Nobody in the mid-wicket position. Sherali comes in and just tests out Awi Muller, the backup gloveman. Will just be a single. Yeah, so you got to look at, I don't have the Duckworth-Lewis in front of me, but probably the 11 and over is a pretty good indication of where they'd need to be. So I think right now they'd probably need to be something in the early 50s. This is a proper Gundy ball from Sohail Khan. He tries the quick one. This should be the easier one to bowl in these conditions, but he gets it all wrong. And a welcome boundary for SMI, who are fighting to stay in this contest.
Yeah, well, that will certainly help. And, yeah, I mean, just that's one thing that, I mean, the message should be getting out to them. Look, whatever happens now, you know, try to really accelerate, because if this match doesn't go the distance, then, yeah, they'll go to Duckworth-Lewis. The other thing that won't help the Vinny, of course, they have lost 3 wickets. And if they do try and go mad with the runs and lose wickets at the same time.
Yeah, but you're already behind.
You.
So, you know, you got to have a go. And the wickets do make a difference, but it's not as much of a difference as in some other forms of cricket because it is such a short game. And the wickets will matter less the further into the innings that we go. So difference between being 3 out and 5 out, you know, probably just a few runs on the Duckworth-Lewis. I think when you're behind, you got to get ahead, and if you lose wickets along the way, that's the kind of cost of the strategy, but it's an acceptable cost. There's Shahid Mustafa, who's running around. It doesn't look too bad. I think it's just a precaution. But it is the end of the 5th over. The score is 45 for 3. And so right now, the win predictor, I mean, that's also a pretty good indicator of who's ahead in the DLS. Because essentially, DLS is a very, I suppose, quite complicated the way they work it out. It's a complicated measure of who's winning. That's basically what it is. Anyway, so 45 for 3. Hey, Dargate hit a really nice Maximo in that over. In the end, the over from Sohail Khan went for 15, just the over they needed, really, to try and work their way back into the contest.
Yeah, I mean, that rate, I mean, I say it's not too high, it's 13, and it's certainly, in terms of what the Stockholm Mumbai Indians have been going at, sort of way sort of out of their league at the moment, but they've just got to keep believing.
This is driven. There's cover back on the boundary, but you don't often see that. They've got 3 on the offside boundary. I think that's the cost to that is that you have them mid-wicket up, but I think they're encouraging them to maybe try and go over mid-wicket and hit across the line. So it's quite a clever field, I think. This is Islam Ali. He's had a pretty good week with the ball. Well, jinxed him pretty good there. Down the leg side for a big wide. and look, there is rain coming back. It's probably not as strong, I think, as it looks on TV, if I'm honest. A few people saying it's really bucketing down. I've seen much heavier rain than this, trust me. How about Bulgaria last year? Oh, that was one that you'll... Remember you said, I think we'll be okay? Famous last words. And then you almost drowned.
Bulgaria was pretty bad this year too. We not just had the rain, we had the snow.
Yeah, we had the snow. But I quite enjoyed the snow, I have to say.
Did you?
Did
you enjoy... Now, come on, be honest. Did you enjoy that first day? It wasn't snowing the first day there.
It was just
when it was like 2 degrees.
It was 2. Actually got up to 5 at one point. We had, hail in Germany last year. We've done everything. Rain, hail, shine, snow, wind, you name it. Islam Ali needs to average the last 2 out and get it on target. This one just sneaks in, I think. Yeah, it does. And so it's a handy dot. Disappointment for Carle. Good umpiring. Hello to James Stewart. I didn't think you'd be joining us today, James, but it's great to have you in just for the last stages of today. A few overs left. 48 for 3, chasing 112, SMI. As this one, I thought I heard a little noise there. But what I would say is, if you missed it, James, I won't give it away, but go look at the end, the last over of the second game today. Something that's worth watching.
Yeah, match 38.
SMI fighting for their tournament life. They need to chase this target down. This time there isn't a ledge, and it's not going to be easy for Awi Muller. Hits the edge of the pitch, and he's just explaining to whoever will listen exactly what happened here. You see, he hits the ridge, and so probably good you don't get your body behind that, because it's probably it's a nose breaker. As it is, it will be 4, and that brings up the 50 for the Stockholm Mumbai Indians.
They say, "Koi farla ke kidda farla." Ita lucky ball gayi hai. Nobody's listening. Nobody's listening. As the ball comes back, it's quite strange, isn't it? I mean, like you say, it's not chucking it down, but it's fairly consistent. But other than the rain, it's actually very comfortable. It's quite eerie, actually. It's not cold. It's not windy. It's very, very still. It's very calm.
Duckworth Lewis is 62 at the end of this over if they're 3 down.
Okay.
So they're catching up. Well, how about this for a pre-movement? This has gone in the air. It needs to be stopped, and it isn't. Well, Hyder cops that one on the end of the finger. He's normally such a good fielder. We've seen that already in this innings. Islam Ali's been expensive. And now they're only a few behind here, Stockholm Mumbai Indians. This is one you'd expect 99 times out of 100 buckets. Hyder swallows this, but he just gets surprised by the bounce. That one goes for 4.
So, 56 to 62. Ball to go.
62 is a pass score. And now they'll get at least one. Probably just the one if it's picked up cleanly. So, been only a handful behind. It's a really interesting match at the moment. As it's the end of the 6th over. The score is 57 for 3. Yeah, it's so funny because Stockholm Mumbai Indians, you watch them right now, they'll be saying, no, it's fine to play, it's fine to play, it's fine to play. And if they find themselves ahead of the Duckworth Lewis, they'll be saying, oh, it's bucketing down. You got to get us off. And right now, not giving too much hope by the win probability meter, giving them 7%. So if they stay 3 down, at the end of this over, they'd need to be 73.
Yeah, but look who's coming on the bowl now, though, Vin. Soleri's been given the ball.
Yeah, but I mean it's for the spinner. It's not the easiest. Not the easiest conditions, is it?
No, that's what I'm going to say. It's all about how well he can grip this. So, Carlet on strike. It's going really well. 14 of 10. He swings hard at this. It goes to Sher Ali, who has a few issues getting his feet, but then comes that long throw, and it goes way over Ula. And they do take it on. That's very good running. Very good running.
Oh,
the fielder there stopping
You've
this
also got to realise it's a bit of a greasy ball, so it's not going to be easy to execute runouts. So, yeah, maybe I would have tried the 3rd as well.
Yeah, Ula sees the throw coming. He does try and take it. He's not able to.
Hello to Paul Tucker, who says, Manos arriba. Bienvenidos. Paul, nice to have you with us. Okay, full toss. This is going, but how far? It's going to be 4. Gets in the gap. Islam Ali made a fair bit of ground to his left. That's Soleri's regular position, but he can't be everywhere. It's not a good delivery. Just struggling with his length there. Valuable boundary. Are we going to have another miracle match, Rico?
Well, this is at the moment good bit of regard action, if you like, from the Stockholm Mumbai Indians. They're hitting the ball. It's all about partnerships. I mean, it's all going well at the moment. Can these two keep it going? That one, he zips it through. That's the sort of delivery that we know. So there he's bowled.
Every ball's crucial
Very
at
well.
the moment, isn't it? I mean, yeah, 73 pass score after 7. So what's that, 10 off 3? That's to tie, essentially.
Oh, watch out, there's a few low-flying seagulls around all of a sudden. What are they after?
Oh, that's one that you really have to bang out of the ground. Instead, it's the batter, Cully, that gets banged. Don't know if that was a bit quicker or slid on, but yeah, he was nowhere near that, was he?
He's having trouble, I think, holding the ball, and this one has come off the side of the grill on the helmet.
Oof.
And this wind, the rain is now just starting to change direction as well. It's starting to come from left to right, so it's coming in at an angle now.
Another short one. This time it is going to go the journey. Now, how far has it gone? It's gone all the way. Maximo! Wow, Dargate. He's playing his part in this partnership as well. These two, they are getting Stockholm Mumbai Indians to the brink, aren't they? This time he does bowl short again, Soleri, and he pays the price as Dargate lifts him up over fine leg, 6 runs. So last ball of the over. Again, they'd need essentially another boundary to be ahead of the Duckworth-Lewis this ball. Of course, I don't think it's... The other thing is, we keep talking about the Duckworth-Lewis, but at the moment, the rain's been pretty consistent and it hasn't gotten any worse. If it stays like this, they'll stay out there for the duration of the match.
Well, you'll stay out there for as long as the match officials, mainly the 2 men out there, the 2 umpires, Rohit and Saeed, feel that it's safe to do so.
Works it away. We'll get one. End of a decent over. Soleri goes for 14 in the end. Uncharacteristically inaccurate during that over, Hamid. But it is 7 overs down. 71 for 3. Coming up tomorrow. Well, we can't tell you exactly who will be in the 3rd quarterfinal yet against Alawi's Army. But we can tell you the other 3 quarterfinal matchups. It'll be Bachirka and the Tigers first up in the morning. Then Hammarby, Linköping. That'll be a really good game as well. Hammarby were able to secure 2nd place despite having the day off today. And then the final quarterfinal will be mashed up that you're seeing right here. They're taking on Indiska. That'll be a really interesting matchup as well, considering some of the bowling that Indiska have. It's a bit different to what Master have been facing here in Group B. It all starts tomorrow. QFF is quarterfinal Friday, and it's coming to you 7 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe, and 12:30 p.m. in India. Join us. Just 2 days left here in Stockholm before we head to the Czech Republic on Monday. All right, Ajmal Raza is going to get a bowl here, and I don't think he's bowled yet. No, he hasn't, so saved him up to the end. Let's see what he can do. Goes straight, doesn't get it. Probably lucky, otherwise that would have gone straight down the throat of Islam Ali. If they stay 3 down here after 8 overs, they want to be 85, or 85 is the pass score. And the other thing is, now wickets, if they lose 1 or 2, it doesn't change the Duckworth-Lewis too much because we're so close to the end of the innings anyway, right? So just maybe a run or 2 or none. But you essentially need 2 boundaries this over, I think, off Ajmal. And he might get one here. It's going, and it's gone. Straight through the fingertips of Haider. Maximo! SMI, are we going to have another memorable finish in the 2nd leg of a double header? Well, Haider, he's checking his fingers. He might have to count them, but that's 6.
He's cut his hand here. He's going to be off the field. I can see that here. I don't think it's the webbing. I think it's just that part of the little finger.
Yeah,
so
that's annoying. I mean, it might be off the kind of the fingernail. Kind of separate the fingernail from the finger sometimes, just a little bit.
Wow.
That hurts as well, doesn't it? They've had injury.
They don't want him injured, do they? You do not want your opening bat that's been in such good form not playing tomorrow. But that is a hand injury. The question is how serious it is. I mean, he goes up for it one-handedly here, you see.
Yeah.
And as soon as it hits his finger, you see there he's saying, this is trouble.
He's not able to get a whole hand on it. That's the issue. Wow, what a partnership this is between Carle and Dargate. When they came together, 25 for 3, they were in all sorts. Now it's worth over 50. Now a wild swing from Carle. You can't connect to this. Santosh Subramani, hello to you. Hope you're well. He's saying that he hopes that Vinny, that's me, hopes that Vinny will have his ice cream after the match. I don't know if I'll get an ice cream today. It's a bit cool, but I might. I'll be honest with you.
Where's that come from? You've been sneaking in ice creams.
He probably knows me too well.
Yeah, well.
All right.
That'll happen when you're in Italy, not here.
Oh, good slow ball. Takes a bit of courage to take the pace off. But Raza, I think that's smart. It was the on-pace delivery that got sent for 6. Haider couldn't quite get a whole hand on it. Just got a fingertip on it. Hello to James once again. Hello to Luke, who said that SMI having a real good go at this. Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, who saw this partnership coming? Like I said, they want to be, what was it, 85 is the pass score after this over. This time gets a fair piece of this as well. Stop needs to be made, and it does. We feel like everything's on a knife edge at the moment. Sohail Khan just got 1 mitt to it, but he did keep it in the field to play just a single.
Yeah, does well. See, all the bowlers, I mean, there's no rag out there. They're trying to dry this ball on whatever they can. There's shirts, there's trousers, hands. I'm surprised they haven't asked for a cloth or a rag to help them to keep the ball dry.
Slower ball. It's been an effective delivery. So Raza's over. Only goes for 8. 8 overs down, 79 for 3. Once again, just a handful behind on the Duckworth-Lewis. I don't think it'll come into it now, to be honest, because it's clearing up a bit. Just the 2 overs to go. But it is a good indication of how they're going in the match. And they're right in this now. They do still need, what's that? They need 33. Just 12 balls to go.
Yeah, but we've been there before. Another match. Anything can happen. I think this is the key one. You can see a little mini meeting here between the 3 core players, just having a chat about who to bowl when, and they've called, and then they called, they're going for Ali to bowl this one. I think they were debating whether they wanted Soleri to bowl this one again or not. I mean, he went for a few, didn't he? So they decided not to. So going with Ali here.
They got options, don't they? But here's the thing: you've got Sher Ali bowled out. You've got Arta bowled out. 2 of those options are spin options. So I don't think they're super confident bowling those spin options. So by bowling Islam Ali here, you've got to decide who you want to bowl the last. I think you're going to go with Ajmal Raza. I think he bowled a very good 8th over.
Yeah, I mean, there was that one ball that was Matt for 6, but other than that, he bowled very well, very clever, held back the pace nicely.
Just out of interest now, the Duckworth-Lewis at the end of 9 is 98. So, I mean,
well, that's jumped up a bit.
No, well, to be honest, it was 85 off 8 overs, and then it jumps 13 to 98, and then it jumps 13 more to 111 after 10. So it's probably consistent. It's just the fact is that they're running out of time to catch up. They've kind of kept pace with it.
I'm not sure. The umpires are coming together here. Surely they're not thinking about now coming off.
It's almost stopped, so that can't be the issue now. Maybe just having a friendly chat. I think maybe it could just be a technical issue at the moment. But I think we might have just lost some connectivity at the ground. That might be the issue. So we'll just wait for that to be sorted out. Might give us an opportunity while we're waiting for normal service to resume, to once again thank all of our fantastic viewers for joining us today. We really do enjoy bringing you the cricket. And I know that wherever I go, people are excited to see us. So that's always a good thing, isn't it? We'll be in Czech Republic for next couple of weeks before we hit Hungary, then Austria. Then we'll be in Italy for 5 weeks. Then Germany. I think we'll be in Belgium after that. And then it's time for the ECC. So that's going to come around quicker than you think, Rico.
It's just moving so quickly.
Good news.
Can't believe that we're already coming to the end of May, start of June. Hit hard. He's trying to get it in the gap. But again, good work there from Sohail. Not the best of throws back to the bowler. So the first one just goes for a single.
Yeah, so now or never, really, isn't it? Because they're going to have a big over here. You'd imagine they need about 16 off this one. Islam Ali has been pretty frugal. Edge. Yeah, but they had a good field positioning there. They might get an overthrow. Might as well take it on. No, one of the batters runs through a long way. Carlo, I think it was, that ran through at the striker's end, so they don't get back for a second. But maybe not a bad thing. I mean, Carlo...
He slips as well, doesn't he, a bit? The other thing to watch out for, I observed this last over. You haven't got your normal keeper. Every time the ball goes through, he's not taken cleanly. I think there's always a single there, even if the ball's going behind.
Calculated risk.
Yeah, but you've got to take them, haven't you? You need the runs.
Well, this is right off the toe end of the bat.
Full toss, misses out on it.
Yeah, geez, they played some good shots, but they've also missed out on a couple of balls that they would have backed themselves to put away. So, might remember, if they don't chase these down, they will be out of the tournament as the 5th place team in Group B. Over and a half to go in Group B. And this one will be one they don't have to get. 29 off 9 now.
Good job there from the keeper. Does well.
So Islam Ali, he's been a bit all over the place in this innings, but he's normally been really accurate. Let's see if he can sort it out. He's got half an over to go. It's pretty straight, but it's also hit well. And it's a really good bit of fielding.
Fabulous.
And guess who? It's Mr. Mr. Injured Keeper.
How is he injured if he's diving in the air like that, like Superman?
Well,
What a good stop this
He'll
is.
have 0 good hamstrings left if he keeps doing this.
Look
Just
at the
have a look
bounce on this.
And then
Fantastic.
look at the way he gets rid of it just before that foot lands.
That was a slam dunk. It was
That
a slam dunk.
outstanding fielding.
Yeah. See, the cricketers have to have skills of all sports. And this time it's a slam dunk. Look at this. Yeah, that's in the basket, all right.
No problem at all. So fantastic work. Mashed up, hoping to go 7-1. Back to live action now. Is Islam Ali. It'll just be 1. Well, spoke too soon. There's a little gap that had opened up there, and look who it is. It's Fahad Wakas. He's had a bit of work to do during this innings. They will get to it. It's good running. That's what we have to do. I mean, is there any way they can come back from this? I mean, you feel like well, at the moment they need 25 off 7. The most we've ever seen off a last over to win is 23. That was last year by Kings 11 versus Baracca Prato in Italy. So Maximo here gets it under 20. Still a large amount to climb for SMI. Pretty well bowled. More work. Shahid Mustafa's probably wondering how he ended up here because it's a long way from where he normally is. It's the end of the over and the score after 9 is 88 for 3. SMI, brave chase. It's been a really good partnership between these two. At the moment, it's worth 63, but they're 24 runs away from the finals. It looks a long way away, doesn't it? But having said that, anything's possible. We saw that earlier today with Umyot. But still, this would be a record if they could chase 24 off this over. They're just going to need probably 3 maximos, I'd say, out of 6. And it will be Ajmal Raza, I think, to bowl the last over of the day.
Yeah, it certainly will be. He bowled really well. And at the moment, they seem to be very happy with the way things are going. You can see Haji and Suleri there sharing a little bit of a joke with each other. So here we go, down to the last 6 balls.
All right, well, these two are set. Let's see if they can put the foot down now. Last overtime. This one's hit pretty hard, but I think it'll only be 1. So again, it comes down to hitting boundaries. Like I said, I think you need 3 boundaries minimum. Got to say, we're getting looked after. Just when we think we're having getting ready for the end of the day, we've been given this one. We've got a strawberry smoothie. Is that what it is? Maybe Rico will give us a review on that in a second. I haven't tried it yet. Here's Raza. And this one's dragged to the leg side. And in the end, it'll go for 4. So Sohail Khan, he was the man in the hot spot. They need boundaries to survive, and they do get one. They manufacture one. It was just slogged across the line. It was a fairly simple catch, but it went down. I know it's slippery conditions, but he'll be disappointed. At least he didn't keep it in play, Rico. It does cost him 4.
Yeah, he's another one, isn't he, Sohail Khan? He's been good with the ground fielding. He's made some good stops there, but anything that comes area to him, well, he's not able to gobble it up. That's another one that goes down. Talk about gobble. Yeah, this movie is very nice. Bit of strawberry and banana.
Well, they need more of that, don't they? Here's Raza, slower ball. Could have picked that a mile away. This time it's dragged. And how's the pressure? Oh, I think he's all right there.
He's all right.
Mustafa is an absolute genius here.
This is good footwork.
You'll see. We'll see it on the replay, but he even finds a way to keep his heel in the air. Look at this. When he pokes it, is he over the boundary? No. And here, look. I think that's fine.
He does
He
so
never
well.
touches the rope.
He does so. I thought he was going to step on Sohail Khan's fingers for a moment. I think he wants to stand on his fingers. Well, Sohail.
Yeah, look at this. He elevates his heel so that he doesn't touch the rope. Shahid, he's showing some sorts of skills here. Now they really need a boundary. Oh, it's a no ball. And this one will just be 1. I thought if that goes for 4, it's going to be chaos. They're going to come for 2. It's going to be a run out.
Oh, no,
there's
it's
not. Wow. Hold on a second. That'll be 2 plus a no ball. It'll be 14 off 3, I think. That certainly will be a no ball. In fact, no, there was only 2 balls to go anyway. So it'll be 12 off 2. So it goes from impossible to possible.
Oh.
There's a free hit coming up as well. It's the exact same situation as earlier today.
Same situation. Would you?
Hundreds up for
You can't
SMI.
believe this. This is just crazy.
Yeah. So now, well, I've got no idea actually.
Yeah,
No,
that's
okay,
cool. It keeps
'cause
changing. I think it needs to update, doesn't it?
No, I was looking because our internet's gone, so I was looking another over. No, it is. I was looking at the 8th over.
14.
It's 14 off 3. Yeah, I'm set with that. Goes down the ground. Well, this one is a free hit anyway.
Oh, no. Get out of here. Get out of here.
It's only
it's
one.
a free hit.
Yeah.
And he's going to muff it again. They're going to get 2.
Wow. Unbelievable. Mustafa takes a great catch.
What a stop. That is 6 runs, and he takes the catch. And then the bowler, on the second occasion, well, he's done this twice. The ball comes back to him. He can't handle it.
I don't think Mustafa knew it was a free hit. And then he rolls it in, and it would have been out. Look, he would have been out by about 14 metres. Have a look at this. Not even. Probably more.
But the bowler's acted like he's been thrown at him like a rocket. It's just
100.
poodling
So now,
along.
I was ahead of myself. Now we are 12 off 2. We do
Okay.
have the exact same situation as this morning.
Ooh.
Needs 6 or nothing. Let's go. Oh, he won't get it.
Everybody groans around the ground.
You got to say, I got to feel for the Stockholm Mumbai Indians here, but what a ride. I mean, they've provided us so much entertainment.
Yeah.
It's been a real gutsy partnership of 75 between these two. They can hold their heads up high.
It could be another no ball 6 here, you know. Just calm down here. Anything can
I'm
happen.
not calm.
Anything
I'm
can
not
happen.
calm at all. Oh, they've done well. They've made 100, but it looks like it won't be enough. Last ball of the day. And it will be a swing and a miss. So, well, credit to Carle and Dargay. Carle's going to finish 40 not out. Dargay 31. And the Stockholm Mumbai Indians, they just failed to qualify for the quarterfinals. And Umeå, well, they did something that Stockholm Mumbai Indians couldn't. They hit the last 2 balls of their game for 6. And that's what gets them the extra 2 points. Both these teams finishing with a 2 and 6 record. Both of the Mumbai Indians and Umeå, but it will be Umeå. They get there on a superior net run rate. As far as Mashta, though, well, they are table toppers, 7-1. They finish, and what an exciting finish to the group stage of Group B. And if that's anything to go by, I think quarterfinals Friday will be even more exciting, Rico. Let's go look back at some of these highlights.
What did that last? How did that last over go? I suppose we can't tell because the internet's down. But that wasn't over. That was all sorts happened. But yeah, look, I like the way that the Stockholm Mumbai Indians went about this. The only thing I would say is it's just a shame that they couldn't sort of have this approach with some of the other matches. If they did, then I think there would have been results would have gone their way, and they would have found themselves into the quarterfinals. The sun is coming out here again, but it's not shining on the Stockholm Mumbai Indians. It's shining on Master, who finished the group stage as well, sitting pretty at the top. And there was this one was, well, it is the National Jitterbug Day, and he was doing the jitterbug, the dance move, and it was one that took America by the storm, but it didn't take the fielder by storm. It took him, keeping him hot and bothered as he jumped up and down. There was quite a few. This was a Gundy ball, and there was some. There were some Gundy balls there. They weren't helped, Master, I suppose, by the weather. It did get a little bit wet and damp out there at times, so it would have been difficult to get hold of the ball. But they stuck to the task well. With this one, hurt his finger. But hurting your finger is not so bad. Getting it cut is the problem, and we saw later on he takes a nasty one. That's Bucker's Hyder. Let's just hope that he's okay. Well, they're wanting to be okay. It could be this one here, actually.
Yeah, this was one that just nipped the top of his finger. You know, I think I'm glad for Mashta that they've got pretty much 24 hours to recover before the game. But there was some Houdini-like fielding from Shahid Mustafa. I was going to say they may not have 11 fit players the way they're going, but didn't Mustafa do a good job at long on when
Look,
he was
I'm
called into that
I'm
spot?
going to say this. Okay, the first time round, he saves 3 runs. Then off the no ball, he takes a catch, the ball going for 6. That's 9 runs. That would have made all the difference. And then don't forget that one as well. So he single-handedly, I think maybe it was karma that he wasn't behind the stumps.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, he actually fielded incredibly well, even if he didn't realise it wasn't that it was a free hit. And then this would have been run out by 21 yards. But somehow it clunked off the knee of Ajmal Raza in the end. It's 111 to an even 100. What a game we saw. They were 25 for 3 at one stage and then ended up getting all the way to 100, but it wasn't quite enough. Stockholm Mumbai Indians bravely going out of the tournament. Lakani went early for 9. Sankey, well, he got run out by a really good piece of fielding from Wako Saida. Yeah. And then Maya didn't really work out, was out first ball. But yeah, that partnership 4 and 5, they did everything they could. They were also behind in the rate. That's what made it significant. They got kind of closer to where they need to be, but they never could quite make up that ground that they lost earlier.
Yeah, look, congratulations to Swapnil Kale and Rutraj Darje. A 75-run partnership. And off the top of my head, I think that's probably the highest partnership we've had between batters at any point off the series. I really do. I mean, marvellous effort from those two. They almost got there. And once again, I said this before, didn't I, about the Stockholm Mumbai Indians. Little things, if they had gone differently, if they had gone their way, they wouldn't have found themselves in this position. But it's going to be sad. It's always sad to say goodbye to a team. I mean, they've entertained us. They've been a lovely bunch of lads. And we've loved their captain. We love talking to him.
Yeah.
And it's always sad to say goodbye. But look, I hope that they stay in touch. And maybe I hope they come down and mingle around and watch some of the cricket if they're able to.
Yeah, so you see the spinners had a bit of trouble gripping the ball. You see Sahal Khan and Solera were both pretty expensive. The wickets went to Aslan Atta and Sher Ali early on. But yeah, I mean, I echo those sentiments. It's always sad when we have to say goodbye to any of the teams, and it's the Titans and the Stockholm Mumbai Indians that essentially won't make it through to the final 8. But it'll be even more brutal tomorrow, Rico, because we'll have to say goodbye to 4 more teams. 8 will become 4, and now we know that it'll be Albi Zami taking on the Stockholm Mumbai Indians in quarterfinal 3. But we'll start the day with Botshirka. They're back. They were second in Group A. That's exactly where they finished last year, funnily enough. Botshirka, they're taking on the Stockholm Tigers. That won't be an easy game by any means. That's a really even one. Same with quarterfinal number 2. Hammarby and Linköping. I do think Albi Zalmi and Mashta, they deserve to be favourites because of the way they played throughout their tournaments. But we know anything can happen. We've seen that before. Albi Zalmi, remember, they came all the way from 4th last year to win the whole thing. But those first 2 quarterfinals, they look really even to me. And I think it'll be a very interesting morning of cricket tomorrow.
I certainly think it will be. I mean, Stockholm Tigers, we've seen that they've shown ability with the bat and with ball, but Botshirka were the same as well. Hammarby, I think, again, they've been getting better all the time. But the one that interests me, I think, is Master, the team which have got the Master Blasters, if you like. Again, Indiska, who are a team that haven't necessarily got the bowling strength in terms of pace, but it's their spin. It's going to be the spin against the attacking batting of Master. That's really going to be an exciting
I agree with you there. And Master, they need to kind of sort themselves out. Injury-wise, I think, the concerns about Shahid Mustafa. Although what we've seen is if he can't keep, he's still a very, very handy fielder. But what I would say is, judging by how he was running around out there, I think he'll be okay to be behind.
He should be okay, but what about Haider? That could be a key one.
Haider with the finger, as long as it's just superficial, they can tape that up. He should be all right. Sher Ali, he's the fittest one of the lot. He's been going out there. He's been whacking the ball. He's been bowling well. Look, I think it's going to be a great day tomorrow. Make sure you join us 7 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe, and 12:30 p.m. tomorrow for more ECN action. The FanCode European Cricket Series. We had a great time in Sweden, and it's only 2 more days to go now. So looking forward to that. Thanks again for your company, Rico.
No, thank you.
Really,
we should do a little cheers.
Yeah, we should.
I think.
We should do a little cheers. And what was this anyway?
Salud, everybody. Bit of a smoothie. Well, you reckon it's quite nice, isn't it? It's always great to have your company. You are the best. And thank you for staying with us through what has been another exciting day.
We would say squall. Squall. In Sweden. Cheers to you. Thanks to all of you for your company, and we really have enjoyed bringing you the cricket. Don't forget, you can go to our website, europeancricket.com, check out what's going on there. You can even look ahead to the Czech Republic, and I do think that Hungary and Austria is not too far away being on the website. Look at the fixtures, look at the teams involved, get involved. Also in our social media at European Cricket. Great place to go if you want to keep up with some of the highlights, some of the interviews and behind the scenes things that we do here. We love what we do. We're planning you over 1,000 matches this year. We're well on the way, aren't we, Rico? We'll come back tomorrow, and tomorrow is by far the biggest day of the tournament so far, because 8 will become 4.
Yeah, it's going to be a huge day. Quarterfinals day, very exciting, and also it's Peacock Friday.
Well, it is Peacock Friday, and I'm ready. I hope you're ready as well.
I'm ready.
Okay, we're going to say goodbye for now. We're going to leave you with a few of the best bits and behind-the-scenes glimpses from the day 10 here in Stockholm. But for now, this is Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full, and on behalf of the European Cricket Network and everyone at the European Cricket family, thanks for being part of it. We love having your company. Hopefully we'll have it again tomorrow. QFF is on the way. We'll see you tomorrow for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Good night, everybody.
Adios, mi familia.
Master blasters turn on the style. Cricket's a beautiful game. Smiling faces and celebrations as the champions enjoy their fame. European legends breaking records, making their own dreams come true. Watched by millions, European cricketers show the world what they can do. Now picture this, 10 runs needed to win off the last over of the match. Fielders are on fire, sliding and diving, want to take that world-class catch. Tension building as the ball runs in, will it be short, a yorker or slow? A 6 will win it, 4 to tie into the golden ball we go. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. got.
Another one, that's the big one. That's gone all the way over into the clubhouse and ordering a pint at the bar.
Hundreds of clubs all over Europe are coming together today. Thousands of cricketers want to be stars, show their talents when they play. We've got commentary, action-packed cricket frenzy. You're hooked, you can't deny. Worldwide audience watching to see which team will lift the cup up high. Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. La 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 la.
There he goes, he sent that pack in but the shaka 6-4.
Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you
Mentioned
got.
turbo earlier, that's supercharged. 6 runs, that's gone into orbit. It's another Kookaburra ball that's going to be circling our planet for years to come.